Se logró, damas y caballeros. El mercado nos está diciendo quién va a ganar para presidente. Es algo completamente lógico en realidad, y yo creo que muchísimos de nosotros nos estamos preguntando quién va a ganar las elecciones. Y honestamente tengo que decir esto antes de empezar con el Casino del Tío Salo. Bienvenidos todos, espero estén teniendo una excelente mañana. Vamos a darle con todo en este momento. Ahorita les traigo a Alex y a Farhan, pero lo que les quería comentar a todos ustedes es simplemente lo que estamos viendo en el mercado, que nos está diciendo que va a haber una victoria de Donald Trump en las elecciones de Estados Unidos. La razón por la que lo está diciendo es sencilla. ¿Han visto el petróleo colapsar? ¿Vieron cómo el petróleo ha estado bajando, bajando, bajando? ¿Saben qué? Déjenme, les comparto pantalla rápidamente para todos mis amigos degenerados que entienden tablas. Pero también, si no entienden tablas, pueden ver este gráfico, lo entiende todo el mundo, señores. Déjenme nada más quito todas mis tonterías para que esto sea bastante sencillo. Ahora sí, presentar, 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 presentar. Y pueden ver acá, sí, ahí está. Pueden ver cómo el petróleo ha estado básicamente cayendo. Y cayó de los $78, ha estado cayendo brutalmente hasta acá, casi al nivel de los 66.50, pero ahorita está en 68.26. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué está cayendo el petróleo? ¿Por qué? ¿Y por qué digo que si Donald Trump gana las elecciones, esto nos está diciendo que Donald Trump va a ganar las elecciones? Es bastante sencillo. El petróleo, la energía, cotiza mientras más guerra hay, más alto. Y ahorita todo el mundo está diciendo, pues güey, está la guerra de Israel, está la guerra con Irán, está la guerra con todo el mundo, estamos bombardeando lugares que ni siquiera hemos escuchado de todavía, etcétera. ¿Por qué el petróleo está bajando? Porque lo que está diciendo el mercado es que creen que Donald Trump va a entrar a ser presidente y va a detener los conflictos. De lo primero que ha hablado siempre es poder detener el conflicto de Ucrania con Rusia. Es uno grande. El segundo, el conflicto entre Israel y Irán, pero me cuesta entender cómo es que nosotros vamos a detener a Israel cuando Israel nos paga a todos nuestros políticos divinos, deliciosos, que está bien, no importa, es parte de, tenemos que matar a muchísima gente, pero la gente cree que una victoria de Trump va a bajar el petróleo. La otra cosa es el oro subiendo. El oro subiendo a este punto te está diciendo que sabe que Donald Trump le gusta el dinero barato. El dinero barato que le encanta a Donald Trump y que nos encanta a todos, honestamente. Está haciéndose presente en el oro con este pompazo hasta los 2.790. Había dicho en Emprendeduros, había puesto un target de 2.777 y dije, no sé si le pego o no, mi target original son 2.707, pero lo voy a dejar en 2.777 porque, y ahí está el precio, tal cual, justamente a punto de tocar los 2.777 ahorita, surreal. El oro nos está diciendo que Donald Trump va a devaluar la moneda mucho más que Kamala Harris. Por alguna razón la gente piensa eso, pero bueno, se lo vamos a dar al mercado también. La otra cosa que también estamos viendo es el mercado de bonos. Me parece que sí encontró el otro punto donde hizo un alto más bajo y ahora vamos a tener que ir a romper esta zona del 4%. En mi opinión, esto también nos está diciendo viene dinero fácil. Simplemente fue el fake out para que todo el mundo se cargara en esta zona de bonos para poder hacer el trade una vez más cuando baje. Digo, esto fue idéntico en octubre 7 del año pasado. Y lo mismo estamos viendo con la duración a 30 años. Encontró otro tope y ahora se está revirtiendo a la baja, bastante interesante. El peso, los pezones siempre nos indican que malos tiempos vienen para adelante y estamos viendo cómo está en 20.2. Justamente va a barrer este alto, una vez que barre este alto en 20.22.22. Me imagino que va a tener un movimiento brusco a la alza. Y el precio del peso es importante para nosotros contra el dólar, porque sabemos que el dólar está bastante fuerte. Lo hemos visto una y otra vez, pero no se ha reflejado en todas las monedas, pero sí está reflejándose fuertísimo en el peso, más fuerte que en cualquier otra, cuando la relatividad y la relación entre esas dos monedas está castigada. Ahora, el dólar está fuerte, les había dicho esto, dólar fuerte porque Donald Trump va a ganar, ¿no? Porque va a traer comercio de vuelta a Estados Unidos. Todo el mundo sabe, todo el mundo quiere comprar nuestros productos en Estados Unidos. Ya saben cómo es eso. Entonces el dólar se va a volver más fuerte en Estados Unidos. Es una locura. Y también quiero que entiendan esto. Cuando volteamos a ver los índices que estamos en máximos históricos, ¿ok? Cuando volteas a ver al dólar estando ahí arriba, volteas a ver al VIX cargando motores en este momento por encima de todos sus promedios en una clara tendencia alcista. ¿Por qué digo en una clara tendencia alcista? Sencillo. No tenemos que tirarle más. Lo único que tenemos que hacer es barrer estos altos y luego estos altos y vamos a tener una nueva sorpresa. Cuando estás viendo todos estos escenarios, cuando estás viendo que el oro está subiendo, estás viendo que el petróleo está bajando, estás viendo que las notas, por fin, tesorería 10, 30 años está bajando. ¿Qué nos está diciendo esto? Aquí, en los niveles donde está, olvídense, bajando, hay algo que nos está mintiendo. ¿Qué nos está mintiendo? El mercado tiene que caer o los bonos tienen que caer. Para ponerlo sencillo, ¿cuál va a caer primero? En mi opinión, los bonos tienen que caer. Y también estamos creando nueva alta duración en todas estas notas que estamos dando. Y el problema de crear esa alta duración, a lo que me refiero es cuando el gobierno de Estados Unidos empieza a crear notas más largas de 20 años para poder endeudarse y ofrecer, ¿no? A la gente, me prestas a 20 años, te voy a pagar de vuelta. Es una indicación fuerte de que vamos a bajar intereses agresivamente para que el gobierno se pueda endeudar agresivamente. Por eso estamos viendo este tipo de dinámicas en el mercado. Entonces, se va a poner buena, absolutamente buena la cosa. Antes de empezar en Lead Trading Academy, quiero decirle gracias a todos ustedes por apoyarnos, por apoyar lo que estamos haciendo por acá. El buen Farhan y Alex se rompen la madre estando todo el día, honestamente, simplemente en esto para mandarles las mejores señales. Para todos ustedes, obviamente, no me sorprende, pero también es rico verlo. El producto más usado en el Lead Trading Academy les voy a compartir esta pantalla rápido. El producto más usado en el Lead Trading Academy son los Trading Alerts. Y también, para que sepan, tenemos el sitio en español. No sé por qué se los pongo en inglés. Los Trading Alerts es el servicio más usado de todos. El curso, me parece que tengo el curso. ¿Saben qué? Déjenme rápidamente, dejo de compartir mi pantalla y déjenme checo si me puedo registrar. Si sabía que ibas a poner mi password en pantalla, cabrón. ¡Lo sabía! Gente aquí en el chat, por favor, pónganme exactamente qué quieren que veamos. Ya saben que les vamos a dar para adelante. Un segundito. Les dejé acá en la descripción de abajo. Esto es lo que la gente puede ver. Acá tienen los trading alerts, ¿no? Que así se ven acá, pero también les mandamos un correo para todos ustedes que se pregunten cómo funciona eso. Aquí lo tienen. ¿Está poniéndose esto en mi pantalla? Sí. De cero a trader, aquí tienen el curso. Está en inglés y ahora también en español. Aquí lo tienen. Así que de cero a trader, por fin lo tenemos, $24.99. O se pueden hacer el lead, pero aquí ya el curso en español está listo para todos ustedes. Y la idea de esto es sencilla, señores. Lo único que estamos buscando por acá es que todos ustedes puedan, para la gente que esté interesada, porque de verdad esto es algo que creo de corazón, que vamos a necesitar todos ser traders al futuro. No va a haber tantas cosas que podamos comprar más allá de inversiones en bolsa, inversiones en cripto, etcétera, y va a ser una de las pocas maneras de generar dinero a futuro, por lo que queríamos crear la base de todo. Y eso es en lo que se enfoca el curso. Es 1 hora 40 minutos de simplemente, si nunca has visto una tabla, te enseñamos qué es lo que necesitas, qué es lo que vas a usar, cómo lo vas a usar, todos los términos para que no vas a acabar el curso y vas a decir, güey, voy a ganar millones de dólares. No, vas a acabar el curso y vas a poder literalmente entender todo lo que hablamos acá, que es lo importante, crear una base sólida de conocimiento y de ahí vas a poder crear un sistema que funcione contigo. Lo que nosotros vamos a hacer es, vamos a poner también, bueno, no yo, porque yo solamente estoy traduciendo lo que estos tíos están enseñando, porque ya saben que yo soy un imbécil en todo. Entonces, lo que vamos a hacer es también poner ya un curso más avanzado después, uno con el método de Farhan y otro con el método de Alex, para que usen el que más les relaciones. Porque recuerden, trading tiene que ver con un método propio y qué es lo que más te acomoda a ti. No todo es igual y no todo funciona para todos y está bien eso. Pero vale, sin más ni más, Alex, you ready, boy? Let's get, oh, dude, I'm a fucking idiot. Hang on a second. Let me put my headphones on. I was like, this feels really light. I don't feel congested right now this morning in my ears and all that stuff. Let me make sure this shit's fucking primed. And settings, audio. Okay, speaker, power beats. Got it. My name.
Yo, how you doing? I'm doing good. Just chilling. Nice morning. It was raining pretty hard all night, but it's kind of chilled now. So
I'm glad. And by the way, Spain is getting like absolutely destroyed by a hurricane right now. So I know it's not close to you, but that's interesting. That's happening too in the world in parallel. I see a lot of shit coins, a lot of good setups starting to brew again because we were a little on the higher time, a little bit on the higher pricing for everything with no clear entries for any longs because we are still in an uptrend. So I'm excited to have you boys here. How are you?
Good morning, guys. My apologies. A little bit one of those morning, probably TMI, but morning diarrhea sessions.
I understand those.
The coffee goes right through you.
Mm-hmm. All righty. So we got our people right here on the chat on Elite Trading Academy. Let's start. By the way, Jaime is asking here for a big boy look at the US 30-year Treasury note.
So these guys are going to be a little excited. I got some shitcoin setups for them.
Oh, nice. Very nice. So after the US bond for 30 years, Zeta. I don't know what Zeta is.
What's the ticker?
Zeta. Zeta. For the bond, it's US 30. Wow.
All right. I'll do Zeta. I'll chart this and see. I've never heard of it.
Zeta? You can't find Zeta? If you cannot find Zeta, we can do Bitcoin is right after.
US 30?
Yeah. That's the first one.
US 30. And if there's no Zeta, we can do Enphase.
Yeah, I don't see a Zeta.
I see it. Zeta Global Holdings Corp.
Oh, there you go. So we'll do Zeta then. Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
Is that a company or a bond?
It's a holding corp. I don't know.
Y para todos ustedes que están, just quickly in Spanish, para todos ustedes que nos están viendo, vamos a poner las preguntas del chat en el E-Trading Academy para todos los que ya están registrados y que pueden comentar ahí. Esas vamos a tomarlas como prioridad y después, porque se acaba, no hay tanta gente ahí obviamente como la hay acá. Cuando se acaben, vamos a empezar acá. Es simplemente como la línea del aeropuerto donde entra la gente que tiene el pase de clear. Es básicamente lo que vamos a hacer. All righty. Who's going to share screen first?
I can't find Zeta.
No, you're going to do the US 30.
I thought they were the same thing. No wonder.
What the fuck are you talking about? One's like a treasury bond.
I was like, Zeta 30? What is that?
Oh, that's why you're not finding it.
This is why this country's finished, Farhan. No,
I'm retarded.
I was talking to, by the way, I love having dinner with Belen's friends, like listening to what regular people like watch on the news. It's like, can you believe China?
Hey,
they're gonna attack Taiwan. They're gonna attack Taiwan soon, and they're gonna come and attack us too.
Because you live in LA.
I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah. She goes, yeah. I mean, we need to do something about that. I was like, when was the last time we were attacked by China? She's like, I don't know. I'm like, what's the last war that you saw that China got involved? She's like, I don't know. I'm like, then why are they going to attack their own country? She's like, it's not their own country. I was like, it's their own country. Like, it's like us attacking Puerto Rico. Fuck those Puerto Ricans. I mean,
Puerto Rico, there is a slight difference. Puerto Ricans consider themselves Americans. Taiwanese consider themselves Taiwanese, not Chinese.
Yeah, but it's like in Hong Kong. You know what China did in Hong Kong?
Very entwined now. Like China and the Taiwan people go there. It's very intertwined.
Oh,
and the U.S. will defend them militarily. If something happens, U.S. will defend them.
No, but it's like what I'm saying is it's not. This is a replay of Hong Kong when they did the same thing in Hong Kong that everybody was like, they're going to go and attack Hong Kong. All they did was change the puppet that was in charge of the country, and then they changed the law so that make it so that China can do whatever they want.
Everybody's afraid of like a full-scale invasion. Like they're going to send in tanks and planes and like soldiers and all this shit.
Yeah,
that's probably
that's what I'm saying. They've never done it. Why are they going to start now? I'm like, that's nothing for you to worry about, lady. She's like, oh, those Chinese, we got to stop them. Those fucking China, man.
Just switch the conversation to Orange Man and listen to him go off for the next 5 hours.
No. Everybody likes Trump. They used to be all Democrats. They all like Trump now. I'm telling you, dude. I haven't met a single person that was like, I was with Trump, but now Kamala really made me want to go to the other side. Like no one, not one person has said that to me in my face.
I said that in my life.
No, right? There's no one that is like, this is cool. What's going on with the share screen?
I thought Farn was going to do it first. I'll share mine. We'll do Zeta right now.
Looking at it. You were going first.
No, I'll do this though. It's fine.
Let's do it.
All good.
Zeta. Let me get Zeta too.
Yeah. Cool. So let me my thing sharing. Nice. Yeah, I'm looking at this on the lower time frame real quick, like a 4 hour. I just kind of want to get a different point of view. We can see it. It's nice. It's strong. It's looking okay. We're now getting that slight pullback. But it makes sense after it's basically just making higher highs consistently, especially in this 4 hour. It's very evident this 4 hours just in a steady uptrend. And so we're coming down. We're kind of at the spot where on the 4 hour we want to bounce. This is kind of an interesting spot where these lows were made because this was the last higher low before we made that higher high. Came back, higher high here, not here. We made that higher high here essentially, and then we topped out. Now we're coming down. It's a lot more easier if you take it like on a 12 hour. And you can kind of just see that point right here, shot up, boom, boom. So now we're at the point where, after losing that 12 hour 9, you would have been slightly concerned about at least a deeper pullback. It would have made sense to you. I mean, the 12 hour 9 was steadily holding price. We can see we fully lost it. We even rejected the 34 and came down to this 25.6 level. It's a pretty big spot on Zeta for what we have. We have basically a nice rejection here and the previous breakout zone, and now we're basing off there. So it's looking good. It's constructive that the 9 has been reclaimed again. Generally speaking, it's not a high probability, but at least that can always trigger a trade to long is whenever that 9 gets reclaimed on the 12 hour. Again, low probability setup there, but still a setup, and that is bullish. At least it's bullish structure again, because what you don't want is this to start flipping into resistance, just like this was massive support. And so that's kind of what we're seeing now. We've just now flipped that 12 hour 9 back up. We've now tested it. So technically, I kind of want to see Zeta move up slightly here. The issue is, volatility is pretty much at extremes and coming down, but that doesn't mean it needs to nuke. Or even come down hard. It can just simply range. And that's kind of what bulls would want, especially at that $25.64 region. Now we're looking at it on a daily, or we'll do it 2 day. 2 days closing today, and it's looking quite good. We see that 2 day went directly to that 2 day 34 and then bounced. It's kind of like the last spot before we bigly dump, in my opinion, to that EMA 100. I'm liking this basically setup because what we had is confluence that 34. We had that $25.64 level. And so we would have at least been somewhat aware that this should be a bounce zone while we grinded out this low here before going higher. And so for me, this is where we want to see a bounce. If you're bullish, you don't really want to see these lows get taken. I'll make this red because it's pretty important. I do think if we start wicking under this low, this could actually be what moves us to go down a lot faster. And then I'm all eyes on that daily 2 day EMA 100. If we take it and just out of curiosity, kind of see where we're at with the bands. We're kind of at that point on the 2 day where, we're now we're holding the 80% still. So we should at least see a bounce here. And that's kind of what that's telling me using the HPDR in Confluence. What I see is Zeta is that this is the bounce zone. And so knowing that, and let me just, before I take this off, just see how the daily looks. And I'm loving how that 50% is perfectly right at that, basically $26 level. It's going to be a massive zone. We want to just keep seeing that support hold and make it easier, because if you understand this isn't a solid uptrend, then you understand, okay, then I want to see that daily EMA 100 grind up more, matching price at massive support. And then if I do end up longing, which we should see some kind of reaction on that daily EMA 100. The reason why I say that is because, we just haven't tested it in a very long time. And I'm curious to see here, the reaction, we basically were chopping around it right before we broke out. So there's nothing concrete before we broke out, except once we reclaimed it, we did back test it, and we basically launched from there. And so we can see we basically haven't tested it since January. And so what I'm going to be looking at is this to be massive support. And if you're bullish, you'd want this to move up. You want this to actually rise above this low and meet price on support, consolidate. We ideally would bounce, and then from that bounce, we'll keep moving up. And so like I was saying, if you're going to have the bias to maybe long this, you would just have a, be really mindful.
That'll be the red line, right?
Yeah, just be mindful of that stop loss. So then you can just take entry at support, or even have the thesis that this 100 will move up to support. And then maybe we get a little more down, we hit it, and then boom, you can take long at the daily EMA 100 and then bounce, because that's kind of what I see with the HBR, that this is a nice bounce on. We should bounce from here at least. And that is kind of the reaction we're getting now. So we are bouncing. We just want to see kind of where this 2-day closes today. This 2-day can reclaim the 9, then I'd be looking at a test back at that 21 on the 2-day. I don't think we're going to come all the way back to the 34 since we kind of base from there. Usually, you'll get a dump into the new closure, but you'll just go and test the 21. If we're truly strong, we should bounce off the 21. And then again, just kind of spring up from there. Going back to that $32 zone is going to be important. I mean, we see we had, basically 3 rejections here. 1, we had 2 where we deviated down, and then right here we also wick rejected it. So this is strong resistance for what we can see. Breaking back above there gives us a big chance to test this wick high. And then at that point, we're just keeping the trend, which is up, and we're probably going to make another higher high. Going into the higher time frames now, it's nice because, volatility is basically at that 50%, going a little under now, but if this starts moving up, this obviously can, be very constructive for bulls, because this can still give us a move up. We're not seeing volatility at anything concerning, in my opinion. And this is just, again, consolidation. A pullback made sense, especially when you're having consistent, we basically had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weekly candles green. It is interesting to see, though, every time we basically have minimal pullbacks on this weekly. And that's just something I'm mentally noting. We had a nice move up. We had 1 red candle here. Yes, we had a few red there. But overall, just even looking at this, it's like green, 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 red, green, 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 red, green, green, red. So very minimal red. And then even on this breakout, we had 1 red candle leading to a new high. So I'm watching this red candle now, considering the weekly is potentially going to get reclaimed at 9, that this could be the bottom. We basically made a doji here at the bottom. It means a decision, but, it's always nice when we're seeing at least buyers step into where they need to. And for me, this bottom will be confirmed, or at least, this higher low on the weekly will be confirmed once this 9 gets reclaimed, which probably bleeds into this 2-day. Once this 2-day reclaims that 9, we're probably going to retest the 21 and keep going up, which probably will bleed into that weekly closing above the 9. So that is welcoming. I mean, volatility isn't anything crazy to me, and it's just more consolidation. Now, I don't think we're going to slingshot from here and just go up to there. It'd make a lot of sense to maybe come up, get the 2-day, retest the 21, maybe consolidate there, then test the high, reject, come, make another higher low, and then boom. Something like that would make a lot of sense. You'll know this is wrong, though. If we actually start losing this, rejecting, and then breaking this low here, then I do think we're going to have a deeper pullback to possibly that EMA 100, assuming it moves up more. Obviously it can stay where it's at, but it should move up slightly more over time. And if that EMA 100 doesn't hold, then that'll be that 2-day EMA 100 doesn't hold. That'll be slightly concerning for me because that means we're not deviating that daily EMA 100 while also losing the 34, the 21, and the 9, and then all eyes on that SMA 200, which currently is at $18. If we go and check out where that 2-day EMA 100 is, right around $20. So we're kind of then dealing with like an $18 to $20 range with maybe an extremity low at $15.80. But as it stands, and like I keep saying, this still looks great. It's okay. Consolidation is welcomed. And even if we get a little move up, I'm still not going to FOMO into that. I'll be looking to bid that 2-day EMA 21. And lastly, with the monthly at extremes here and slightly curving down now at the average here, we really do want to be cautious. This chart is fairly new. I mean, since 2021, we were kind of in that consolidation manner. But, from this low, we started to put in structure. This was a higher low, higher high. And so what comes after a higher high on a macro? It's usually a higher low. I'll be looking at that higher low to be somewhere right on that, $20 to $21. And that aligns up with what I'm saying. If we get a deeper pullback, all eyes on that $20 zone. Assuming this moves up, maybe it matches right around that $21. But we're getting nice areas of $18 to $20 should at least be a nice bounce zone, if not possibly another higher low on the monthly. If we end up losing that monthly 9, though, then I do think that we're going to come down a lot more harder. And then all eyes on that $15. So, as it stands, we're in a bounce zone. We want it to bounce here. If we end up losing the 2-day, if we end up losing that EMA 100 on the daily, that'll probably bleed into the 2-day testing its EMA 100. And then that'll basically mean that the weekly is right at an important spot. The weekly starts rejecting that 9 and coming down. Then we have to start looking at that as resistance, massive support flipped into resistance. It's a first tick for bears, and then all eyes on that $20 level, which should be a massive one. That EMA 100. But yeah, that's all I see with Zeta. It's the first time I'm seeing this chart. It's okay. The monthly's at extreme. It's very strong. We did make a monthly higher high. So if we do get a major pullback, in the sense of something like this, it shouldn't surprise anyone. If we go all the way even back down to 15 and then end up kind of grinding, we just see it's just consistent higher lows to, higher highs to higher lows. This would just be a macro higher low if this worst case scenario did happen, which wouldn't surprise me. We are at pretty much extremes. There's only a few other times it was at extremes, but we're not dealing with a lot of data. We've had 3 months of just extreme volatility. Can't really expect it to go crazy up from here. Let's see what the bands are saying. Even on the monthly HPDR,
wow.
getting the probability metric of like no bounce from here. So we'd want to see definitely where these ranges move, which will be moving up or down in a day from now. So these will move, but it just points into what I'm saying. Like bounce from here. Cool, we can go up higher, but you shouldn't be expecting like anything higher maybe than like $39 to $40. $40 is a nice psychological number and still an impressive bounce from here. But even if that 2-week just goes and tests, it's still, $37 to $39. Do I think that's going to happen? No. But it obviously can come in. I do think it can retest the $32 again, assuming we do get that bounce kind of right around here. And then, we easily can go bounce from here, put in some kind of 2-day lower high, and then just kind of grind out, breaking that low will confirm the trend has shifted. All eyes on like a retest to rejection, and then maybe we go and fill that macro. Maybe we test that monthly 9. That's all I have with Zeta. First time I'm seeing it. It's not the worst. It's not the bad. It's not the worst at all. It's very strong for what we have, but definitely wouldn't be FOMO along here. And I'd just be really mindful of the stop loss. We just because when you're in those up only and you're kind of going up, and you're not dealing with a lot of data, then just use trend. And if trend starts being fucky, then just don't long it then, especially if you're at extremes. But if you can play the trend and you can play the higher lows, then cool. You have easy stop loss. It's just a matter of like you not getting greedy. So
thank you so much. After this, we'll do Bitcoin because we got like 3 people asking for Bitcoin. So we'll do the US 10-year and we'll do Bitcoin. Let me just jump in with this.
I just gave away 3 setups.
Nice.
Right now? Where?
Yep.
On Discord?
Yep.
Okay. So there you go. Vayan al Discord. Acaba de poner Farhan 3 setups de shitcoins. Is it shitcoins or Bitcoin?
One of them is Bitcoin. The 2 others are shitcoins.
Ok. Uno es Bitcoin y 2 son shitcoins. Para todos ustedes que son disfrutadores de comprar shitcoins, como su tío Salo también.
They're all short setups.
Hey, by the way, we made money with Ethereum. We're one of the few people that can say that.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
As the Arabs say, mashallah.
Exactly. Mashallah, papi. All right. Let me put this on. Estamos viendo Zeta para todos ustedes. Zeta, interesante, es una empresa de $6.59 mil millones de dólares. Aparentemente venden software. Ok, vamos a analizar esto en temporalidades más altas. Déjenme simplemente veo la de 3 meses, no la habíamos visto. Para ver cómo se ve esto. Pueden ver, Zeta empezó a cotizar en abril del 2021. En este momento hicimos un alto histórico con esta vela en este trimestre de 34.15. Faltan 2 meses, 2 días para cerrar, pero estamos cotizando en 28.50 abajo de ello. Ok, ¿qué queremos encontrar? Queremos encontrar debilidades o fortalezas. Rápido en temporalidad alta, entre la de 3 meses, cada una de estas velas son 3 meses. Estamos por encima del promedio de la 9, que es bastante bueno, excelente, diría yo. ¿ok? Eso se ve alcista a largo plazo. Eso quiere decir que a 1 año, 2 años, esto se ve fuerte. Vamos a acercarnos a un mes. En la mensual podemos ver que nuestro promedio del 9, que es el azul, está por encima del 21. Bastante bueno, si me preguntan a mí, bastante fuerza. El promedio de la 9 mensual está en los 21.14. Simplemente tomando notas mentales y por acá tenemos el 21. Ok, es lo que estás viendo en la mensual. Yo creo que la semanal es la que pinta la mejor fotografía de todo, en mi humilde opinión. Podemos decir, porque hemos tenido este gran breakout que empezó en enero de este año, has tenido una tendencia alcista bastante potente, has tenido muy pocos momentos de consolidación de precio. Esto es consolidación, esto es consolidación, esto es consolidación, esto es consolidación. Y acá, donde veas básicamente dónde el precio se está recargando o arriba o abajo, ¿no? En las líneas donde lo quieras poner. Lo que podemos notar es cómo el promedio de las 21 está en los 24.19. No hemos retesteado eso desde enero, el promedio de las 21. Y ponemos esta línea acá porque es bastante importante, porque estos son altos que no queremos barrer, o bueno, bajos que no queremos barrer, porque ya saben que cuando el precio en cualquier cosa sube y creas nuevos altos, lo que no quieres es barrer tus altos anteriores. Si haces eso, eso nos indicaría que esta estructura ya no es alcista y podría el precio continuar a la baja. Pero por ahora lo que nosotros pensamos es que esto va a continuar. Lo que habíamos visto es en la volatilidad exactamente va cayendo. Cuando la volatilidad va cayendo y el precio está subiendo, esto es un movimiento correctivo. Vamos a ver muy probablemente, y vean en la mensual lo caliente que está. Esto es volatilidad en extremos. Cuando lo ven en rojo es que ha estado sobrecalentada y eso es lo que podría explicar la sobrecomprada que le han dado a Zeta y es lo que están viendo. Entonces, cuando baja la volatilidad, lo que esperas es más o menos esto. Consolidación justamente por acá. Y eso va a ser bueno a largo plazo. Nada más simplemente puesto en la semanal, podemos ver cómo está cansado el precio de continuar haciendo lo que estaba haciendo y tiene que darse un descanso. Pero por acá lo voy a poner en la de 2 días, que eso es algo que nos enseñó Alex, bastante interesante. Acá podemos ver cómo estamos por encima del promedio de la 9, que está acá justamente rompiendo, y el 21. Este es el mejor gráfico para ver. Tienes una vela algo topera por acá. Esta sí es una vela de tope, simplemente no está en el tope, que es interesante, pero tienes instantáneamente una caída y luego la subida. No nos sorprendería para nada ver que el promedio de las 9 lo tome bien, que quedes por acá, puedas tal vez ir a retestear esta línea, tal vez ir a retestear esta línea y continuar hacia la alza. Es lo que nosotros le damos más probabilidad, simplemente basado en lo que estamos viendo y en dónde está el precio comparado con sus promedios. Interesante que viene el promedio de las 55 justo abajo de esta línea, donde en otras temporalidades también la vemos. Lo que puedes hacer si eres alcista en Zeta para crear un setup, ¿no? Para poder entrar, crear una entrada, y lo hemos platicado varias veces, siempre quieres apostar en extremos y tener una invalidación cercana. ¿A qué me refiero? Extremos, para todos los que estamos aprendiendo. Pones un rango. Tu rango está acá con esta línea y tu otro rango está justamente donde está esta línea roja. Esto son extremos. Extremo alto. Esto es el extremo de abajo. ¿Ok? Esto quiere decir que este trade funcionaría de dos maneras, ¿no? Porque yo no creo personalmente que vaya a llegar a esta línea y romper simplemente en la primera a la alza e irse al cielo, ¿no? A Valhalla. Lo que pienso que es más probable es que si eso llegara a ser, el precio rechace para abajo. Y lo mismo si el precio llega a caer por acá, esperaría que el precio suba después de tocar esa línea. ¿Dónde está mi invalidación? En estos mínimos. Acá lo que puedes hacer es abrirte un delicioso long. Me parece que estoy en ello. Sí. Abriría el long, por ejemplo, acá. Pondría mi stop loss justamente acá y tendría mi posición acá. Entonces, tengo un riesgo de 3.68% de perder o la posibilidad en 25% de ganar. Voy a tomar esto todo el día. Las probabilidades son mucho mejores acá. Una vez más, mi invalidación está debajo de esta línea porque son estos mínimos. Bastante sencillo de entender este setup. Si me preguntan a mí, que soy un reverendo imbécil. Luego, si quieres hacer un corto, lo puedes hacer de la misma forma acá. puedes poner tu corto acá, que tu invalidación sea este tope y que el precio sea esto. Ahora, esta operación es un 20% en verde y un 7% en rojo. Tienes un mejor setup por el extremo de aquí abajo, si es que llega el precio aquí abajo. Entonces, tienes menos riesgo acá y si puedes, siempre tienes que pensar que si estás haciendo un long o un short, el precio te va a venir a detener. Esto quiere decir que te van a liquidar, no la cuenta, pero liquidar la operación. Y entonces, si tengo un 7% de riesgo comparado con un 3% en el long, voy a tomar 100% el long, porque me da una menor pérdida si estoy mal. Punto. Y ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Eso es Zeta. Atención a esos niveles. Vale. Alrighty. 30-year note, because this is a boomer academy.
Oh yeah.
Elite Boomer Academy. Or Elite Trading Academy for Boomers.
For boomers. There you go.
There you go. we should do a membership for boomers that we only send trading alerts for the 10-year-old treasury note, the 30-year-old treasury note, gold, and you're only going to get one of these alerts once every 5 years.
If that, yeah. Literally.
That's the way that shit would work. Alrighty. Señor, share your screen, por favor. Bam.
I forgot I was still muted. All right. I sent over 2 of them to our group, and the other 3 are posted on Discord for anybody who wants those shitcoin and Bitcoin setups. This time there actually are short setups. I know I'm more towards the hopium side, but look at me giving out short setups. You guys hear me? Hello? Is anybody, am I muted? Interesting, I don't hear anybody. Do you guys hear me? I don't want to go on if nobody's hearing me and then have to repeat it. You guys there? Alex, you there?
I don't know where Alex went. I went to take a piss. So yes.
Oh, I was like, I thought I was muted or something.
No, sir. Just always check the little StreamYard things. And if you don't see me on the chair, I'm muted. I'm sorry.
Okay,
but now I'm listening to you. No, I mean, I'm back. Can't a man take a fucking simple piss? Jesus Christ. Ready.
In the morning, I was taking a piss out the other direction. So it was a little late. All right. So the monthly on the US 30-year. We're currently getting a very strong bounce off the bottom, 38.2%, and we're over the median as of this moment. So as right now, but we've tapped this top 38.2%. The fact that we've tapped it and we're still over the median tells me that we're very likely going to continue this. Maybe we don't immediately go over the 38.2%. There is a strong probability on this next monthly open that we come back down and retest this median and use that as a spring to go towards the top 50% and the 61.8%. And what tells me that that's very likely is that our HPDR momentum is starting to break up, and it's now crossing over the moving average, and it's about to enter in the next 1 or 2 opens into the bullish control zone, while volatility is starting to slowly tick up as well. So in this next monthly open, volatility is very likely going to start getting over the moving average and start supporting this momentum move towards the upside. So we're currently over the median. So that tells me that that's more probable that we come back down to retest the median, use that as a spring, and then continue upwards to the top 50% or the 61.8%. And since volatility is so low right here, it tells me that we're probably going towards the higher targets, somewhere around the 61.8%, which would be a retest of this previous lower high right here at right about 4.78%, give or take. And if we do close over this 4.78%, that would reverse this, and we would probably break these previous highs. And since this thing likes to go towards this top 95%, like it did right here and right here, our 95% right now sits at currently 6.07%. That is a pretty tremendous move for bonds. That's like 36%. And for somebody
that would be nuts. That would be
Yeah,
like
for
the
somebody
worst thing that could ever happen.
for somebody as retarded as me, what does that mean when bonds move 36%? What does that mean when bonds move 36%?
That means everything went to absolute shit. Interest rates are high as fuck. They're probably in the 10% if you're at that place. So inflation basically is going to skyrocket like crazy. Which, by the way, this is what gold is telling you.
Right. And this is a monthly chart, so this would take a very, very long time to play out. This would be
Yeah.
like two to 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. So the next 2 to 3 years, interest rates are about to skyrocket.
Well, this is why they're starting to print out like longer duration notes. So that means they're going to open a little window, could be a COVID style window, for example, where they lower rates quickly because something happened. The U.S. government creates all these debt on longer, long-term treasure, long-term debt, and sells it to the public. And that way, the U.S. government can actually print a lot of money, get into a lot of debt, pay way less than what they're paying right now, and go back to, all right, we did that. Now we have inflation again. Interest rates are going to go up.
Damn, and then everybody gets poor again.
Well, yeah, we're going to be in the same cycle that we're in right now for until they change however the system works.
Mhm.
That's most likely what we're seeing. We're seeing like the end of the kicking the can. It's just not that close. Like everybody says, like, oh, the US is just fucking gonna get dumped in like 2 years. No, it's not. It's
Like
not.
US is over. It's BRICS.
Yeah.
BRICS nation.
Well, the BRICS is indeed shitting on us, but in a different way. It's just they have cheap shit and we don't. And they decide to live their life in one way, and we just live in another one where we
Remember
can't
that
have
one
nice things
meme?
for.
That one meme that I sent in always makes me think of the BRICS. The serious man wearing his serious shirt and holding his serious sign saying, "Take me seriously."
Sadly,
super
now they have 50% of the population, or over 50% of the population. They have the highest territory by size, right? Because you have China, you have Russia all together just in one place, along with India and obviously some African countries.
This
I
may
just
not
think
be true, but I think it is
Mhm.
true because I'm just spitballing this, but I'm pretty sure it's true. I think the U.S. economy is bigger than every single country in BRICS combined.
Oh yeah, but to them is they like the whole point of that is simply to have two standards of living in the world. One that works based on monetary inflation and the United States going into wars and getting whatever they want by doing what we do, basically. And then the other side that is like, dude, fuck that. This is what I'm going to do. And they're going into the direction of like cheaper shit, growth, investing in, because you know how in the US we don't have new roads and everything is fucked. In like those countries, they're really investing in infrastructure. It's just a different thing. And now they're at a point where China's big enough, along with Russia and along with India, because they have like the highest growing economies, where it really
China's
matters.
very nice.
Yeah, where it really matters. Whereas it didn't like 10 years ago, where everybody else like was in the fucking gutters, but not anymore. So now it's an interesting bipolar order, not like what's better or worse. It depends on what you like, what you're into. There's
walking
just options.
around China, you can really see like where they put their money into because it's very, very
Oh yeah.
nice. You
Like,
have
why
no
don't we have
privacy,
nice
but it's
things?
nice as fuck.
Yeah, and by the way, we're gonna go towards that here.
Yeah, there's literally nothing you can do in China to where you're not being monitored 24/7. There's like thousands and thousands of cameras everywhere on the streets.
Yeah, I do think we're gonna go into another approach and probably just use our phones without anyone noticing that our phones are doing that. Kind of like what they do with the Wi-Fi thing.
Yeah, it's already legal for them to do with the Patriot Act.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I think that's what they're gonna do. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So now the quarterly is looking even more bullish than the monthly. But right now we have a silver cross just confirmed on the quarterly. We're first we closed over this 100 EMA, and now we're basing off of it and consolidating off of it. So it looks to me like this 100 EMA is going to be used as a spring once these HBR ranges step up. Last time we've literally never been over the 100 EMA on the quarterly ever on the quarterly 30-year bonds. We have data since 1987. We have never been above the 100 EMA. This is the first time. and we're basing off of it. So what's probably going to happen?
Oh no!
What's probably going to happen is that these ranges are going to step up over the next year and a half, and then I think we're probably going to go somewhere towards this. Where currently the 95% is somewhere to maybe the 100%, and this is currently somewhere around 6.39% all the way up to 9.02%. That's fucking massive.
That would be catastrophic, dude. But also, that goes in line with what's going to happen. Inflation's going to fucking resurge like a motherfucker.
That's a minimum move of like 40%.
That's insanity.
And on the higher side, over 100%. For fucking bonds.
Yeah.
And we have a silver cross, so it's not too crazy. We've never had a silver cross on the quarterly ever.
Yeah, that is so scary.
Plus, we've also closed solidly over this blue 38.2%, and we're basing off of it just like the median. I mean, just like the 100 EMA. See, the last time that we closed over it and started basing off of it, around 2021, which is the current move that we got now.
What the fuck was that?
Sorry.
What happened? I didn't hear it.
Oh, you missed out. It was like a sound effect of a scary thing.
So last time we got, at the very least, we got a 20% move to the upside. Here.
Was that a silver cross you're saying?
No, this is closing over the blue 38.2%. Another 18% move to the upside. So at the very least, we're seeing somewhere between 18 and 20% moves after we close over the blue 38.2%. And that would be right here. Let's do somewhat of an 18 to 20% move from this blue 38.2. No. That puts us at just at a retest of these current highs right here. And that would very likely, because of how HBDR momentum and volatility looks, it would give us continuation above that, at the very least, towards this 88.3% and 5.3% on government bonds. It's looking surprisingly very, very bullish. Our HBDR momentum is about to break into the bullish critical zone, while volatility is breaking up too. It's at 78%. So we have enough on the quarterly to get one more like actual nice aggressive push before volatility is tapped out. And does that take us all the way up to the sixes? Possibly strongly into the sixes before volatility is tapped out. But this is also going to take a very, very long time to play out too. Maybe that
can't tell you how bad this is.
Right. And now we have silver cross on the weekly as well. 21 cross above the 55, 9 cross above all of them. This is a very, very powerful form of a silver cross. We're getting all of our moving averages bunched up together, and the 21 crosses over the 55. As of this moment, we are very extreme ranges on the weekly. We are over the 90%. We're backtesting currently the 88.3%. So it does make sense to get some consolidation of here and go sideways and pull back. And we're putting in a little bit of a top candle. So this candle does confirm like this. Probably we're coming down to retest the silver cross somewhere around the 78.6%, which is about 4.3%, 4.317%, 4.318%. Back down to retest this, and then the ranges can step up, and then we're no longer going to be at such extremes. Then probably we can come back up to retest these previous highs somewhere around that high 4% area. Currently, our momentum is going sideways a little bit, and the volatility is going sideways, which does support the idea of a local top at this area right here, and consolidation and sideways for a little bit, maybe a little bit of a pullback, while our momentum oscillators reset and volatility can reset. The jewel is currently getting out of the bearish control zone and is crossing above the pink and the yellow. So that is giving a nice signal over there for continuation towards the upside after some consolidation. 5 days telling us the same thing as a weekly top E candle. 2 days is going to end very soon in about 6 hours and 34 minutes. We're currently bouncing off, and we're currently silver crossing on the 2 day. Very, very fresh silver cross. So once this 2 day closes, we're going to have confirmed that silver cross. As long as we're anywhere above 4.16%, basically. No, 4.3%. As long as we're above 4.3%, this is going to confirm a silver cross towards the upside. And then these ranges likely move up too. as long as we're holding this 38.2%, which is currently at 4.44%, we're probably going to continue sideways rather than continue this downtrend. Because as of right now, we're still holding this 5 EMA too. If we do lose this 4.44%, 38.2% area, it becomes more likely that we retest this median and this silver cross, somewhere between 4.35 to 4.3%. But that, as of this moment, is unlikely as long as we're still holding these areas that we're holding out at this moment. Momentum is starting to reset while we're getting this correction to the downside, while volatility is resetting too. So it's telling you that this is going to be more of a corrective move, and we should be looking for a higher low so we can continue this uptrend towards the upside. The daily is also telling us the same thing, where momentum is going down, but volatility is going down too, telling us that this is very likely a corrective move on the daily towards the downside. We are bouncing off this bottom 38.2%, which is exactly where you would want to see it bounce if you were bullish, which is coinciding with the 2-day bouncing of the top 38.2%. So if these areas continue to hold, what's more likely is sideways and up from here. And then the local bottom would probably be in if these two areas do continue to hold. Check the other side. So quarterly, as we saw before, oh wait, this is the wrong one. No, this one doesn't have it. The previous chart did have hidden bullish divergence, but this one doesn't. On this one, on 30-year, on the quarterly as well, we've been at extreme levels on volatility for the 3-month for 1, 2, 3, 4 periods. So we've had 1 year of 100% volatility as we've moved towards the upside, and we've gotten the silver cross. As of right now, volatility is starting to contract, and now it's at 87%. So what we are, and we're not really seeing very much of a correction. We saw a little bit of sideways as volatility started to contract. We saw a red move down, candle down to the 100 EMA. Then we just basically saw sideways from there since October of 2023. For 1 year now. For 1 year, we got sideways, and now 1 year we're getting, 1 year we got up, and now 1 year we're getting sideways as a correction, which is quite bullish to see. If volatility contract while price is going sideways and not down. And we do have this silver cross. And now we've just basically got a perfect retest of the silver cross, where we got to move down to this 9 EMA, and we ended up closing above the 100. And we're getting expansion as a spring from this 9 EMA too. So this is like a picture perfect silver cross while volatility is resetting. So maybe for another year, we can go sideways while volatility completely resets. And then from there, that would be about like a year and a half, we can start expanding. And I would expect our next top in possibly the next 3.5 years. And by that point, we would be well into our effects of whatever money printing we're going to do in the short term.
That makes sense.
The monthly is about to confirm another drive of hidden bullish divergence at the neutral zone. We have 1 day and 7 hours to go. We're going to confirm it as long as we're anywhere above 4.222%, which we're a good amount above right now. That would give us our first target of the bullish control zone. This number is going to actually, no, it's not likely to go down at all because it's so close to price action and we're so low in volatility. This number is currently 5.33%, which is not even close to our current HPDR target, which is somewhere around the 6s. And then our bullish critical zone, which because of our low volatility is not very unlikely. The last time we did it, we did not reach the critical zone. Actually, we got somewhere close to the critical zone, but we didn't exactly reach it. This time we reached the critical zone. This was off of lower on the RSI. It was from the bearish control zone. So it's not as likely that we'll reach the critical zone. This time we did. Yeah, we don't have very many instances where we've reached the critical zone after having bullish divergence at the neutral zone. We front ran the critical zone a little bit. We came close to it. So I think it's better off that we don't target the critical zone. Based off of our previous instances, we've only hit it 1 time out of 3 times so far. So the critical zone is currently at 9.54%. I would not expect that to get hit. I would expect it to get somewhere above the bullish control zone though. So that would take us to that 6% target that we got from the HPDR. And that would be like a 30-something% move to the upside, which would be pretty massive for something like bonds. Probably dumps the rest of the market at least 30%.
That's what I'm saying. Something on the market is lying, right? Because you also look at Meta, for example. The Meta, the stock price is bullish as fuck. Like these two can go hand in hand. You cannot have higher rates You cannot have higher cost of money, and you cannot have the stock market just fucking go bananas because,
maybe stonks top out while this finishes its consolidation, and then once stonks top, this thing starts skyrocketing.
Yeah, I mean, the way I see it is, if they're starting to issue these longer duration treasuries, if they're doing that now, let's pretend election happens, and by December, January, February, oh, we got attacked by China, you know, and then they dumped interest rates, or we got COVID up the ass, and then you have ass COVID, and they drop interest rates for like a month, and they're like, we're gonna come out of this one stronger than ever. The U.S. government will generate an obscene amount of debt, like an obscene one, but it'll be at such low interest rates that they'll be able to absorb that. And then money inflation effects will be starting to hit the economy like around 2026 and a half, 2027. And then you're going to start seeing it go up. And that means this is going to go up like crazy.
I'm sorry to break it to you guys. The vaccine for ass COVID is delivered via dildo.
At a Diddy party.
And just like those big ass syringes, it ain't a small dildo either.
No. That is great.
It brings a whole nother meaning to I'm not taking that shit. Interesting. There's no really that. There's currently about to be some bearish divergence that's going to be put in on the daily. I'm about to confirm 3 drives, 1, 2, 3, and that would put us our first target is somewhere at the neutral zone, which right now is at 4.36%. So what I'm seeing is on the very, very high time frame, I'm seeing bullish divergence in favor of continuation towards the upside, but we're at very extreme levels. So I would expect some consolidation and slash down while the ranges step up. And what's coinciding with that is that the daily is about to put in several drives of bearish divergence, which does give more bias to the idea that in the short term we go sideways for a little bit, maybe pull back a little bit, while our momentum oscillators can reset on the higher time frames. And that maybe takes a few months. And then once our momentum oscillators reset, I would expect a continuation towards the upside from our higher time frames like the monthly and the quarterly, which both have bullish divergence.
That makes sense. All right. So it sounds like we're absolutely going to get mega fucked. Perfect. All right. Yeah, let's do, we're doing Bitcoin right after this.
Cool.
Fellas on the Discord are very happy to see these setups.
Oh, yeah. So let me tell everyone, acabamos de poner setups en Discord y también para los miembros del E-Trading Academy, a los que tienen el servicio de alertas, les mandamos a ustedes unas especiales también para que lo sepan. Ahí lo tienen.
Vale. We gave a beautiful coin long on the Academy. We literally we gave the trigger at the bottom, and now our members are up 4% from bot. That's kind of nice.
Well, guys, I need to start reading these fucking trade signals clearly. Instead of doing these fucking lives, I need to make some real money. You guys do this shit. All right. Well, that's awesome. Thank you so much for that. I'll be right back. 1 second. Vale. Estamos viendo bonos a 10 años y tengo que decir a 30 años. Tengo que decirles, no hay nada más terrorífico que lo que estamos viendo en estos momentos con estos precios. Voy a ponerlo en básicamente la trimestral, para que lo tengamos por acá, y quiero enseñarles algo. Nunca en la historia del bono americano a 30 años, que empezó, mínimo tengo datos desde 1987, nunca habíamos tenido un cruce plateado. Esto es un Silver Cross y lo tuvimos justamente acá. Esto, para la gente que no sepa qué precisamente quiere decir, esto quiere decir que el precio lleva muchísima fuerza y cada que venga a tocar el promedio de las 9, que está en 4.59, va a ser una oportunidad de compra. Recuerden, estos son los retornos de los bonos. Ahora, es importante decirles esto para que la gente entienda. En los bonos, cuando ves los bonos aquí subir, el precio del bono no está subiendo. lo que está subiendo es lo que tienen que pagarle a la gente para que les presten dinero. Entonces, Estados Unidos está en este momento, si lo piensas, y esto va en el camino en el que va y continúa para acá, esto quiere decir que Estados Unidos tendría que gastarse, perdón, no sé por qué es un signo de pregunta, una fortuna pagando intereses a todo el mundo, pero una fortuna para poder financiarse. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que hemos notado? Hemos notado que están empezando a emitir tesorería a largo plazo, bonos de 20 años, etcétera. Normalmente cuando hacen eso, el efecto es que el retorno va para abajo. ¿Por qué? Porque imagínate que tú eres el gobierno de Estados Unidos y te puedes endeudar. Te puedes endeudar aquí arriba, que te va a salir carísimo, o te puedes endeudar aquí abajo, que te va a salir mucho más barato. ¿Dónde te endeudarías tú? Yo me endeudaría aquí abajo. Por lo que cuando el gobierno se ha endeudado en la parte de abajo del canal, es cuando es el 2008, es cuando pegó el bicho en el 2020, ¿no? ¿Qué es lo que hace el gobierno? Y es por eso que expanden tremendamente los déficits en estas fechas. ¿Por qué? Porque el gobierno baja los tipos, eso quiere decir que esto baja a esta zona, el gobierno baja los tipos, cuando bajan los tipos se endeudan brutalmente como lo hicieron en el 2008, como lo hicieron en el 2020. Y ahorita van a volver a hacer eso. Eso sería un cisne negro fabricado, porque si lo estamos viendo desde ahorita, no es algo normal, ¿ok? Pero todas estas cosas pasan siempre y nos siguen diciendo locos que estamos pensando en cosas malas que nos van a hacer. La realidad es más sencilla de todo, ¿no? La realidad a veces es más sencilla. El gobierno de Estados Unidos se quiere endeudar barato, tiene que crear una oportunidad para poder endeudarse aquí. Por ahora, la gráfica en temporalidad alta, esto nos dice que en 3 años, 4 años, los bonos van a estar aquí arriba. Esto quiere decir que la inflación va a estar hasta el tope, que la devaluación de tu dinero va a estar a todo lo que da. Eso es lo que quiere decir esto, ¿ok? Si lo ven subir, es pésimo para todos. Si lo ven bajar, va a ser pésimo en general después, pero no por el tiempo, no inmediatamente. Y cuando baje esto es cuando te debería emocionar. Mensual, cruce plateado encima de la 9 y aparte por primera vez en la historia, lo pueden notar ahí, ven el promedio rojo. Este promedio rojo es el promedio de la 100 y ese promedio de la 100 lo estamos usando también como soporte junto con esta línea meme en el 4.137%. Esto también es muy alcista. Ahora, nos vamos a una temporalidad más corta, nos vamos a la mensual y podemos ver en la mensual, creamos esto y estamos por encima de la 9. Lo que nos dice la temporalidad, por ejemplo, la de, espérame, déjame ver la mensual, cómo lo ponía. Ah, cabrón. Un segundo. Ahí está. Cuando lo ven acá, cuando la volatilidad está bajando y el precio de algo no, y simplemente está consolidando, es bastante alcista. Entonces, en temporalidad mensual también, alcista. Vamos a la semanal. Semanal, tienes un cruce plateado fresco, pero fresco, parna. Justamente acá está el promedio de la 9 por encima del 21 y el 55. Esto acaba de pasar. Esta es una señal fortísima. Y podemos ver que él se agarró del 100 y de ahí solamente tuvo una desviación y se fue para arriba. Potente. Personalmente, ahora de nuevo, si estoy solamente viendo la tabla y no voy a irme de conspirador pendejo como el tío Salo, solamente estoy viendo la tabla, largo plazo, mediano plazo y corto mediano plazo, esta madre va a consolidar y luego a largo plazo va a subir como loca. Pero tengo fe en que esto pueda lograr algo así, caer rápido para que el gobierno se financie por acá más o menos y de ahí que te vayas a la luna. Esto es hopium del más cabrón que tengo en este momento, porque si solamente suben estas cosas, no va a haber un momento de descanso para que la gente pueda subir a tomar aire. Esto nos va a llevar el pito a todos, a todos. Y lo puedes ver también no, porque esto es una vela verde. Sigues consolidando con la volatilidad yéndose de lado y en la diaria es un poco de lo mismo. Y en la diaria también tienes un cruce plateado por acá. Sí, o sea, no mames la fuerza que tiene esto. Personalmente, una vez más, creo que este es el tope local antes de ir a visitar una oportunidad fabricada y de ahí continuar. Porque de otra forma no tiene sentido. Simplemente no tiene sentido. Esto se ve muy alcista, muy alcista y eso es muy bajista para todos ustedes que se lo pregunten. Ok. I never created a BTC. No, all right, I'll do it right now. Jesus. A little ticker.
The banner.
That's right. Okay, add banner. There we go.
Nice.
You want to start?
Yeah, why not?
With the Bitcoin. I wish President Trump was here.
Soon, actually. It's crazy how quick it's gonna come. I'll reshare. It was sharing it, but I'll just do it again. Let me do this one.
Boom.
Imagine if we could get Trump on the show. We could all have fun with our Bitcoins together.
With our Bitcoins. Oh.
All right. Well, let me turn this off real quick. I'll mention this later. So I'm going to start on tether dominance. It's something we've been talking about. We're finally getting follow through. It's always exciting when, we're going through a week or two of just saying the same thing. You feel insane, but then you finally get follow through on these setups. And that's why patience is just so important for trading, because things don't happen when you want them to. And so currently, right now, we see here, it was actually pretty nice. You would have actually, if we go to the daily first on tether dominance, you would have been already pretty bullish on Bitcoin, considering the fact that we fully lost that daily SMA 200 on October 28th. That would have been your trigger to then start longing, in my opinion. That's something I was watching. And then we see the dump from there. It's a pretty big level on this SMA 200. It's something we've been talking about on stream for a while. Big moves come once we lose it. Big moves happen once we reclaim it. And so currently, we basically are now under it. And so that's putting tether in bear market territory while we're getting that volatility expansion now, telling me that this move, this breakdown is fresh and it's just starting, which is very, very nice to see. Because for me now, I have a nice 4.69% on tether dominance. And if we view this on the 2-day, and I throw the HBDR on the 2-day, it makes sense. We should have gotten some bounce right at that 5%. It's a nice psychological number, and that's something we were mentioning on the Discord. But I don't think it's going to stop there personally, especially with how the daily is expanding and firing off. I do think that we're going to at least find some kind of major bounce right at 4.69%. That should be the area where, at least we should get a bounce, and maybe that's when we actually retest the SMA 200. Really simple to me. People often with these really green dildos on Bitcoin, things are going up, we're bullish, kind of forget, this could easily happen where we come down and then we bigly pump, everyone gets bearish again on Bitcoin, the SMA 200 grinds up, matches with the meme line, we actually retest it, and boom. And at this point, people often forget that this usually is what happens, and so that's why I'm being really aware to the fact that this could happen. But as it stands now, tether dominance is bearish. We should keep seeing volatility expand after it was at 2 days of extreme volatility, low volatility essentially. So 4.69 is the next area. From that point now, that still gives us a nice 7% roughly. Viewing this now on a weekly, the weekly's closing in 4 days. This will be kind of key. We just want to get any closure back under 5.24% in the 2 week. And also the weekly is also expanding on the weekly. We weren't as low as like on the daily. We went to 9%, but still, it's still expanding volatility, just giving me more confidence that this move is real and it's happening. The 2 weeks looking glorious. It's actually looking so bad right now, and I say that because we just have this massive rejection candle leading to a massive bearish retest now giving us a disgusting candle where the wick body's at the head, and the wick essentially is here, giving us this full grown body where we essentially can just exacerbate this move down. It's a very bearish candle. It doesn't, this candle to me doesn't tell me that Tether is going to reverse to the upside. It's very much like the candle we got here that then led to more downside. The only issues from this point, we still had the EMA 100 on the 2-week as hopium. Here, we're now full on rejecting it. And if you can just view the 2-week, we just kind of have a magnet to that SMA 200. I do think that this will obviously line up with my 3.79%, telling me, yeah, we'll probably get a bounce at 4.69%. We'll probably go and flip that SMA 200 on the daily into resistance like I just showed. And then that's probably what's going to move us more down to that 3.8%, especially when we know the 2-week, just like the weeklies, it's still coming down and contracting, and this one's not firing off. And this can keep going down. And it'd be interesting to see if it does hit extreme lows, something that's never happened on Tether dominance, just giving us more of that bias that, yeah, crypto's about to move in a way that we probably all haven't seen it, do in a very, very long time. Lastly, the monthly's closing in 1 day. And again, just beautiful monthly rejection. This is exactly the kind of candles you'd want to see if you're very bearish on Tether. It's just very welcoming to see this finally break down. If viewing it on the 2-day, you just felt in this zone here, it's just making me feel insane. Reclaiming the SMA, the 2-day SMA 200, falling, reclaiming it, falling, holding this zone, and then finally we rejected it. The rejection came after we finally cleanly rejected that SMA 200, not reclaimed it. We reclaimed it, lost it, bearish retest, rejected. And so for now, Tether dominance still looks like it's going to 4.69%. And that is something I'm viewing. I do think we can get a bounce at that 5%. That's something we already got. And so, I just want to see continuation, which probably happens once this 2-day closes. Now going to Bitcoin, I want to start with CME, because what did we get on CME? Well, we essentially, on that big dump down, it's essentially, it always retests. Bitcoin loves retests. Why? Because it usually just smokes longs and shorts, and it makes it hard to trade, right? If we just, after breaking here, went up only, it'd be too easy. So we, of course, had to stop, dump, retest here, and then resume up. And again, it just points in the fact of patience is really key here. So essentially, we had that bullish retest. This is a bullish retest. We're in a steady uptrend on the 2-day. And it made sense to see some kind of pullback. That 74,500 is pretty massive level. And we're basically at the point now where we're hitting almost all-time highs on CME. And so it obviously makes sense. There's obviously, liquidity, there's shorts, there's people trying to sell their Bitcoin at the all-time high. It makes sense to get some kind of pullback. I don't think that we're going to stop, though. Personally, I think that this move is just beginning. And I'm saying that based on this. We had this weekly volatility setup, just like Tether dominance, giving us a setup on the daily and it's weekly firing to the downside. CME is actually giving us a weekly setup to the upside. We see it's freshly crossed. It's now at 25%. It was at extreme low volatilities for a very long time. This is actually, if we view the weekly, from the data we have, this is the lowest volatility we've ever had on the weekly. And so getting this expansion here is telling me that, yeah, this is very, very fresh, new, and I don't see why we would keep stopping. I do think we can easily get some breathing room here. But personally, Bitcoin's giving me the vibe where, just like in the Hamas setup here, we just essentially just went up only. We literally, went down, retested, boom, slingshotted up. And I do think that's potentially what we're dealing with now, where you guys look really closely on these 2-day candles, didn't really get any pullbacks. And so that's kind of the area we're in after the retest. We're just green. We're now at major resistance. But if CME starts actually reclaiming 74,535, then there's really nothing stopping us from testing that 80K level. An area me and Farn both have been talking about for a long time. Me and Farn have actually just been waiting for 80K all year. So it's exciting to see that could happen. And it could actually get confirmed. If we get a 5-day closure, especially back above 74,700 on CME, which is closing 2-day, then yeah, we get a move to that 80%. This will move, but that's right around 80K. just again lines up with what I'm saying, lines up with what I'm seeing with volatility, and it just again tells me that we're probably not going to stop. And I do think just something like when we got this dump here that, and even here, I was cautious of the fact that we could go to 63,300. Do think a lot of people are now just sidelined. They're not in Bitcoin, and they're hoping that we get a pullback. But, it's like you have to really ask yourself, before I talk about the HVDR, let's say we do get a pullback. You really wouldn't want it like a super deep one from here. I mean, you could go down to here, maybe test the 21 and then go up. But, if we fall back into this range and then go down, that wouldn't look good to me. It looked like an S&P. So, this is going to be an area where we want to see it reclaimed. We see the bands on the 5 days. We're now above the 50%. We're actually leaving the blue zone. We know big moves happen once we do lose the blue. Once we leave the blue zone, essentially, just like here in February. And so that's kind of what we're getting, while also getting supported not only on the weekly volatility, but also on a 5 day, which is crazy because this is a 100% probability of a 30 to 35% move once expansion at 15%. So if we just quickly did that real fast right here at like 71,200, we start expanding, we put just even a 30% move. Again, lines up perfectly right around, the 90%. I don't think we'll hit 93,000, but still, I mean, 30% on average move. Maybe we don't take it that much. But again, with the weekly as low, with the lowest volatility ever, it's really hard to be conservative with this. But let's just say we move 20% from there. It perfectly almost line up with, that 80K range. We definitely hit 80,000. And then we'll have to reassess from there. But it's kind of what we're dealing with right now. And when we're getting a 5 day firing off that gives us a 35% move, we're getting a weekly with the lowest volatility readings ever on CME on Bitcoin. And it's even lower than, when we bigly pumped in October. You have to keep that in mind. Like we had one session of low, 0 readings. We came down, wasn't 0. We expanded. That expansion gave us a very, very, very nice move. What will be the move when this really starts moving on this many sessions of 0 volatility? It's like almost like a ball underwater. Once you release it, it just springs up. So that's what CME, and it lines up exactly with what we saw with tether dominance, right? Just a simple breakdown to these massive ranges, especially on the weekly. It's very evident that 4.69% is probably going to happen and come. What I wouldn't want to see on tether dominance is basically that SMA 200 to get reclaimed again on the daily. I'll bring that back up. So I'll mention the invalidation on Bitcoin. I don't want to see this SMA 200 on tether dominance get reclaimed. Then something like that. If we lost it, we reclaimed it. We then dumped on Bitcoin. We retested the EMA 100. If we end up reclaiming that, we're now reclaiming the 9, the SMA 200, and then we're probably going to have to look at that 5.4%. But as long as we're below it, and CME is not even full on rejecting the all-time highs, it's just kind of consolidating. It's telling me that we could just end up bull flagging on the daily and then going up. And so that's on CME. It's looking good. It's looking primed. Would make sense. You should never be long all-time highs on CME. That just doesn't make sense. If you're, I missed the move, but I might want to get long. Well, there's 2 scenarios I'm watching for. And I'll talk about this on Bitcoin spot, but for CME, we start reclaiming the zone. We start flipping the all-time highs into support. That's a simple trigger. Because where you're wrong. If we start losing it, and I do think we get expansion from there. But I'm more in the camp that, I was hoping that on USD, Bitcoin USTD, I was hoping that we'd get this kind of scenario. It's more evident, like if we go and view it on a 10-hour, like maybe we dump down to 70,000, we pump back up, go to 73,500, and then dump to 69K. I'm unsure if this is actually going to play out. This for now is the hopium scenario. And the hopium scenario, because we really could just keep breaking out. But regardless, I like easy trades. So I'm still holding on hope that this will happen. And it's really easy to understand if this won't happen, which is if we start reclaiming that $73,800 level, just like on CME, we start flipping the all-time highs into support. You're saying smile, Andrew?
You guys ready to hear something really funny?
Sure. Yeah.
So Bitcoin went up, basically tapped all-time highs, went all the way up to 73, like almost 73.6. Ethereum still below 3K. What a piece of shit.
Listen, it just gave us some money. Leave Ethereum alone and Vitalik and his massive
Leave Ethereum alone.
Leave Ethereum alone. He doesn't done anything to you. Ethereum is going to be the new Cardano. If they don't do something, Ethereum will become the new Cardano. And that's where everyone will remain a virgin forever and share their wife.
That chair in the corner of the hotel room is eventually going to be for Ethereum holders.
It's got the Cardano reserved by Cardano holders on it, but right now they have a little piece of paper covering a little surprise. They say that when you take that piece out, you can see ETH already there, but it hasn't been confirmed.
Did you hear about that deal that Jesus made with every single hotel room to keep his book in the nightstand? Vitalik is making that deal with every single hotel room to brand those chairs.
By the way, what a brilliant salesman Jesus was, selling his Bible that many times to hotels before they even existed.
So he sold his book to every single hotel in the world.
I mean, he even figured out back in the day, I don't know how much you know about Jesus, but that dude in the past, he figured people can have free water, but they cannot have free wine. So he turned water into wine and then charged everyone $100 per glass.
It became
so much money.
He did it.
The beginning of hotel restaurants charging you up the ass for alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
He did it at a wedding when they had no wine either, so they had no supply, so they had to go through him.
They had to go through Jesus. Yeah, that's why Jesus is the biggest Bitcoin holder. Everybody knows that. Hang on, I have a question for you, Alex.
Sure.
Before you finish, because people, someone right here. Let me just share, and I'll go back to your screen 1 second. Can you guys see this? No, 1 second. All righty. So right here on Elite Trading Academy, my guy is asking, how do you guys think the elections will affect Bitcoin November 5th? Buy the rumor, sell the news, or to the moon, never look back. Now, this is obviously subjective approach.
I think it's going to dump by the way, no matter who wins.
For him. Okay, so let's debate this. What do you think is going to happen?
I think it's going to dump either way, no matter who wins.
Alex?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm unsure personally. I don't think Trump winning will be bullish in the short term. Some of the fact, just because of how much he's talking about how he wants to kind of fire Jerome Powell, dismantle the Federal Reserve, yada, yada, yada. I love that idea, but I just think markets are so in tune with the Fed right now, as they've been, as they always are, that could act as a black swan. It's very like uncertainty causes that. Who's going to replace him? What's going to be, what does that mean for the future? But overall, I think markets will dump during the election. I think that week will be pretty choppy. I wouldn't expect much, and that could play into maybe Bitcoin, maybe breaking out and then just basing here during the election. But that's kind of it. I'm too young really to understand or backtrack it. All I can say is markets dumped when Biden went into office. I think that first week. No, they pumped actually, because I was thinking they were going to dump, and then they end up pumping. And I think so. I don't know. I really wouldn't be surprised though. Buy the rumor, sell the news, especially with like Trump's media group. And so I was telling my mom yesterday, if you're holding his stock, it's up 200% this month. I probably, if I was holding that, would get out before the election. Luckily, Trump's been talking too much about Bitcoin since he went to that Bitcoin conference. But is the crypto president. He has a shit coin, so I have no idea. But in the long run, I do think it'll be bullish for Bitcoin. But like Farin said, I don't think whoever wins, I think will just dump markets regardless.
Are you guys going to be trading the election? And by that I mean, are you like, if you're in a position right now, are you going to close it before or not? Because I think that's what's important also for people.
I would try to not be in anything right before an event-driven thing like the election.
Okay. It all depends. So like if I'm still long at 65.6, I would definitely set my stop loss. I tighten stops and tighten risk, of course. Now if I'm long at 73,000 based on this thesis here, and the election's just about to happen, and I'm holding along, would I probably want to do that? Probably not. It's kind of aggressive. I'd rather let this shit dry. But if I'm in a nice extremity at 65.6 and holding that, I'll just set my stop to no risk at that point, because why not? Because there is no guarantee we are going to dump from there. It's just all speculation. But that's all we do is speculate. Who knows?
That's right.
So I don't know, but good question overall. I'm pretty bullish on Bitcoin. I do think that when we're getting these major setups, across the board, like a 2 week even, You know, and I like the 2 week on spot more. You know, we just really have to be, or is it this one? Yeah, we really have to just be mindful that we're dealing in an environment that hasn't happened a lot in Bitcoin. And so what we're all used to, which is this chop, this is ending, you know, and so it's going to be very key to like be quick to trend change. And that's why it was important to really be mindful of the fact that once that weekly started flipping trend, you know, I just didn't feel comfortable shorting. I have a chart that shows it. I think it's here. Yeah, it's just showing all the lower highs. Once we broke that last lower high here, you know, here even trend flipped, and so now, I mean, that would have been my metric to be on higher low watch, which then tied in with the back test to CME. You know, and so overall, we're in an environment that we all haven't seen in a very long time, or possibly never. And I say that just because of where volatility is on some of these setups. It's pretty insane to me because, you know, we're at 70,000 Bitcoin with a 5-day firing off. Usually that fires off like a lot, like when Bitcoin's a lot cheaper in my experience. So the fact that we're getting that 5-day firing off, the weekly firing off on CME, you know, we're having a 2 week starting to brew here. It's really looking like Bitcoin easily could test 80,000, if not 100,000, which is, you know, crazy to me. I know George just got a crypto tear in his eye, but
he got a crypto boner. That's what he got.
he did. Yeah, there you go. So that's kind of what I'm watching on Bitcoin. Two scenarios now. We're not going to long right here because that would just be stupid. The easy trade again is this. I do think that can happen once the 5-day closes. Ideally, not the 3 to the 5-day. If the 5-day ends up not closing or making all-time highs, or not even closing back above 73,800, I do think we can open on a 5-day down. And it'd make a lot of sense. This was a major level on Bitcoin. 2021 market cycle high is always a big level for Bitcoin, and it's something we all were talking about pretty heavily. You know,
let me ask you something. Why not short the extremity? And by that I mean, if you're gonna get back, like, let me share my chart real quick, and we'll get back to yours.
Yeah.
But like, for example, right here. Oh no, let me just fucking get rid of all the noise. You're looking at this. This is the daily. You saw that right here, price went back in here. It didn't really hit the line. But if you would have made a short, you could have gotten like a couple $1,000 with a nice leverage. That's a pretty good profit that you could take. And we see that every single time you get to extremes, kind of like all-time highs, it kind of does it for a few days and then goes back down and then goes back up before it can create really a breakout. Wouldn't it be a great bet to just like stay right here on 73,737 and then just say, invalidate me with anything above that you're willing to lose? Like, it's kind of like like, yeah, while I understand that price is favoring an uptrend, this is a chance of a rip, and then you mitigate your risk, no?
Yeah, no, I mean, so this is something I talked on Discord. We are at the point now in the chart where you shouldn't be on long watch. We're technically on easy short watch, but I'm not shorting this. I know Farn gave a short on Discord, and it is logical because we are at the extreme levels of price where we're right about to make all-time highs. So you know where you're wrong. If you start shorting 73,800, you know, even just like a hourly reclaim of that, I would cut the short. The difference is from here, if we start looking at volatility on the 5-day, you know, where was volatility when we were at this point? It was basically at extremes. Even when, you know, that's the difference. Is right now the setup is so fresh on the 5-day and now expanding that it really seems like this is the hopium scenario, because and usually I'm pretty bearish and I'm pretty brick to short, but it's something I talked about too last stream, where during this entire rally up, we just constantly trapped shorts, constantly. It was almost just not even worth trying to short these moves, because it would just like go down. Let's see, from wick down, you'd think, okay, cool, I short the top, or I'm printing 4%. If you don't take profits in one day, you get stopped out, or you get stopped and you lose all your profits.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm more on like, yes, of course, the shorting here is easy. It's super easy because you know exactly where you're wrong. And if you even taken a short at this high, you would have been green. But I don't think it's going to be that easy just based off the volatility setups we're getting, based on how tether dominance is freshly lost at SMA 200, and even starting to front run the test. Maybe if we rallied into it, I could see maybe 69K hitting, but there's just really nothing but air. And what was it? Was it the 5-day about to lose the blue zone on tether dominance? No, it might have been the 2-day. Let me find that out real quick. Or daily maybe. Yeah, so this is telling me like this move is still fresh, and like once we lose the blue zone, that's when big moves happen. So my bias is still, of course, be cautious here. Don't, I wouldn't be max longing here, but I'd be very, very, very like at least in the mindset that if we end up reclaiming this, then this literally could just be the simple trigger to go long. I'm not longing it. I'm not giving any triggers to long. I am still on the camp that this will play out. And if you're still on that camp with me, then yeah, shorting here would make a lot of sense. Having a stop right around like even 74,200, we just don't want all-time highs to break. So if you have a stop right around there, or even an hourly reclaim of this all-time high, cut short. But you would then target 69K, and it could be an easy trade where you short the top. You milk a few percentages down from that point. It's 6.5%, then you go long here. I love those kind of trades, but it's just really systematic. You have to be really aware of everything if you're doing that. For me, if you're not like experienced in shorting, your best bet is to wait for the easy long, which will come at 69K, which for me now could happen. We'll see where this EMA 9 on the 5-day moves up, but as long as this 5-day still hasn't broken this, there's a chance of us easily coming down and retesting that 69K. And we know even from that scenario you talked about, rallies up, came down, and then we dumped. But now, we just flirted with that 69K. That's what I'm trying to show you here. We easily can go up to 73s, come down. We're at a sell zone, but it's impressive to see bears really haven't been able to push us down. And if we go to even lower time frames, Bitcoin is still looking good even on a 4-hour. It just basically went, and this is literally the playbook that happened in 2023. People would then front run on this like shooting star, evening star. Oh, we're at the top. This is an easy short. Get short. We go up to the 9. You don't want to close your short, and then we just slingshot from there. It's very much like here. What happened right at resistance at this 2021? We made a disgusting 4-hour rejection candle. Seemed like we were probably going to come back down a little bit. And then that's what trapped shorts, and we slingshot higher. That's why I'm very aware of these environments, because when these 5-days start setting off, and Farhan knows this, and he can contest this, when this 5-day starts really firing off like it is on CME, it's, pullbacks aren't really a thing when that's happening, especially when we're just at 17%. And that's why I'm still going to be on the camp that this 69K retest will be an opportunity to go long before 80,000. I do believe that. And essentially what I'd want is 69K. We'd take the Tuesday low. That's still a valid stop loss to me. I wouldn't want to see that get lost. And then so I'm watching entry there for possibly 80,000. But my opening longs at this point, no. And you'd have to be really aware of that this is the rejection point. Even if volatility is expanding and everything's looking good, things can still happen. We can still reject. But I'm just more on the side that that's definitely not going to happen. Not definitely. I don't want to say that, because then I'll get clipped. But it's statistically not likely, and it's just like when, yeah, you can't have real wrong saying that, right? Just like here, when everyone was saying 65.3, 60, even 64Ks. This was pretty shallow. This got pretty much everyone bearish again. This was just another higher low, and then we launched up. So I'd just be watching for the same kind of thing, something like here, and then boom. Just like here it was. Boom. So that's all I have on Bitcoin. It's looking quite good.
And by the way, it would have been me clipping you.
It would have been what?
It would have been me clipping that audio too.
Yeah.
That's what good friends are for. To remind you what a piece of shit, fucking useless garbage can you are. Kind of like, like Joe Biden telling everyone that voted for Trump, or he's voting for Trump.
we had a group chat of me and all the guys that met up on solemnwondering.com, and I got a screenshot of every one of them saying something that looks gay.
Wow, good. Hey, good to know for our group chat. Now I know what never to send.
So looking at Bitcoin dominance, because Farhan mentioned, well, he still looks as terrible compared to Bitcoin. And you're right. And that's something we've been noting, like on ETH, the weekly was heavily sold down compared to Bitcoin. We even on that dump lost that EMA 100 on the weekly, while Bitcoin didn't even test it. If it wants to load right here, didn't even test it. And so, yeah, ETH a lot more weaker than Bitcoin. That's all I'll say on that. We do see the weekly held the EMA 100, but why I'm saying that is because Bitcoin dominance is still looking great. I'm very curious to see where this 2-day closes and where we bounce from. But as for now, we did reclaim that 59.7%. So this would be good to close above that. I'm getting another move to 62%, which again just could line up with Bitcoin breaking out and actually going to 80K. Where would Bitcoin dominance be once we actually do go to 62.5%, area we haven't even gone up to since 2021? That's very interesting to me. So that's kind of what we're getting with volatility supporting it, especially on the higher times. Even like the 5-day we see, this is just fresh. We easily go to 15% here. We just want to go real quick, like there, boom. We're now just starting to expand. So, I mean, if we start putting all the shit pieces together, we're having tether dominance breakdown. It's looking quite bearish, and I have nothing but air until 4.69%. We're getting basically a Bitcoin weekly firing off, which hasn't happened in a very long time. And this still is fresh, and it's freshly now firing off, which is telling me that this move is just happening. The difference when we hit 73,000 here in March was, well, where was volatility at? Where's volatility at here? We're basically at the same level as volatility was at, right around this zone before we slingshot 43%. So there's that. We know that the 2-week on spot is still giving us another setup as well. So we're getting a 5-day, a daily, and a weekly, and now a 2-week setup, which still hasn't fired off. I was telling Farn, how funny would it be if Bitcoin went up to like 80,000 and then this started to fire off when we started to roll over? That would be kind of funny to me. I don't know if that will happen, but that's just funny. So we have that as well. And then on CME, we know that this 5-day is very fresh. The weekly is about to fire off, but this 5-day is firing off, and it's giving us 100% measured move of 30 to 35%. So that's why I'm more in the camp. Be cautious at 69K. If we get that, that's a literal opportunity. I'm going to be pretty long from there. I don't think it'll be easy as we bounce from 69K exactly. Watch like 68.8, 68.9, basically that daily 9. If we go up and tap it, I think entries there will be smart. We just see visually, this has been a big area. And every time we break above it, we always do retest it. The issue is we don't hold it. If we end up holding it, it's going to be your trigger that, okay, the probably downside's done. And we're most likely going to go to 80,000. Confirmed once we reclaim 73,800. But as it stands, it's looking great. Nothing's telling me that we have to pull back from here other than an all-time high. But that can often act as traps because shorts think they're getting the easy short trade. Just based on what even Alejandro just said, it's an easy extremity short. It seems so simple. People don't have their stop set, and then they end up feeling as higher. Bitcoin's looking good. When volatility is expanding like this, and we have all these setups firing off, it's always wise to just be aware of that. Never FOMO long, but just understand, you're probably not going to get a deep pullback like here. Going back to 63,000 too long. It would start breaking the uptrend structure, especially on the 2-day. Easily could happen, but I just still think this, maybe a little down like that, and then up will be it. Assuming we don't just bust up before this 5-day today. We easily could do that today, but that's kind of all I have. Bitcoin's looking great.
It is. She is. All right. Salamis is going for to the price that I wanted to go to. Farhan, you want to share your fucking chart?
Yes, sir. The guys on Discord were tagging me because one of my shitcoins was going up, asking if it was stopped out, and I was like, "No, sir. Stop loss is $2.40. Closed at $2.298 something cents."
Wait, what was the stop loss?
2.398, and it was $2.4.
No.
So it didn't stop out, and look at the reaction afterwards.
That's phenomenal. I'll look at it right now.
Yeah, Solana for me too is approaching a pretty important zone, Alejandro. That's a good note. Keep watching.
It's getting tasty with a simple validation.
That's why we don't front run the stop losses, friends.
That's right. Absolutely never do that. I learned my lesson big time. Big time.
So everybody in this is now once again in the green.
Good. They were liquidating themselves. That I was a professional at first when we started when I started trading futures of like, no, this is definitely gonna hit my stop loss. And I would move it, get stumped out, and then the price never hit it. I was like, great, that's fucking awesome.
If
So
Bitcoin
yeah.
hits $100,000, I'll liquidate myself in a different way.
Oh, I'll liquidate myself all over this table.
just
That's how I
like
do.
Randy when he found that one computer at that place where there's only one computer. Didn't turn
Yeah,
it
that's
back.
right. In California.
But he liquidated himself all over the entire room.
And then became extra famous for it.
That's the funniest show of all time.
I know.
We're currently brushing right up against that bottom 38.2%, which is right around $74,000. The price is currently 72. If we do get a monthly close over this, our statistical probability becomes hitting the median. And as of this moment, the median sits at $113,746, which is a number that you should keep in mind. 113,746. Now let's check the CME. CME is currently over. Oh shit! I moved my meme line. CME is currently over this bottom 38.2% by a decent amount. That currently is at $67,350. Where price is about $5,000 over that right now. And if we do close over that, our two probabilities become one, the median, and the top second, the top 38.2%. What makes me think it's going to be this top 38.2% is because of how low volatility is. Volatility is only sitting at 31% right now. So we have a lot more room to go. Volatility can literally triple from where it is right now and still not be topped out. Makes me think the top 38.2% becomes our easy target. And that one is currently 110,590, just below our target of $113,000 from spot. Now let's go to quarterly on CME, and CME quarterly is also giving us the same basic target, where quarterly is coming from extremely low volatility, currently at same 29% on the oscillator, and the moving average at 10% volatility, which is extreme level. So we can easily go towards this top 38.2% on the quarterly as well. And what number is 38.2% quarterly? Same number, 110,800, right around $113,000 that we got from spot. The weekly on spot is currently has two closes over the median, and it's making its way towards this top 38.2%, which is at 76,111. But volatility is expanding from such low areas. It was at little 0%. Now it's at 28%. That we probably go beyond the 38.2% and probably go somewhere between the 50% and the 61.8%, which right before we find our next local top. And that is somewhere between $81,000 and $88,500 before we find that next local top. And I'm pretty sure that lines up with CME as well. If we go to the monthly median on CME currently is at right at $88,500, and CME has a premium over spot price action of close to $1,000 right now, I believe. 72,775, yeah, about $700 above spot price action. So if this were to go to 88.5, spot price would be at somewhere around 87.8. And that would be 87.8 would be just around our current 61.8%, which is at 88.6. It's about like $900 or $800 higher than our current 61.8. 5-day I believe is getting a setup, but it's on a different chart. And it's coinciding with our HPDR too, because on the 5-day we're about to close over the 50% on the HPDR. Usually whenever that happens, we hit the 95%. And right now the 95% is very, very high on price. It's about $106,387. And it takes a good minute for it to play out though. It takes about, this was January of 24, March, like solid 2 months for it to play out. 2.5 months. Our CME on 5 days about to enter the bullish critical zone on the HPDR momentum, and the volatility is expanding to support it. Jewel is now crossing above the pink, and it's about to enter the bullish control zone. Looking very strong all across. 2-day is currently projecting to 78.6%, but we're still over this little pink meme line. And momentum is breaking sharply into the bullish critical zone, and volatility is expanding very strongly as well. And Jewel is giving a nice sign where it's starting to flip up right at the bullish control zone, and it's rejecting being kicked out of the bullish control zone. And now the pink has crossed over the yellow, so it's giving a very strong Jewel signal on the 2-day. Daily right now is giving us a little bit of an idea of a pullback. We're at very extreme areas on the HPDR momentum. We're about to enter the bullish control zone. Volatility is still up for the time being, but the HPDR momentum is not as strongly pointed up anymore. It's a little curved. So at this area, if we do lose this bottom 38.2%, which is currently at 71,320, this is going to start curving down, and we're going to have to target our middle zone. But as right now, it's still slightly curved to the upside. As long as we keep this top 38.2%, we should consolidate at this point and not really go any lower. But if we lose that, then we're probably going to go a little bit lower, probably down towards this median, which as of this moment is at 68,200. That would be a very nice and welcome pullback after tapping current all-time highs, go a little bit under 70, a little bit under 69, make everyone think that the top, that the cycle top is in, and then just blast from 69 to like 85 or 88 would be very nice to see. And the daily Jewel is starting to curve back around as well within the bullish control zone. And now we're getting from white to that light blue cyan buy color. Sounds like somebody's doing construction.
Yeah.
Sounds like
No idea what the hell.
I think someone next door is doing construction or some shit. Or they're having very, very aggressive intercourse.
Yeah, or that.
That'd be incredible.
That loud? Like, goddamn, sir.
Poor
It's
woman.
like, what a pounding you're giving that lady, sir. Yeah, boys. All right,
Like,
I
sir.
entered. I entered. I'm entering in 3 times a Solana long, just so you guys know. I just did my first one.
Okay.
So in
5x.
3/3.
Yeah, I think 72 to 69 is a good place to long.
Yeah. Yep. All right.
We have a few sips of this delicious black elixir, which some people call coffee.
Mm. So what you're saying, guys, is that Bitcoin is going to make us billionaires, and we should already quit our
Billionaires?
jobs.
Why so bearish? Billionaires. Elon Musk is going to be a Google
quadrillionaire.
flexionaire.
That's some word that no one even knows.
It's apparently the biggest number known to man. It's a Googleplex.
Googleplex?
Yeah,
Well, that's what Google is. Yeah.
There's so many zeros that it takes like an entire book to write the amount of zeros.
Damn. I bet AI can do it faster.
AI can do it in less than a second. I remember back when I was younger and I used to hate the taste of black coffee.
Same.
What a little bitch. Just like when I used to hate the taste of alcohol. Now I'd be sipping that whiskey straight.
I know. I remember with I don't want to. Well, with my uncle, no one's gonna know who the fuck my uncle is. Giving us beer when I was like 12 years old. I was like, "This is fucking disgusting, dude." And now look at me, an alcoholic.
Now, if you go to the carne asada like they have here in Mexico, they just use them as an excuse to get drunk until 4 a.m. It's my 2-year niece's 3rd birthday. Let's get drunk as fuck. Break out the Modelos, fool.
That's what we do, son. That's what we do.
I love Mexico so much.
Same.
So on the quarterly right now, our momentum is very, very strongly to the upside, and we're about to break into the bullish critical zone. And we're going to do that as long as price is over $36,300. That's currently like half of what price action is right now. If you were to double 36, that takes us to 72. So basically, we're double what that momentum pivot is. Whenever we enter the bullish critical zone, see when the last time is. We have never been in the bullish critical zone in the entire history of this asset on stochastic momentum. That's wild.
What?
And every single top that we've been making on Bitcoin every cycle, we've been making lower highs in terms of our volatility. Now we just made a lower low on volatility, so we're getting volatility expansion from the lowest it's ever been. We've never had expansion from this low on volatility in Bitcoin history, where we've been all the way down.
Let me ask you, because you're looking at a 3-month, it's a quarterly candle, it's a quarterly chart that you're looking at altogether. And you look at the US 30-year note, and you're seeing how high it wants to go, right? Like in whatever, however long it's going to take it. But that tells you there's going to be a fuck ton of monetary debasement, right? Or slash inflation, however you want to call it, or devaluation. Yeah. Wouldn't that make sense with what you're seeing in Bitcoin?
Yeah, because right now you're seeing a sign that Bitcoin is about to have a very explosive move to the upside.
Yeah,
because we're entering higher levels than we've ever had in our stochastic momentum, and we're expanding from lower levels in volatility than we've ever had before either.
That's fucking wild.
So this setup could take us back towards that 100% in volatility and break this downtrend where every single cycle we made lower highs. But that would mean that we're about to have gains on the level that we had on like a cycle from here. We went from 5 all the way to 60s, and that would take Bitcoin into the deep 6 digits.
Yeah, that would be insane. that would be fucking monstrous.
If we have the same move like 2020, that would take Bitcoin over $1 million. I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because then you do it times 7.
Yeah, so that would be from here. No, it was lower.
They would be $500,000.
Turn the magnet back on. That's a move of 1,678%.
God damn. That never mind. Yes, because I only
did
it. I
that's over $1 million.
Yeah, that would be crazy. Whoever's getting clapped by Alex's window, that lady, her ass must be fucking red sore.
This is why we're a sausage party.
Exactly. There's no lady watching this going like, yeah, that was an awesome live.
Nice line, Alejandro. I really laughed at that. Yeah, that's like $1.2 million.
Yeah, that would be insane.
Isn't it so weird how they don't find it funny? They just slap you instead.
Story of my life.
It's like that scene from Scarface, and he's like, Chico, the women in this country only understand one thing, and he goes, what's that? And he does the thing with his tongue.
Yeah. Story laughed so hard, I was so random.
And then he's about to go do it, and then Tony Montana goes to the kids and he's like, look, watch that.
Yeah.
And he gets slapped.
Fucking classic.
So monthly volatility is currently contracting, and we've been contracting ever since we put in our current all-time highs in March. And now we're about to drop below 15% again, and we're about to get up a monthly setup. And not only are we getting a monthly setup that's about to happen, we have 1 day and 9 hours to go. We're about to flip back up and maintain the bullish critical zone, and we will flip up on momentum as long as price is above 65,869. Very nice. But to be safe, let's say $65,900. That will turn momentum back up, and volatility will start expanding back below 15%. So that gives us a roughly 85%. That's on the weekly. So we should get even a higher probability than this. I haven't back tested the monthly, so I'm going to apply the weekly statistics, but they're going to be higher probability. For the weekly, it's about 85% chance of a 30 to 35% move in terms of stochastic momentum. So if we apply 35% to 65 or to where we are right now, that takes
us another $20,000.
Yeah, roughly it's going to be like 90,000, I believe. Yeah, that takes us to on a minimum move on the average to 94,000, and then to somewhere around 97,000. So let's say 94 to 97,000 is going to be the average move once that fire off. And that is realistic considering volatility is going to be extremely low, and we're going to be bouncing at the bullish critical zone. Weekly, I believe, is already firing off. Yeah, because weekly dropped below the 15%, and now it's expanding again. It's currently at 23%, and momentum is going to be to the upside as long as price is above 67,350. And if we were to apply that on the weekly, we started expanding right here after this candle. That takes us to about $90,000 to $93,000 on the average move. So that 93,000 number keeps coming back up. 5 days also giving us a setup. We dropped below 15%. Now we're expanding again, and momentum is up as long as we're above 65,650. So if we take that expansion from here, that takes us to about $88,000, which is our median on CME for the monthly, to $91,000. So it doesn't make that 88 to 90, 91, 92,000, maybe 93,000 is a very significant target, because that would be tapping the monthly median on CME. And then from there, we could possibly get that rejection, and then maybe volatility starts expanding to the downside, like Alex was saying. And then we can get a very, very aggressive move from 91, 92, maybe 93, all the way down to 70,000, maybe 68,000. And then everybody would think the 100,000 is not going to happen. Cycle top is in, and then we can get a very a big God candle from 68, 69, all the way up to maybe 95 or 100.
That'd be fucking swell.
2 days is going to flip back up as long as we close over 73,000 basically. So we have about 8.5 hours to go. If we close today over 73,000, it'll flip back up. If we don't, then tomorrow we're going to be at the edge of the bullish critical zone, and then from there we very likely flip up, and this number is probably going to come down. But today, if we flip over 73,000, then it's going to be even more of a strength signal. And daily is currently expanding from 2 periods of zero volatility. We're at 30% on volatility, and we're flipping back up and regaining the bullish critical zone. And we're going to flip up on momentum as long as we're above $71,000. So basically, every single high time frame is telling me that we're going to make continuation to the upside. The medium time frames are telling me a little bit of consolidation, and the daily is still saying that the consolidation phase is probably over, and that we should expect our continuation sometime soon to flip up our medium term time frames to line up with our higher ones, and that we should be expecting somewhere around 88 to low 90s based off of the CME median and the setups that we have on the 5-day and the weekly on CME and spot price action.
Makes total sense. Okay. Alex, I got Enphase for you and XRP for you, Farhan.
Cool. Nice. Beautiful.
Beautiful shit coins.
Most beautiful shit coin I've seen in my life.
Ok. Vamos a analizar Bitcoin rápidamente para todos ustedes. Honestamente, un gran análisis que se avientan estos tíos a súper detalle, pero a fin de cuentas es un poco básico el poder resumírselos. Vamos a hablar de esto. Temporalidades de alto rango como 3 meses mensual tienen cara bastante alcista. Temporalidades a mediano, corto plazo, estamos hablando de semanal a 2 semanas, tienen cara de corrección, de consolidación lateral. Y en corto plazo, lo que tiene cara de es que se acabó la corrección y va a dar continuidad al movimiento. Y ahorita vamos a hablar de la continuidad o continuación del mismo movimiento. Ahora, estamos viendo la dominancia de Tether en el diario. Y se me hace muy importante en el diario porque teníamos esta línea en donde hemos estado haciendo mínimos más altos, pero por fin rompimos estos mínimos, creamos un mínimo más bajo y un mínimo más bajo, efectivamente rompiendo estructura hacia la baja. Y ya saben que si Tether está bajando, Bitcoin está subiendo, es el contrario. Ahora pueden ver cómo estamos literalmente siendo rechazados por todos nuestros promedios en la diaria, y esto nos va a llevar a nuestro siguiente objetivo en los 4.69% para Tether, que es el primer objetivo, y de ahí 3.78, pero lo primero es acá. Otra cosa importante es ver cómo consolidamos, cómo caímos por debajo de esta línea y justamente intentamos volver a retomarla, pero estamos teniendo este rechazo, donde antes había funcionado como soporte, ahora está funcionando como resistencia. Resistencia es cuando el precio no te quiere dejar volver a subir, soporte es cuando te apoya para continuar. Y ahorita está dándote resistencia, rechazándote y mandándote para abajo. Dominancia de Tether está en 5.07% en este momento. Y déjame checo rápidamente Y pueden ver, la volatilidad está expandiendo en la dominancia de Tether arriba del 15%. Tienes dos sesiones que cerraron con cero volatilidad y ahora tienes volatilidad yendo a extremos. Esto, cuando tienes volatilidad, y es esta cosa azul que están viendo acá, cuando tienes volatilidad empujando a la alza y tienes un movimiento a la baja, la volatilidad está apoyando este movimiento. Si el movimiento fuera a la alza, también la volatilidad lo apoyaría. Normalmente la volatilidad, si lo quieres ver así, es como lo que empuja, las turbinas que empujan al avión. Entonces, si la volatilidad se prende, las turbinas se prenden y el avión va para abajo, pues va a bajar más rápido. Y si va para arriba, va a subir más rápido. Aunque digo, no me voy a meter en aerodinámicas porque claramente soy un jefe en eso, pero el avión no podría subir si no tiene las turbinas prendidas, Alejandro. Gracias por el comentario, imbécil. Ok. Weekly. Vamos a ver la semanal para poder ponérselo en contexto. Estamos viendo lo mismo. Podemos ver cómo nos rechazaron todos los promedios importantes en la semanal también. El 9 está a punto de bajar, de tomar el 21 por abajo. Y una vez que lo haga, esto nos va a decir que va a continuar la debilidad. Y en la mensual, vamos a ver cómo se ve la mensualidad, la dominancia de Tether. Denle 50 años a mi computadora, por favor. Está pensándola. También podemos verlo acá, como tuvimos rechazo del 21, del 9, estamos literalmente sobre el 55. Y yo creo que una vez que perdamos el 4.93, vamos a ver continuación más rápida hacia este rango del 4.58%. Bitcoin, CME, rápidamente vamos a analizar CME. Lo tenemos en la mensual para que lo puedan ver claramente, checando solamente volatilidad. Pueden ver que estamos saludablemente arriba del 9, del 55, del 55 y del 21. Estamos en este canal de consolidación que rompimos a la alza y venimos a toparnos con el alto máximo del precio. Recuerden que CME es futuros de Chicago Mercantile Exchange, es donde cotizan. No es lo mismo que Spot, tiene un premium y es casi de $1,000. Spot está en 71,900 y CME está en 72,650. Ahora, esto es algo interesante de lo que estaba platicando con Alex y con Farhan, que les estaba diciendo a todos ustedes, bueno, estábamos diciéndole a todos ustedes en inglés, pero aquí está en español. Discúlpeme si entienden inglés, pero lo vamos a repetir. Le pregunté a Alex, ¿por qué no abrías un short acá, güey? Porque yo cuando vi que estábamos llegando al extremo de acá, todos conocemos la regla de que la tendencia es tu amiga y vas con la tendencia, pero al mismo tiempo estamos apostando como degenerados. Es a lo que me dedico diario haciendo estas cosas. No les estoy diciendo que ustedes también sean un degenerado como yo, pero si estoy viendo que aquí hay una clara resistencia, normalmente al precio le cuesta trabajo romper al primer toque. Y eso me hubiera dicho que pues, debí de haber abierto un short acá. Les voy a decir esto, no llegó a tocar el nivel, que es por ende que no se abrió. No llegó a tocar el nivel por dólares. O sea, estoy hablando de 10, 15 dólares, algo así fue lo que me falló. No se abrió y puedes jugar el extremo. No estás jugando un short a que esto vaya de aquí a acá, nunca lo vas a tener. Pero si este movimiento, porque $2,000 en un short, un movimiento de 2% con un 10X es un movimiento de 20%. Entonces, lo padre, y sobre todo yo creo que en la diaria es donde mejor lo puedes ver este setup. Déjame elimino esto, lo ponemos acá para que lo puedan ver mejor. Ahí está. Tienes acá este setup. Lo que haces es, abres su tío Salo. Esto es lo que el tío Salo haría, ¿ok? Fuera a abrir una posición en corta. ¿Esto es short o long? Creo que esto es short, sí. Lo va a hacer acá. Y ahora, ¿dónde está mi invalidación? Cualquier cierre en el gráfico de 1 hora por encima de esto, pero también no me voy a poner un rango loco para que me eliminen. Voy a ponerlo en 75,150. Y mi objetivo con esto sería los 69, digamos los 70,000. Entonces, tengo una posibilidad de ganar de 5.86% y de perder 90. ¿La tomaría? Sí. Sí, en un scalping trade. Pero si pierdo acá lo que mi entrada, no me importaría, no me dolería y ni tampoco voy a ponerme a pensar duro. Esto es una apuesta agresiva para quien lo esté tomando. Muy agresiva, porque el precio puede reventar a la alza e irse como loco y es lo que normalmente hace Bitcoin. Muy bien, poder eliminar a todos los valientes como de lo que les estoy diciendo. Por ahora, un setup de long en Bitcoin, lo que tendríamos que esperar es un retroceso entre los 70,000 en CME a los 72,000, en mi opinión. Eso es mínimo la primera zona de interés. Siempre el promedio de la 9, cuando tienes un cruce plateado y estás por encima de estas, es bueno hacer el bidding cada que vuelves a retocar la 9. No lo estás haciendo por ahora. Vamos rápido a Bitcoin en spot. Y pueden ver que la 9 está por ahí de los 69,387. Lo que nosotros pensamos es que Bitcoin va a ranguear tantito por acá en estos momentos. Vamos a ver un poco de este baile en esta zona y de acá probablemente tengas tu breakout. Tus oportunidades de extremos en entradas es más o menos por acá. Para todos los que tienen nuestro servicio de alertas de trading, estoy seguro que lo que estamos acá les ha llegado 30 porque las he visto todas. Y estaremos nosotros al pendiente de este trade también para ustedes en ambas extremidades. Para cualquier cosa, para contarles, nos metimos acá, la cagamos, jajaja, o nos metimos acá y nos inflamos, jajaja. Pero por ahora se ve muy bien. Todas nuestras proyecciones en absolutamente todo están abriendo básicamente en $80,000 y de $80,000 hasta los $113,000. Y no queremos llegar a tocar las grandes porque se ponen locas las predicciones y los números, ¿no? Y no son predicciones, son estadísticas y probabilidades de qué tanto nos va a tomar. Pero ahora, ¿dónde está el nivel a preguntarte qué pasaría si esto se cocina y no va como ustedes dicen? Romper esto, los 69,000 para la baja y empezar a tener cierres acá, no sería muy bueno. Y menos abajo esta línea meme. Si llega a caer el precio por acá y lo ves consolidar aquí abajo una vez más antes de continuar cayendo, esto sería malo. Pero siempre y cuando estés por acá, bastante bien en los 69. Lo que no quieres es romper acá 67 a la baja. Yo creo que eso invalidaría la idea a corto plazo del subidongo. Pero por ahora se ve muy alcista Bitcoin. Hemos visto también la dominancia con toda la fuerza del mundo. Hizo tope por acá el 60% y es tope local porque va a continuar, obviamente. Podemos ver que ha estado mucho más arriba y es algo que tiene bastante fuerza y podemos verlo en los promedios, los estirados que están. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Bitcoin trae ganas, trae fuerza. Y vamos a darle para adelante con Enphase. 1 second. Let me do Enphase in here. Well, you start, Alex. 1 second for me.
Cool. Yeah, so Enphase took a nice dump. And the issue for bulls is this closing in the day. So not a good monthly. Well, we would have been cautious on this deviation here back in September when we basically closed September under the 9. You know, that wasn't a good sign, especially after we reclaimed it. You know, I mentioned often when we do something like reclaim a monthly 9, barely, but it did, and then open into that next month losing it and closing while losing it below the 9, essentially acts as a big bull trap. And that's kind of what we got. That's why we're getting the expansion down this month. We're now at a pretty important zone. You know, for the data we have, the $73 is somewhat important for Enphase and kind of acts as like the last stand for bulls. We know that was the last major breakout point, you know, is at $73. Once it was reclaimed and held, we basically launched from it. And so losing that wouldn't be good. I don't think this monthly will lose it. So we'll have to see how this next monthly opens. Wouldn't surprise me to open red, actually hit this, and then from there, we'll see if we get some kind of bounce. We know monthly volatility on Enphase is actually the lowest it's ever been, and it's actually expanding now. We're not at 0% reads, of course, but we're still went all the way back down to around 10%. Until if we break 15%, you know, we'll get volatility confirmation while also it having the lowest volatility reads in this chart's history. The only other time this was this low essentially was right here when we essentially put in this big move. It was right here when we went up. Stupid thing. We'll just take it from this wick high rejection, 60% on conservative, to be conservative. So, now volatility is lower than that, and we're in the midst of a breakdown. If this starts expanding, I think that this is going to expand more. It's going to break us down more. I do think that as long as we're especially under that monthly EMA 100, most importantly, that monthly 9, which has been a major point of congestion for multiple months now, basically December 2023, all year we were in this like range, rejecting the 9. And now we're finally breaking it. So you would expect at least like major volatility for a yearly range break. And I'm curious to see how the monthly bands are looking. We see here with we see the bottom of the band is at $65, $64. So, obviously we're currently right around that $73 zone. It was support. Not really getting anything with the Bollinger Bands, but with volatility, it is slightly trying to expand. So we'll see if it rejects the 15% or actually breaks above it. Because that's on the monthly, and that's not good. And this is down 26% this month. So, it's definitely not looking good. If we go to the weekly here, and just like what I'm saying on the monthly, we are getting that expansion. And this weekly, as it stands, it's just going to make this probably break down harder. We see here, we basically we haven't even rejected the 9, we've been front running it. Just shows the weakness in the chart. Any rallies up to that $99, nice psychological number at $100. You even call it a range of like $100 to like $92.50 will be resistance on Enphase. This was a massive range we were in, and this $92 zone was massive support. So losing it and then rejecting from it to last week's closure, we essentially then would have to look at that as resistance. But, it's just like what I'm saying with Bitcoin, when volatility starts expanding from lows, you're usually going to get these mean reversion moves, but they're going to be pretty shallow. So like maybe something like that, where you really can't expect a big breakup because there's really nothing telling us that. And even if Enphase, let's say, decides to base here, consolidate, and we start breaking out, we still have to be really mindful of that weekly EMA 100, which is still grinding down with price, and potentially over time can actually hit it more right around that 120 zone. Just solidifying that, I guess, top of the range, I guess, resistance. But very bearish. I mean, we see the weeklies under the 9, rejected the EMA 100, and even after breaking down from it, have never tested that weekly SMA 200, which tells me that, okay, if we do get a major squeeze, that is going to be a very, very big area of resistance. I'm curious to see how the quarterly, if we're getting anything right around that 120, and we are. So we have that quarterly 9 and that 21 actually right around that 130, 128 zone. Again, telling me that any big moves up are probably going to get sold down just because of where, the higher time frames resistance are, for me at least, and the fact that the weekly is firing off and the monthly is about to fire off, telling me that honestly, this $48 zone definitely could get hit. And that's where we'd want to see at least some consolidation, something like this, maybe. We come down, we reclaim, and then we just start consolidating for a very long time, for at least a few weeks, or maybe a push back up. But as it stands, it's kind of what I'm seeing. I do think $48 to $50 is just a matter of when. And if we go, I think it was on the daily. We throw the HBDR on the daily. Let me see here. We are kind of at that, with us basically hitting the daily 90%, we basically should at least see a bounce. And that's kind of what we did see. We did close above the 50%, rejected the daily 9, now back under it. For me, that's why I'm more in the camp that I do think we're actually going to see that $73 tested. From there, I'd want to see a spring. So that probably opens up on, that probably means the weekly then closes. No, the monthly probably closes like this, not the best. And then we probably see this monthly open to more red. What I'd want to see is an actual bounce here. Kind of like this monthly closed, this monthly opened down. We actually hit our $73. And then from there, we made like a spring and we went up. And that's kind of the same thing we want to see, but it's a lot less likely considering that 80% right there. You're saying
I'm sorry, on the weekly setup, and you look at volatility expanding while price is going down, wouldn't that validate that price will continue to further go down if volatility keeps expanding in that direction while price is going down?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I do think this breakdown is happening. And that's why I do think
got it. Okay.
Yeah, that's why, it's hard. that's why it's hard for me to say, any upside, because it's like when we have a weekly expanding, we have a monthly about to start firing off while we're basically rejecting every major moving average on the weekly, haven't even tested the 9 for 1, 2, 3 weeks now on the 4th week. It just tells me it's weak. But, bears front run this 9 and keep projecting us down. We then lost that $92. Yes, we're holding $73, but if I zoom out on my chart, I'm not putting a lot of weight on that meme line. It's not a lot of data with it. It's just a meme line. And so when we're getting volatility expanding, yeah, you're 100% right. This gives bears the upper hand, and that's why I do think that this $48, $49 is brewing. I do think so. And bulls would need to step in and at least get us back above like 120 for me to be bullish, but then you have to take me with the fact that we're still under that EMA 100. So even it going back to 120 doesn't mean anything as long as it's under that weekly EMA 100. So yes, you're 100% right. That's why I do think this breakdown is happening. I do think that this makes me more cautious to the monthly breaking down harder. And that's why, when we're seeing this basically go all the way down and retest this is looking like a monthly lower high on this last move up to 141.73. To me, it looks like a lower low is brewing. And that's why, again, I'm not putting a lot of weight on this meme line here. Because, the fact that we went up, chopped, now coming all the way back down, maybe we get a little bounce up here. But then, like, overall, that to me is even like hopium, because coming back down to this support zone after bouncing from it as big as we did, it's very, very, that's not a good sign. That tells me that if we end up tapping this again, we have more of a risk of breaking down from it. And then especially when the weekly here with the HBDR is losing that blue zone. No, it was on the, yeah, we are actually losing the blue zone on the weekly here. We're kind of at the point where we want to see a bounce. We should see a bounce. Obviously, these ranges will move up, though. And so that's why for me, it's just better to be on the side of caution, because we know the monthly is losing blues, and that's what I wanted to see and show. And we'll see where this range obviously will move up or down. Ideally for bulls, it'll move up. But, if it ends up moving more down and this 80% goes up to that like $48, $49 zone, or even like 50s, I'm going to be looking at that as good confirmation that we're probably going to lose that $73, and we're probably going to go back to $48. And just visually looking at it, we should then see some kind of bounce there, because, we basically from this zone before breaking out on the monthly we were flirting right around this zone here. So, we should see at least some mean reversion bounce once getting to this area. And I do think then we either can rally up to 83 and reject, or we can start consolidating and maybe grind out a bottom. But it is very ominous with this about to fire off. The weekly's firing off now, which could easily bleed into the monthly. Looking at the 2-week is at extreme volatilities while losing that 2-week SMA 200 and rejecting that $91 zone, $92 zone. When you're looking at it on a 2-week, do you really want to put all your eggs in one basket, hoping that this meme line at $73 holds when everything else is looking like death? I definitely wouldn't do that, because your hopium longing is this. Your hopium is that this, let me draw this better. This low is going to hold. We're going to try to grind out some like higher low somewhat with unconfirmed without a higher high, of course. So it's all an assumption. Your hopium is literally that, though, that we do bounce literally from the zone. Even breaking down and hitting the $73 again really runs the risk of us breaking down. And then, yeah, the breakdown for me targets right around that $48 to $35. Which again, HVDR, these will move, but again, we're just now approaching that extreme 95 to 99%, telling me, yes, we should at least get some bounce there. But again, just something to be really mindful of. We've never had this low volatility on Enphase ever, never on a monthly, never on a 2-week. And the fact that it's now expanding, not confirmed, but once it does, yeah, this move surely just is beginning, just like I'm saying on Bitcoin. Where I don't think we're going to get a very deep pullback. I don't think you're going to get a major bounce on Enphase. I really do believe bounces end right in that $100 zone, which again lines up with a lot of things. That 2-week SMA 200. We have that daily EMA 100. The quarterly, I believe, now is at 128, but that quarterly is right around that 120. EMA 21 is right around 126. So it's like, that's why I said if we get any bounces, it's really like going to be short-lived, I do believe. So that's all I have with this. Your hopium is that this basically holds this low. You wouldn't want to see this low get broken. You'd want to see continuation. You'd want to see $92. You'd pop back in, like this price pops back into $92, then you can argue we're back in this range where we basically were doing this all year. But I guess it's better than just breaking down. I'm more in the camp though that if I were to really give my honest opinion, viewing this on a daily, I do think we can rally up. I do think we can easily hit this 21, come back down, hit it again, and then I do think we'll go down like that. So if that's what I'm thinking, then I definitely not a play to long. It's quite aggressive because we're dealing with a major move that could definitely be happening here. So that's all I see with the Enphase. It's looking quite bearish. It's looking like it's in the process of a breakdown. And when 2-week is looking like this, while the weekly is now expanding, what we could easily see is that weekly is expanding, that 2-week starts to fire off, which then bleeds into the monthly. And then, you really have to ask yourself, well, if we moved when the monthly volatility was this low, and we moved on the very conservative note, 60% from here all the way up to there, 60%, where could we move here if this starts firing to the downside? And that's kind of where you have to ask yourself. For now, I'm still going to be on the camp that I do think this $48 to $35 WAC is an opportunity. But, nothing really is telling us if we start breaking this that we really could just go to the 61, make a new macro lower low, and then get a bounce up to form a lower high right around that $90. So
on the 2-week,
yeah.
I'm sorry, on the 2-week setup, when you have no volatility, there's no way that could indicate that we could be perhaps on when volatility actually gets above 15% on that setup on the 2-week, because this is fucking 75% down from all-time highs. You don't think that could be the big bounce back that it
maybe
needs?
But it's concerning when the weekly is already freshly firing off. The 2 weeks now freshly losing that estimate 200. It just looks like it's breaking down. So it's like, it's down a lot, but it's the typical like retail. Well, it's down this much. It can't go down lower.
And it can.
Yeah, I agree. I would be more on the camp of we'd really want to see that expand and go up if it was making at least some kind of bullish structure. The only thing I have is hoping of like maybe a higher low forming, unconfirmed, of course, because it could just quickly break that low. But as long as the weekly is expanding, it could bleed into the 2-week. If the 2-week starts firing off, then that monthly is going to fire off. And then at that point, Enphase can easily go back to $35, which from here would be, from literally where price at to $35 would be a nice $57 move. And then there, I do think it could put it on bottom, but we'd want consolidation for like many months, probably. Reset the momentum of the volatility on the 2-week, the monthly, the everything that's through consolidation, giving us a setup for maybe a move up into next year. So,
gotcha. That's fucking awesome. Thank you.
The guys on the Discord are posting pictures and gifs of midgets because shorts are running. Shorts are running.
I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Okay, that makes sense.
You guys are fucking hilarious.
That makes sense. They are. They're really fucking funny.
They really are.
Open door, Alex.
All right, cool.
There was one time that they were trying to troll me talking about how my photo library leaked. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
That was so funny. Oh my God.
What
were they saying, Alex? What were they saying?
No, we were on a town hall and they were just like, everyone kept commenting, did you guys see what Farn just shared? His camera roll just leaked. Farn's like, I don't have anything on my camera. What the hell did they see? They're talking about Farn's massive dong got shown to everyone. I'm just like, what the fuck?
They trolled the fuck out of me. I'm like, I don't have any pictures on my phone.
I think your girlfriend even asked, did something show on your phone or something? I don't know. They're funny.
Hopefully, as long as they're not stealing your data, that's really funny.
Hey, Zuck the cuck is already doing that.
That's what he does for a living. Good for him. Good for him. Ok, estamos viendo Enphase. Es una empresa de semiconductores, para que sepan. Estaba castigadísima. Está cotizando en $83.31. Están viendo una tabla trimestral. Cada una de estas velas representa 3 meses. Vamos a ver dónde estamos desde el pico, ¿no? Desde el punto más alto. Es más, voy a usar el imán, porque ya me enseñó Farhan a usar el imán. Pongo el imán y lo llevo a este punto donde está el precio en este momento, en 75.46% abajo. Ahí lo pueden ver todos. Castigado de a madre. Ahora, nos ponemos a ver un poco rápidamente volatilidad. podemos ver que la volatilidad está justamente en medio del rango en este tipo de escenario. Vámonos a la mensual. Podemos ver, a ver, ¿qué estamos viendo? En general, tienes tope, una vela, una, dos, tres velas después cayendo. ¿Y esto qué es? Esto es una bandera bajista. Para todos los que estén aprendiendo en este momento, esto es acá y acá te revientas otro para que parezca el buen banderín, ¿no? Esta es una bandera bajista, si lo quieren ver así, y el palo es este que está aquí arriba, ¿no? Esto es lo que te está diciendo. ¿Qué normalmente pasa después de una bandera bajista, después de esta consolidación? Continúa, da continuación, y eso quiere decir que va a caer más. Eso es lo que nos está diciendo los ojos. Al mismo tiempo estamos viendo que el 9 y el 21 están a punto de cruzar por acá. Esto nos va a señalar aún más debilidad en este tipo de temporalidad. Vámonos a la mensual rápidamente para que todos la vean. En la mensual tenemos ya un cruce plateado a la baja, lo pueden ver acá. Eso es bastante potente. You see, there's a silver cross here to the downside. Aquí hay un cruce plateado a la baja. Fuimos rechazados por el 9 y recuerden, ¿qué decimos cada que hay un cruce plateado? Que es cuando el promedio del 21 y el promedio de la 55 se dan la vuelta. Y a la baja es cuando el 21 está por abajo del 55. ¿Qué es lo que decimos? Que cada que vayas a testar el 9, que esté en 111, ahí es donde haces tu apuesta para abajo, porque es un cruce plateado a la baja. Entonces, haces tu apuesta para abajo. Aquí le hubieras pegado cabrón. Si le hubieras pegado tal cual, hubieras abierto tu posición en los 111, a donde está ahorita un 25%, y eso si no te apalancaste 10%, esos son 250% de ganancias ricas y agudas para cualquiera que se lo quiera llevar así. Pero obviamente no todo el mundo puede ver el futuro, nadie puede ver el futuro. Ahí vamos a ver qué pasa. La volatilidad está subiendo, y recuerda, una vez que llega al 15%, es donde nosotros empezamos a tomarlo en serio, y ese 15% está a nada. Voy a poner esta línea para que lo puedan ver ahí abajo. Está nada de cruzar eso. ¿Qué diría si estamos cayendo cuando la volatilidad expande? Que vamos a continuar cayendo. Va a haber una expansión del movimiento de precio a donde está. Vamos a ponerlo en la semanal acá. En la semanal tuvimos el cruce plateo, me imagino que muy, muy atrás. Sí, exactamente, por acá atrás. Bien. Y ahora estamos viendo cómo caemos el 9 abajo del 21 y empezamos a consolidar abajo esta línea de los 92.45. Consolidar debajo acá y luego ser rechazados y continuar aquí abajo formando otra banderita bajista, porque lo que fue esto, véanlo, este es el mejor dibujo de una bandera bajista que puedes ver. Tienes la caída y luego tienes el rango literalmente de aquí a acá. Y luego volviste a caer. Te está dando otro mastil de la bandera, básicamente, en este momento. Es lo que estamos viendo en la semanal. Y puedes ver que también la volatilidad justamente está expandiendo junto con el precio cayendo, y después de un periodo de no volatilidad, esto probablemente vaya a ayudar a que continúe esta expansión de precio en esa dirección. En la diaria estamos viendo exactamente lo mismo, un poco de consolidación en lo que todo se ajusta, porque no todo baja tan rápido, no todo sube tan rápido. Por lo que nosotros pensamos que estás viendo Enphase, muy probablemente vayas a darte una vuelta al promedio de las 9, quedarte por acá un ratito, ranguear, quedar, y tu línea en la arena básicamente es el 73. Si rompes el 73, esta zona de los $73, ahí es donde esto quedó completamente acabado. Puedes ver que aquí fue soporte importante. Si no lo aguantas y tienes un cierre, dos cierres en la diaria abajo de esto, eso te daría una confirmación de que tu siguiente objetivo van a ser por ahí de los $50, y esa es una caída bastante grande. ¿Qué quieres hacer para darte la vuelta en esto en Enphase? El precio tiene que estar por encima de los $106 y cerrando por ahí en temporalidades grandes. $107. Entonces, por ahora, estás en un trade donde va a tener continuación la caída, pero puedes tener por ahora también un rebote tranquilo así a la 21, como viste estos rebotes de acá. Puedes tranquilamente hacer esto para después darle continuación a la baja. Y para la gente que está esperando porque ya bajó 75% diciendo no puede bajar más, se puede, pero también ellos o ustedes, los que estén esperando eso, Están esperando a que básicamente esto aguante. Pinche línea horrenda. No sé por qué usé eso cuando sé usar todos mis atajos en este programa. Podemos hacer... ¿Saben qué? Voy a retirarme de todo esto. Básicamente, estás viendo que creaste un bajo más alto. Es lo que la gente está viendo. Un bajo más alto y esto es el hopium. Una vez que rompes esto para abajo, justamente acá a los 76, vas a venir acá a los 73, pierdes los 73 y te vas para abajo, carnal. Ahí lo tienes, Enphase para ti. Y ahora tenemos una clase de XRP con el maestro, el profesor Farhan Gómez. No. One second, you're muted, sir.
Is that my Mexican name now, Gomez?
I don't know why. I have such a fascination for using foreign names and giving them Mexican last names. I don't know if you remember that movie I made so long ago that's super shitty with Jean-Claude Sanchez. Like, I just think combining any name that you don't see coming with a Mexican last name is just like a hilarious combination. I don't know why.
Can I have Guzman instead?
You can have what?
Can I have Guzman instead?
Guzman? Farhan Guzman? Yeah, let's do it. Farhan
Nice.
Guzman. Share your screen, sir, please.
Oh, I didn't realize I didn't.
I saw you. I saw you. Saw it in your eyes.
All right. So the monthly on XRP. It's not looking the best, to be honest, ever since we went below the median. We went to tap the median again and we rejected it. And then we got a pretty expansive move towards the downside. As of right now, we are still holding the 38.2%. If we do close below that, that's when we should expect like pretty severe expansion towards the downside. The last time we closed below the blue 38.2% was right here in April of 2022. And after we closed below it, we lost an additional 50, almost 51% after that. So if we do close below this blue 38.2, we're very likely coming down towards this 88.3% to the 90% on the HPDR bands, and that currently is more than a 50% drop from where current price action is right now. I think that's closer to 60%. Yep, just about 58% to 60% down from where price action is right now. But as of right now, we are holding this 38.2. If you check our HPR momentum, it is pointed downwards and it's about to enter the bearish control zone, while volatility is pointed upwards. So if we were to compare it back to when we lost in April, that would be. So we're at different areas now on our momentum than we were back in April when we ended up losing it and dropping 50%. At that point, we were already within the bearish control zone. Right now, we are just slightly negative and we're not in the bearish control zone yet. So we likely will not have as much of a momentous move to the downside as we did back then. We are up on our volatility like we were back then, but at that point, volatility was pretty high and it was well over the middle zone, which right now volatility is not even at the middle zone yet. To the quarterly is also giving us not so good sign where we opened below the median and then we basically rejected it and now we're getting a move down. We're currently at the 21 EMA at our low. If we drop below the 21, then though our statistical target is going to be somewhere between this 38.2 and the 50%, which right now that is somewhere between 0.41 cents all the way down to 37 cents. And our HPDR momentum is starting to point down while the volatility is starting to tick up. So it's not giving very good signs all the way around. The jewel on the quarterly is flipped up currently and it's getting out of the bearish control zone and it's giving this light blue cyan. But you have to take it with a grain of salt because there is not very much data at all on the jewel to even populate it. It's just showing up right at the bearish control zone and coming out. And there's no yellow, there's no pink, none of that. No DMI. Not very much data to go off of. Even though this is the longest running chart for XRP. So on this one, I believe they have data up until like 2013, which is the inception of XRP. The weekly is currently silver crossing towards the downside, where the 21 is crossing below the 55, and all of our major EMAs are bunched together too. So this is a pretty powerful silver cross. It hasn't happened yet. It's going to happen after this weekly close in 4 days and 8 hours, as long as price is below 0.54456. This number right here. As long as price is below this number, the silver cross is going to confirm to the downside. And then because we're going to be below the median, you see all of these moving averages are all bunched next to the median. It's also going to have a close below the median. So that's going to give us a statistical target of this 50%, which right now the 50% is somewhere just below 45 cents at actually basically exactly at 45 cents. And if we don't hold that area, that's basically our last area for bulls to step in and mark this as a higher low from this low and then continue towards the upside. If this 50% doesn't hold, then we're very likely going to break this current low right here and go towards the 78.6%, which right now is at below 40 cents at just at 37 cents. And our volatility is expanding from literally 0% right now. So if we do get this confirmation towards a negative momentum, that would be very easily enough to get us down towards the 78.6% with how low volatility is expanding from. Because currently we haven't even tapped the 38.6 and volatility is only at 18%, not even at 20% yet. How much of a percent move down is that from current price? Roughly 30% move down, 1/3 lost. Oof, sometimes you forget how much these shitcoins really move.
Oh, when they come down fucking hard. Like I learned that the hard way too.
They never pump as hard as they dump.
Oh no. The dump is quite strong.
The dump from only one end.
The dump.
The 5 days not looking too bad right now. 5 days about to reclaim this 200 SMA, which has been a pretty significant level like ever since July. And we've been bouncing off of it. As of this moment, we're about to close over it again. But the 5 day is already giving us a silver cross to the downside, where the 21 is below the 55. And if we close like this, it's going to confirm in the next day in 8 hours. As long as we're below basically 0.548, that silver cross will confirm. And then that's going to increase our probabilities of going down towards this 61.8%. That's going to be our last hopium level at just at 46 cents. Because if we don't hold this, then we're likely going to break this low and go towards the 88.3, and that's at that same 37-cent area. The jewel is breaking down into the bearish control zone below the pink and the yellow. The 2 day is currently trying to move back up and is rejecting the 9 EMA and the 5 EMA. As long as we're below those, probabilities are that we come back down towards this bottom 38.2, which is currently just at 50 cents. While the momentum is going sideways and the volatility is starting to contract. Daily is currently closed above the median, and now it's back testing off of it. While momentum is breaking towards the upside, slightly positive, and volatility is starting to expand from literally 0%. The jewel is starting to curve upwards too and breaking out of the bearish control zone, and it's flipping right at the pink, where you'd want it to see it flip up. So in the short term, it's looking pretty good. As long as it's above this median at 52 cents, it's looking like we're probably going to expand towards this top 78.6% with how low volatility is expanding from. And that's just above 60 cents at like 60, 61 cents roughly. So the lower time frames are looking like they've possibly found in the local bottom. And then we can continue the move up on the higher time frames. But the higher time frames are still slightly bearish. Let's check the RSI. Okay, so the 3 day does have confirmed multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. We have 3, 1, 2, 3 confirmed. We should be targeting somewhere around that middle zone, which currently is at 58 cents. Very close to that 60-cent number that we just saw, 61 cent. 2 days expanding from zero volatility. We're exiting the bearish control zone, so we should be looking at the middle zone. Right now, that's at like 53 cents. Yeah, that noise
The hammering.
Aggressive.
Is it like the house next door?
I think so. It's very aggressive.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the wall right by Farhan.
Yeah,
right
sorry.
behind me. There's a drive.
Sorry, everyone. We didn't know about construction schedules.
You could try to go upstairs and go in your room. Your just lighting wouldn't be good.
I hope it's construction and not something else.
No, that person would be dead right now.
Yeah, literally.
All right, so on the daily, we're expanding from 2 periods of zero volatility, and then before that, 3 periods of zero volatility, and we have confirmed bullish divergence in the bearish control zone. So we should be looking with how low volatility is expanding from somewhere around the bullish control zone. It ran out the bullish control zone, sits at 58 cents, also right next to that 61 cent number. So on the lower time frames, it's looking like we're probably putting our local bottom, and we should continue towards the upside. And the numbers that we would go to if the low time frames do play out is numbers that would flip our higher time frames back to the upside as well. So it's looking like we probably found our local bottom on XRP, unless we lose somewhere around 50 cents. If we lose 50 cents towards the downside, then that idea is invalidated, and higher time frames will take over, and we will continue going down. But if the lower ones do continue and they hold their divergences, we should see the higher ones turn back up and go somewhere around like high 60s, maybe 70 cents on XRP.
That makes sense. Motherfucking XRP. Always just in that little range. It doesn't want to go anywhere else. It's the biggest stablecoin that exists.
But now I'm bearish on XRP because they donated to Kamala Harris.
I know. Like that shows you that they're evil, kind of. Roku.
Or they're fucking retards.
You can be an evil retard. Roku, sir, for you.
Sounds good.
Alrighty, vamos a hacer XRP rápidamente para que lo sepan. En temporalidad alta, XRP, que es Ripple, la moneda que dona a Kamala Harris para poder después implementar el nuevo sistema, como de que no, monetario alrededor del mundo. Aquí la tienen, por supuesto que sí. ¿Qué es lo que ven en este gráfico trimestral? Bueno, uno, nunca llegó a volver a tocar sus altos históricos, pero tampoco Ethereum, así que no lo podemos dar tanto crédito, pero podemos darnos cuenta que ha estado en una tendencia alcista dentro de esta consolidación. La cosa es, no has podido lograr crear altos más altos, en realidad estás creando altos más bajos. Y cuando prendemos nuestros promedios, vemos que estamos por abajo del 9, pero encima del 21, justamente rangueando. Y a nadie en este planeta le gusta ranguear más que a XRP, damas y caballeros. Vean nada más, rango aquí lo tienen en la mensual. En la mensual podemos ver cómo literalmente creamos altos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos. Este es un alto más alto que este, pero no cuenta. Luego tienes estos bajos locales, un bajo más bajo, y de ahí empieza a levantar. Es como la tabla que nunca te quiere revelar a dónde quiere ir, en mi más humilde y sencilla opinión. Vámonos a la semanal. En la semanal yo creo que nos pinta la mejor fotografía de todas. Y es esto. Tienes todos tus promedios acá en el punto 54, lo que probablemente te haga hacer esto. Ranguear allá, ser rechazado, ranguear acá, ser rechazado, ranguear acá y continuar la misma mamada que ha continuado por años, años, años y años y años y va a continuar haciendo muy probablemente XRP. ¿Cuáles son los niveles importantes de acuerdo a los indicadores de momentum y volatilidad que tiene Farhan que estamos viendo? Uno, definitivamente quieres aguantar la zona de los 50 centavos. La zona de los 50 centavos es básicamente acá. Si llegas a perder esta zona de los 50 centavos, ahí pueden ver esto. Muy probablemente vayas a buscar nuevos mínimos, abajo del 48. Esto es literalmente tu punto pivote a la baja, que son casi 50 centavos, punto 48.89, y tu punto pivote a la alza sería arriba de 55 centavos. Si puedes trepar encima de 55 centavos, esto se convierte en alcista, pero por ahora lo que nosotros esperamos es literalmente esto. Que haga básicamente lo mismo que ha hecho infinitas veces. Y nada más. ¡Ah! Maldito XRP. Ok, ahí lo tienen. Eso fue XRP. Alex, what do you got? Open?
Or yeah.
Look, I already have that one. Look at fuck.
Oh,
God, it's so
quick.
nice. Ticker technology is really just incredible.
So really, last time we looked at Open Door, I mean, there really hasn't been anything. We're just at that. We're at a very important spot that we've been holding for multiple months. You know, and it looks like we're going to potentially hold it again after bouncing. I mean, this 175 is pretty important just based on how the monthly's been flirting with it. We've been consistently in a range, which is boring, and it looked like we were about to range break, but for now it's holding. And for me, you know, it's not bullish. It's more definitely bearish considering we again last month rejected the monthly 9. We're now just getting a slight bounce here, so that is welcoming at least on the monthly. We're just still holding the monthly range. If we go to the weekly now. The weekly though, we'll have to see where this closes because, you know, for me now it's looking like the weekly's retesting the 9 after it basically lost it in September, and so that's something I'm going to mentally know because if we view it, we really just like every time have been front running it. So maybe tomorrow we open up on a little more green, go to 193, but then we have to really see the reaction there and see if we do end up rejecting like each and every time, or if we can potentially maybe reclaim it in 2 days. So to me, I'll be watching that very closely because if we can start reclaiming the monthly 9, you know, for me, then I do think we can easily go back to 206, to 220. You know, just kind of like what happened here, where we ended up going to the 34. Yes, we wicked all the way to $3, but I want you guys to view the 34 real quick, and then here we reclaimed the 9. We retested it, went to the 34. Here we reclaimed the 9. This one, the 21 as well, rejected the 34. So that tells me that weekly 34 is pretty important. We can get weekly closures back above 220. I do think that'll be and hold it. It's like 1 or 2 weeks above 220. I think that we then could easily go back and test 250s. You know, and so far, just, you know, in this range, that 250s has been pretty major resistance. Reclaiming that will be a very nice sign to me. It'll be a sign that we're potentially, you know, trying to flip the weekly trend. Assuming we don't break down here and make a new lower low, you know, bulls are trying to hold this, not break this last low. And so that can be a good gauge if you're trying to be bullish on this. Is okay, well, you just wouldn't want that last low to get lost, especially even like last week's low. But if losing last week's low happens, it probably foresees, or it's a front runnable event that this is probably going to get lost, leading to a new lower low in that range. But, you know, if we're going to bounce from here and potentially grind up to 250s, it'll be a major area because I'll be looking at that last wick high rejection, you know, as basically an area to reclaim. And if we can reclaim that, then potentially flip trend and have a shot to actually test this $3.16. You know, and that's kind of it. We're just at the bottom of the range. I mean, with volatility, I'm not getting too much other than it is just at the lows and it's basing slightly, just doing nothing. You know, so what that tells me is we are in a consolidated manner. It's, you know, I'm not getting anything on the higher time frames on the weekly telling me that, you know, we're going to bust out from here. Maybe we do, though. Like, if we can reclaim the 9, then to me, that'll be a first sign that, okay, we can easily go to 220. But as long as we're rejecting that weekly 9, I don't really have anything constructive for bulls. We do have a 2-week closing, and you know, it is nice to see potentially a hammerhead at the low forming. That is kind of what you want to see with that candle formation. Usually just means at least a lower time frame trend or bounce, not trend. At least a lower time frame bounce can occur, if not a actual bottom and macro trend reversal there. But you know, we just have to take it with what we have, and it's still under the 2-week 9 still as well. That's why that $2 zone will be pretty key, because what you don't want to do is start front running this. We then end up rejecting the 2-week 9, you know, and then rolling over. We get this 2-week we get the 2-week expand. Volatility starts being in bear's favor again, and we get the move to $1. That would be bad if you're holding a long. That's why for me, there's really no easy long for open door, because even just like zooming out, we're just in a range, and this chart, you know, has been in it basically since 2022. Yes, we've deviated a bit, but nothing's been sustained above, and we just keep flirting in this range. You know, if we do end up going to that $1, we run the risk of actually making a brand new macro lower low. You know, and that is kind of like it just would go with the trend. The quarterly is in a downtrend. This looks like a major lower high with a lower low brewing. That's why this $1.75 will be pretty important, because so far we've been able to hold it, and that is kind of what bulls want to see. Now we are at extremes here on momentum, but granted, we've only been at extremes basically the entire time, which is interesting to see since we've had this. So not really getting anything other than we are literally doing what bulls want to see, which is consolidating. I'll be more happy when like the weekly can start reclaiming the 9, because then that can start bleeding into, you know, more of a 2-week and actually maybe quarterly expansion. If the quarterly can actually turn green by the time this closes, this would actually turn into a pretty nice candle overall at support. And then it just can potentially give bulls more of a chance of actually flipping the overall trend, which is still very much down. And that will start when the weekly 9 gets reclaimed. If we go to the daily here, you know, the daily, it's okay. Again, it just kind of shows you, even with the weekly, the daily, the 2-week, that 34 is pretty important. So if we start ending up reclaiming the daily EMA 34, that could bleed into then that weekly reclaiming the 9. And then, you know, we could start seeing the stars align for maybe a bigger bounce, which for me would start, you know, right around that 207, which again is that area I believe where the 2-week 9 is. Yeah, right around that 203. So, you know, that's telling me that $2, the $2 to 210 is gonna be pretty important. If we actually can flip that, which for me will be confirmation of actually reclaiming the daily 9, daily EMA 100, and like multiple closures, because we can see we reclaimed it, we pumped up, we failed the back test, we reclaimed it, we rejected. We did hold the back test here, but we unfortunately did close under that EMA 100, which would have been your sign to kind of cut longs, because then we led to a bigger dump. And so for me, it's really easy. We just want this to actually hold. If it starts reclaiming that daily EMA 100, then yeah, I do think we easily can go to 230 to maybe even 250. But with what we know overall, especially on the monthly, consistently rejecting that 250, you know, then we just really have to start looking at that as potentially another rejection zone, you know, assuming we don't reclaim the monthly 9. If the monthly 9 gets reclaimed, then I'll start looking at this as basically a major bottom. And we definitely, if we start reclaiming and holding the 9, this would be the major confirmation that things are shifting on open door, and we can go a lot higher. And for me, then I'll be watching for that $3, which again, from even reclaiming the 9, let's say, to $3, nice 30% move roughly. So that's why for me, patience will be more important on this chart, and taking it on like a daily and watching that EMA 100, taking it level to level really on the daily, watching the EMA 100 get reclaimed, then the SMA 200, then 255. Boom. Now we can go talk about $3.16, because what that'll do is just start making the 2-week, the weekly, and the monthly actually reclaim that 9, a major area where it really hasn't been able to, especially on the monthly, since it was basically lost here in February 2024. So almost all year it's just been down. And that's why, to me, that'll be the final like boss, is that EMA 9 on the monthly, reclaiming that. Cool. Then we might actually have a chance of flipping the quarterly green. And actually getting a nice expansion from here. But until then, we're still at resistance. The weekly just hit it. Be mindful of that. Maybe tomorrow opens up green again for the, you know, maybe tomorrow opens up green and then rejects the 9. And then on the weekly closure, we end up like coming down on a wick. That could very well happen. That's why for me, I'd just be very patient and cautious of that, because that's just what the chart's been telling us. The daily though is still at pretty low volatility. It's not at extreme lows. It's definitely down there, and it's starting to grind up. Remember, confirmed once we break that 15%. Curious to see how the 2-day and the 5-day look. The 2-day is again looking constructive. Another retest of that $1.75. Perfect bounce off of it. Now again, the question will just be, do we hold the 9? See how the 9 is so important on all these time frames? It's so easy. Because like once the daily can start reclaiming that, the 2-day can, the weekly can, then maybe even the monthly can, which will be like the final boss. Because we know, in very bullish uptrending markets, the 9 actually holds every time. But in this case, we've basically been under it for a very long time. And anytime we reclaim it, it doesn't ever hold. And that's why this will just be a major area for the macro view of, okay, maybe if Open Door does hold that, flip it into support, we actually could start seeing a major breakout from here, because this chart has basically just been sold down. I mean, it topped out at 20 in like COVID, 2020, 2021, and then just been down only. I don't know what they do. I guess real estate development. So, I mean, yeah, that's it. I'm just getting like, we are at resistance, so be mindful of that. Like 193 is solid resistance on the weekly and the 5-day. You know, watch very closely where the daily, the 2-day closes, because I do believe if we end up reclaiming that daily 2-day 34, that could lead into the weekly closing nicely. And then, yeah, maybe we do end up testing the 230s again. But yeah, that's literally all I have on Open Door. I'm curious to see how the weekly HBDR is. And yeah, this is pretty important, this spot. So it just gives me confluence that this spot's important. We have that median right at that 21 on the weekly. So again, just exactly what I said is basically shown on the HBDR. We can hold the 170s, the 175s. Cool. We're probably going to pump up to $2. Actually holding that 205 to 210, especially in a weekly closure to me, then would definitely signal a move to the 34. Once we reclaim that EMA 34, we basically can easily move up to my next zone, which is right in that 255. The 50% at 260. And then there will be pretty important because, like I shown, we have that monthly, what was it? Yeah, the monthly EMA 9s right around that zone too. So the high $2 will be important. But basically, the daily is showing me the weekly is showing me what I'm basically saying. So definitely could get a bounce. We'll see how big the bounce will get. Reclaiming that weekly 34 opens up $2.60. It's like $2.30 potentially. Bulls are doing what they want. Consolidation. It's not pretty. The trend is still down, but as long as they don't, especially on a monthly, lose that 175, then I guess they can potentially have a chance of maybe reclaiming the 9, which would be a pretty big thing for this chart, and then actually holding it, because in history has shown it's never done that. And then maybe we can talk about higher, like $3.
Big opportunity here for all of us. I'm going to tell you why. Open Door, because you were asking, is an online company that facilitates buying and selling houses. That's what they do. So if you think about it, the chart has been punished all the way down based on interest rates. When you saw interest rates went up, this shit came down to this point. So when interest rates flip, and maybe someone's front running it right now, right? Because obviously interest rates are going to come down, but right now they're higher based on demand for U.S. Treasuries, which, whatever, we're not going to get into that. But the moment interest rates really start coming down, this shit should go up like crazy. Like, unless there's like a fundamental something that's extremely wrong with the company, this shit could be a real big opportunity. Because what's the top?
When they were basically a zero. That's interesting.
30, like basically you can get it to 30 some dollars in $1. That's a 30x. Like, imagine just getting to the second high of 25.
I mean, even going to the quarterly 9 at $3.90 is almost a 2x from there. So from here,
imagine this shit pulls a 30x. It's like, fuck your Bitcoin.
Yeah, we topped out right at 2021. So, like, you know, interest rates were basically at the lowest right around there, 2020, 2021. With what you're saying, with what we know with Trump and just kind of the sentiment with the Fed, it could just be a more big brain move where, you know, more the volatility right now doesn't matter because you kind of know what's to come. And maybe that's why we're seeing the quarterly try to form some higher low. Maybe that's why, because this would be the spot we want to see. And it would make sense for it to keep kind of ranging there, doing nothing, but very slowly forming some structure for maybe a bigger breakout. Because, yeah, that's insane that it went from $39 now sitting at $1.08.
Crazy. Yeah. Crazy.
It's a crypto dump. So maybe it gets a crypto pump.
Let's fucking hope so. Yeah. I mean, yeah, just fucking really interesting either way. I got Innovix for you, sir.
Cool.
All righty. Vale, estamos viendo Open Door, para que todo el mundo sepa, es una empresa de tecnología que ayuda a la compra, venta y casas de personas en línea. Sencillamente ha tenido un máximo histórico de 39.20 y esto lo hizo en febrero del 2021. En mínimo, ese fue el velazo semanal que nos llevó hasta ese precio. Ahora, en este momento está cotizando en $1.89. Ha bajado, vamos a ponerlo desde su máximo histórico. Tengo mi imán prendido, por supuesto. Hasta donde está el precio hoy en los 1.93, digamos, ha perdido un 95% de valor. Aquí hay una oportunidad interesante a menos de que la empresa se vaya a bancarrota, ¿ok? Y ahora no les estoy diciendo que lo vayan a comprar en este momento, por el amor de Dios, no estoy diciendo eso. Lo que estoy diciendo es, esta empresa es susceptible más que nadie a subidas y bajadas de interés. Esto es claro, simplemente por el comportamiento del precio y las fechas. Donde llegó, noviembre fue cuando anunciaron que iban a bajar intereses y pudiste ver, a subir intereses y pudiste ver el putazo para abajo que se dio. No me sorprendería que esto tenga que ver también con anuncios de bajadas de intereses que no acabaron pasando. Exacto. Por lo que esta acción tal vez, open door a mediano, largo plazo, nos puede dar una sorpresa bastante buena, sobre todo viendo esos números tan locos y sobre todo los extremos, porque aunque se vaya a $5, que son estos altos de por acá, sería un trade bastante redituable si es que le pegas. Pero, de nuevo, esto podría continuar bajando, ¿ok? Eso es algo que tenemos que decir por adelantado para todos ustedes. Ahora vamos a ver exactamente cómo se está comportando Open Door para todos ustedes. Y ahora, quiero que vean esto. Los voy a poner acá. Pueden ver, tenemos este mínimo de la caída, de esa súper gran caída de donde veníamos desde hasta arriba. Tuvimos este rebote y aquí se volvió interesante. ¿Por qué? Porque siempre estamos buscando, ¿qué es lo primero que buscamos todos los degenerados haciendo trading? Bajos más altos. Y esto básicamente nos está dando lo que necesitamos. Y acá que también necesitamos altos más altos. Y puta madre si es que no nos los dio hasta acá. De ahí creo este bajo, que es bueno porque no es más bajo que estos. De ahí creo este alto. Esto no es bueno porque es más bajo que este. Entonces, de ahí cayó y volvió a crear un bajo. Y este bajo es más bajo que el pasado, por lo que no es bueno. Y esto acá creó otro bajo. Y este bajo comparado con este tampoco es bueno, porque es más bajo. Pero, atención, voy a eliminar todos mis dibujitos hermosos que hice, que literalmente me hice el Picasso de las tablas. Y acá que estamos esperando, acá con todo el hopium del planeta, que este sea un un bajo más alto que este. Porque de acá, si ponemos nuestros promedios, puedes ver que en la semanal la 9 nos está rechazando y está mandándonos para abajo. La 9 está en 1.93, el precio está en 1.88. ¿Ok? Hemos estado bajo la 9 muchísimo tiempo y cada que rompemos y estamos por encima de la 9, da unos empujones bastante agresivos. Lo pueden ver de acá a acá. Estamos hablando de 95%, 95% en solamente este movimiento. Acá te puede dar algo similar, pero vamos a empezar a tomar nota por acá. Importante zona, los 2.29. 2.29 es donde está tu promedio mensual. Una vez, recuerden que decimos siempre que hay algo, que el precio de algo es alcista cuando está por encima de la 9 en la mensual. El precio de algo está en un mercado bajista cuando está por abajo. Esto está en un mercado bajista, claro, por todo este tiempo, aunque ha tenido desviaciones. Es SFPs, para la gente que no sepa qué es eso, vayan instantáneamente a comprar el curso de Cero a Trader en elitetradingacademy.us para que se lo lleven y tengan todos sus conceptos completamente rolados y que puedan entender todo lo que estamos hablando, porque todos los días estamos aprendiendo algo nuevo acá, pero si no tenemos una base sólida en nuestro conocimiento es difícil aprender cosas nuevas. Ahí lo tienen en Elite Trading Academy, pero por ahora estamos diciendo que esto es bajista. Nos vamos a acercar un poco más en la semanal y quiero que vean, en la semanal, acuérdense que mientras más nos acerquemos y pones la de 1 hora y la de 1 hora ya está por encima del 9, del 21, del 55, eso es un front run, pero puede ser rechazado y regresar para abajo una vez más. Pero lo que quieres es empezar a ver de la temporalidad del 9, viste que estaba en 2, más o menos donde está el promedio de las 21 acá. En la semanal, el 9 está en 1.93, que es justamente el pico esta vela. En la diaria, esto es lo interesante, En la diaria ya empezó el front run de esto y estás por encima del 9 y del 21. Entonces, en la diaria te está diciendo, uy, carnal, puede que ya nos estemos trepando por acá y estemos listos para la fiesta. Me gustaría a mí personalmente tomar de esto exactamente la de 3 días. La de 3 días, porque una vez que pueda romper justamente el 1.88 y esto para arriba de la 9, esto me va a empezar a dar indicaciones de que se ve bien la cosa. Si llegas a barrer, esta es tu línea en la arena, si llegas a barrer este mínimo en los 1.69, vas a literalmente buscar el dólar. Punto. Si llegas a barrer este 1.68. De ahí, siguiente va a ser 1.58, pero pensamos que esto lo podrías barrer rápidamente para abajo. Si es que el precio cae, intenta regresar y luego sería para acá. Pero si el precio consolida por acá, aguanta y empieza a trepar todos estos promedios, nosotros creemos que la línea en la arena está en los 2.23. Una vez que rompes por encima de esta zona y tienes cierres por encima de los 2.20, esto va para arriba. Así que estén al pendientes porque Open puede ser una de esas que a futuro, no hoy, y si alguien mañana me dice, es que le metí a Open y va libre, ok, me voy a patear en los huevos. No, porque lo van a hacer a propósito, si yo soy el que me pateo en los huevos. Pero les voy a pellizcar los huevos o no, no es cierto. Nunca le haría nada a una mujer porque si no me van a hacer el Me Too y, ok, ahí lo vamos a dejar. Pero ahí lo tienen. Open Door, bastante interesante. Farhan, what are you doing now? Roku.
Roku.
Do we have Roku here already? No. Damn it.
So far, the shorts are doing pretty well. Not only long only alerts, you got short alerts too.
That's what I heard. Look at you, huh? Look at you. You're
Look
a
at us.
fucking.
Look at us. Who would have
Look
thought?
at us.
Look at us. Not me.
Not me. Who the fuck? Hang on. No, I'm forgetting. Let me just remember. I'll tell you.
Paul Rudd.
No, I know Paul Rudd is the one who does that. It's from the Hot Wings show.
Yeah. Look at us. Look at us. Who would have thought? Not me. So we got to move up on our HBR momentum towards like the slightly positive area. Now we're getting a move down. This is the area where we're going to decide which way we're going to break. It's currently at 0% on both momentum and volatility. So whichever direction it decides to break to is going to get a very, very aggressive move in direction in that favor. As of right now, we're still rejecting the median, which is giving more of a bias that it'll probably break towards the downside. Plus, we have a downtrend on the quarterly, which also increases the probability that this is going to break towards the downside. And if it does, it has enough, like volatility is so low, it's very likely going to come down to this 61.8%, which is breaking this previous confirmed quarterly low. And that is just over $20 at $20.36. That is an insane fucking dump from here. That's like 75% from here. That's crazy. Which, because we're at zero volatility, last time we've ever been at zero volatility was right over here. And then we had a how much percent pump from there? From zero volatility? About 742%. Wow. And now we're getting a volatility set up towards the downside. So is it really that irrational to see 75% down if zero volatility gave us 742% up? Not really that crazy. Monthly is currently over the median, so we're finding rejection at the 21 EMA. Probabilities are, since we closed over the median, that we would go towards this top 30 at 0.2%, which would be a retap of this 55 EMA, and there is a silver cross to the downside of the monthly. So it makes sense to go up to the 55. It just wouldn't be as strong a silver cross of the downside if we tapped the 55. But as long as we're closing below the 55, the silver cross is still active, and that's at around $95.44. Currently, our HBR momentum is starting to go sideways a little bit with volatility on the monthly. The jewel is in the bearish control zone. It's about to break out of the bearish control zone, and it's bouncing at the pink. So the monthly is giving us somewhat of a sign of a short-term bounce or move up. weekly currently is momentum is going down with volatility contracting. So it's saying that whatever move down we get is going to be a correction. And as of now, we have several closes over the median. Then on our correction, we corrected down towards this 9 EMA, and we're currently bouncing off of that. And we're front running the median a little bit. The median is currently at $74.41. As long as we're over the median, probabilities are that we're going towards this top 38.2%, which as of now is $89.20. And we're pretty close to flipping our momentum back up too, because we're getting towards this neutral zone. And then from there, it would be a perfect reset because we went pretty high. We went towards like 75% on the momentum. So if it comes back to 0 and then flips up, it would have reset and we can go again towards this top, what is that, 78.6%, which currently 78.6% is at just over $100 at $107.32. 5-day is currently over the median as well and getting expansion up. Probably go towards this 38.2% and this 100 EMA. 100 EMA has been where it's been rejecting every single time. Right now, that's at like $81.78. Momentum is pointed down, so that does give us probabilities of us rejecting that 100 EMA and that top 38.2%. 2-day, I believe, is going to give the same thing. 2-day is finding its resistance currently at the median. It's going to close in 3 hours, 13 minutes. So if it does close over $77.66, that improves probabilities that we're going to go up towards this top 38.2%. But because our volatility is at literally 0% and momentum is about to flip up, we have more of a probability of going higher than this 38.2, possibly between the 50 and 61.8, which is currently about like $87.63 towards $90.71. And our momentum is going to be having reset after going towards top 80s. Then it came back down to 0. And that's a full reset of momentum and a full reset of volatility at 0%. Daily, I believe, is going to be over the median. Yes, currently daily is above the median. Median is at $76.99. So if we do get a close over that, because volatility is completely reset, it's at currently 4.5%, while momentum is breaking back after a full reset. Probabilities are we go between the 50% and the 61.8, which right now that is somewhere between $83.17 and $85. And the jewel is starting to flip back around too, right at the edge of the bearish control zone. So it's rejecting getting into the bearish control zone. So as of right now, from the short time frames, it's looking like we're going to get a bounce towards the upside. And the higher time frames are looking like we should probably get a move somewhere just over $100 to around $103. And from the daily and the 2-day, it's looking like that move is starting already with a close over the median. And we can confirm that in the next 3 hours or so.
Not bad. Not bad at all. By the way, whatever you just sent on the text message chain, would you mind sending that on the WhatsApp with Bruno?
Oh, perfect. Yeah, no worries.
Thank you, sir. And Nvidia.
Nvidia, beautiful. Jensen.
Have you seen the Halloween people dressed up as Jensen Huang?
Oh yeah, this shit's hilarious.
It's pretty fucking awesome. Good for him.
I remember back when I was buying Nvidia shit back in 2014, nobody knew what the fuck Nvidia was.
No one. And now look at us again.
Look at us. Look at us. Who would have thought? Not me.
Not me. No, that's from also that's from I can't remember what movie it is, but he's talking about the guy with the big dick.
I don't
know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Paul Rudd. And he goes, look at him. Not us, that's for sure. That's what he says. Ok. Estamos viendo Roku, damas y caballeros, en la mensual. Podemos ver que Roku ha venido de una extraordinaria caída desde los 488 y está cotizando ahora en 77.52. Déjenme respiro tantito. La neta, empecé a hacer ejercicio en cada que Farhan o Alex están hablando, me pongo a hacer una serie de algo. Estoy ya hecho cagada. Ya llevo toda la mañana haciendo ejercicio. Pero bueno, sin más ni más. Venimos desde acá arriba. Doble, y aparte este fue un doble tope de libro. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes tu primer tope que está acá, y tu segundo tope, que es más alto. No lo estoy haciendo, lo estoy exagerando para que todos puedan verlo de lejos. Normalmente cuando tienes eso y la formación tan famosa de McDonald's, esto indica una reversión después de que se da, y es justamente lo que se dio. Tuviste el 9 bajando por abajo el 21 y luego tuviste un cruce plateado a la baja, pero ya estaba el precio bastante castigado aquí abajo. Ahora, ¿qué estamos viendo estos días con Roku? Está empezando a formar estructura, y acá estoy seguro que todos ustedes que han estado aquí pueden empezar a escuchar mi voz. Bajos, bajos más altos, altos, altos más altos, altos más altos. Entonces, todo el mundo en este momento, cuando estamos volteando a ver a Roku desde este punto de vista, se ve bastante alcista, porque te empieza a dar la sensación de que siempre y cuando esté por encima del 9, estamos en la mensual, y justamente lo acaba de tomar el mes pasado. Este cierre en un día y 4 horas va a ser una confirmación bastante dura. Y acá lo que quieres también para que te dé ese extra es poder cerrar arriba de los 78.36. Eso sería un extra gigantesco, cerrar encima del 21. ¿Qué nos dice la semanal? La semanal nos está diciendo un poco de la misma historia. La semanal está a punto de tener un cruce plateado justamente aquí abajo. Pueden ver que estamos por encima del 9 y habíamos topeado el promedio de la 100, justamente otra vez siendo rechazados. Pero ya lo hemos hecho una, dos, esta es la tercera vez. ¿Nos va a rechazar o nos va a mandar para arriba? El promedio de las 9 y el 55 nos está, el 21 y 55 con este cruce plateado nos está diciendo que en realidad parece que el 21 va a subir y que esto se ve alcista. Y cuando nos acercamos un poco más en la diaria, podemos ver que estamos por encima de absolutamente todo. Tuviste un cruce plateado por acá, que es lo que nos está diciendo el futuro. ¿Qué tenemos que hacer? Romper estos 79.27, poder crear un máximo acá encima de los 80.78, y de ahí vámonos a buscar este objetivo por acá, los $99.100. De acuerdo a los indicadores de momentum y volatilidad de Farhan, lo que nosotros creemos es que siempre y cuando el precio de esto pueda tener varios cierres encima justamente de esta línea meme en los 79.27, muy probablemente vayamos a ver los $100. Eso es el siguiente movimiento que volatilidad, momentum y simplemente todo el gráfico nos está diciendo ahora en Roku, damas y caballeros. All right. What do you got there, Alex? Enovix. And on that one, I know we have here. And you are muted, sir.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Nice. So yeah, last time we looked at this arrow is pointing to some major resistance on Enovix on the quarterly, and this was lining up with all other time frames. So this was an area that you would have wanted to watch closely. We got the quarterly rejection of the 9. This was something that you would have been on the lookout for, especially after we reclaimed it, deviated it, held support, pumped up pretty nicely actually so far. Curious. Let's see here. 52% down. Hit our meme line, basically rejected the quarterly 9, and now it's back down. Obviously, it's supposed to be 2 months. Why I'm bringing this up now is because it just sets the precedent to like the macro, right? If the quarterly is under the 9 and it's rejecting it, unconfirmed until this closes, this will just bleed into all the other time frames. And so we look at the weekly now. You know, where we rejected was exactly where we talked about too. This was a pretty massive area. I'll delete the arrow now. And so now what we want to see is essentially that we want to see what this weekly closes. Ideally, what bulls want to do is actually reclaim this weekly EMA 100. Then this could start looking more like a higher low posturing, waiting for that higher high to basically get hit once it breaks that wick high at $18.59 on the weekly. But as long as we're under that now, because it's the same thing like I showed in the quarterly, reclaimed the EMA 100, lost it. Now we're rallying up to it. So you have to look at this as a bearish retest mixed in with meme line resistance. So until then, I'm still looking at this to actually come down. And it's just solely based on as long as we're under this $13 under a weekly closure, you know, we essentially have to have more of a bearish bias because we're just consistently under that EMA 100 during Enovix's big moves down. You know, so maybe we're getting something like this. We're losing it. We're going to rally up to it, reject it, and then that's when the real move's going to happen. Could be. I'm simple, so I'm looking at this rejection at the EMA 100. If you're gonna short this, it's pretty simple though. You just wouldn't want this high here to get taken, which is currently sitting right at $13.19. You'd expect this rejection to actually hold, which would kind of line up. You wouldn't want this wick to kind of get filled out. Now, this is funny. This usually happens on Bitcoin. It's funny when we basically rally up, we reject and close kind of in the middle, then we dump and then end up rallying, kind of forming these just like it's like a Darth Maul, but on 2 wicks. It's funny. And so I do believe on this next 2 week, we'll probably get follow through or some kind of continuation up or down. And as long as the weekly, is under that EMA 100, I do think it's going to reject this before it closes. We'll have to see though, because granted, this is a pretty nice 2 week candle forming. But we're now at the point where we've hit resistance. We obviously can go up a little bit more, of course, to like $12.13. But as long as we're at resistance now after losing it, rejecting it last 2 week closure, we have to then start looking at bears taking control here. And so if you're bearish, you just essentially want this 9 to get lost, or at least, very least, close under the 34. Then maybe we can see how the next 2 week closes. But a very nice 2 week candle. So I'll give that for bulls. It's looking okay, but I really want to see at least it get back above $12. And then we can talk about it hitting that $13. But for me, it's still looking corrective, and it's looking like a bearish retest, especially on the weekly with that EMA 100. And so that is something to just be very mindful of. Let's see the 2 day real quick. The 2 day lines up with what I see with the weekly and the 2 week. The 2 days basically that this gold line's the SMA 200. It's lining up perfectly with mean line resistance. So kind of when this thing will start popping, in my opinion. If we start getting 2 day closures back above that SMA 200, it greatly increases the chances of the weekly, the 2 week, and maybe it bleeding into the monthly closing good. And then we can start talking about $13 getting reclaimed. But as long as we're under here and we're still rejecting it, and we're under the mean line, the SMA 200, this is looking like a bearish retest, and we would expect bears to, kind of enter the zone or get involved here soon. Now, this is closing in 3 hours, so clearly we'll see where NVIX does close. If we do get a pop up and it reclaims, that zone here, great. Then this will actually start looking constructive, and that's probably what we will start seeing on the 2 week, which will probably mean the 2 week closes above that $12. So we'll have to see where that closes. The daily as well, not the worst, literally perfectly bounced off that SMA 200. We just have mean line resistance, and it's not just mean line resistance, it's that 2 day SMA 200. This is going to be a big zone. If we end up not closing above, I'll be looking into next week to probably open up red, and then there we'll see if that 2 day EMA 100 holds. Right, because it's like the higher time frames can look like a bearish retest, but if we're gauging like the 2 day and the daily, we can use that to have more of a bias on, okay, maybe this weekly will actually get reclaimed. Maybe we will hold that EMA 100 and reclaim it. So that's at least what can help me. But until then,
daily's nice.
Yeah, it really is, and the 2 week's nice too, and that's probably why we're getting lower time frame moves. It just kind of will all hinge on 2 things: that daily and that 2 day and that weekly. We can start reclaiming, especially on a weekly, back above that EMA 100. Cool. Now the daily, the 2 day, has reclaimed that SMA 200. Next move is $13.20 from reclaim. Let's see here, still an impressive 10% for stocks. And then there will be a pretty big zone. We essentially at that $13 zone have that monthly 34. But we also know, just based on this kind of chop that we've been in forever, it seems like, we usually reject that $13, pretty heavily. We saw that here, we rallied up, rejected the $13. Even here, rejected it, came all the way down. Here, got a back above, but just didn't hold the back test. So that'll be a pretty important zone if we end up actually breaking up the 2 day reclaim to the level I talked about. Same with the weekly. But until then, I'm looking for bears to take control. I'm looking at this as a quarterly EMA 9 retest after it just lost it. So this is still looking like a bearish retest to me. The daily is looking good. Just have resistance. Let's see here. If only it could just close above like $12, then then things will start shifting for me, especially with that 2-day closing today. The 3-day also is looking okay. It's not bad. And that's also closing today. And it's welcoming to see that possibly that EMA 100 will get reclaimed. So we'll see if bears step in before this closes, because that's kind of that's what we'd want to see if you're bearish on this. That way, you know, we can mitigate that 3-day EMA 100 actually getting reclaimed. Bulls front running this based on how good this daily looks. This will come back down, you know, and we'll just reject resistance, which will be shown more on the 2-week. 2-week, and then maybe the 2-week can actually close under that 34 or even the 9. So 2 weeks looking pretty nice compared to everything else. You know, if I throw the trend wave on, you know, it just shows like we are trying to form some structure here. You know, we are still trying to. That's why this zone, I know it's very far from price now, but we end up breaking $18. It'll probably be very short, assuming it holds, of course. But if we end up breaking trend here, you know, I do think we're just gonna like test this and then go, especially considering that we've just been in a downtrend like only since the existence of this chart. You know, with consistent lower highs and lower lows. So if we end up breaking this will be like the first time in 2 weeks been in an uptrend, which then could just bleed into the quarterly actually reclaiming that 9. The quarterly reclaims the 9, then, you know, if I take this off and we view that, just want it to hold. You know, that's just it. If it can hold, then we can make the argument that, you know, this will start actually moving very, very fast up. But until then, you know, I would want to see 2 quarterlies hold this. That usually that hasn't been done in the history of this chart. We reclaim it, we lose it. Reclaim it, we lose it. So we end up holding or reclaiming this in the next 2 months. I'll be looking at a retest, and hopefully that'll hold. And then, you know, it'll look better. But you know, this chart on the 6 month just kind of shows it. We're just chopping, and that's it. Just chop. So you really can't expect much out of it. It's looking constructive though. Volatility is not giving me anything. I'm curious to see really fast if we're gonna get any kind of crosses here before I go. That maybe we can go as a bias on maybe the 2-day closing good, which could mean the weekly will close good. You know, we'd have a silver cross to the upside on the daily. So then we'd expect maybe we don't reclaim this $11 today. Maybe we do. But I at least, very least, expect the daily 9 to get retested. With the silver cross, that should act as somewhat of an opportunity. That's the first place you would bid. The 2 days actually freshly silver crossing now. So again, just maybe we don't reclaim this SMA 200. Maybe we start rolling over here, and then we'll see where that 9 goes on this closing today. Maybe we'll retest it, especially if this does silver cross. But this isn't confirmed yet, so you have to watch that closely. And so that at least can give me more of a bias that maybe that this 2-day does silver cross. We end up not closing above that estimate right now today. Maybe we come down, we test the 9 again, and then that's what shoots us up, giving us a nice 2-week close back above that 34. If it wants to load. So that's I don't have my chart. So that's kind of it. Looking good. It's okay. We'll see if bears step in now. This is kind of where we'd want to see them step in, you know, and actually push this down and reject this pretty hard. This would just look like a massive bearish retest. But that's all I see. This though could look really good if this 2-week ends up closing back above like $11.90, $12. Yeah, it'll look good. It held basically the 2-week 9, and now I have to look at that 2-week 9 as big support because it's been holding since it got reclaimed. But if it starts losing it, then that'll be my first sign that this probably rolls over. Yeah, that's all I have. It's looking okay, but guess what? It's just still in a range. It's in a range of a range.
What a fucking surprise.
Yeah. I'm more like on this chart, the higher time frames, at least that quarterly retest, bearish retest, like, you know, to me, it's looking constructive, but I'm still in the camp that that's a quarterly bearish retest. This is going to come more down, but I can easily be wrong, and I'll happily be wrong on that. So we'll see.
Yeah, I'll say this. Who the fuck knows? We'll see.
That is true.
What was I going to say? Oh, salamis, Alex.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool.
Salamis. All righty. Vale, pues, estamos viendo Enovix, como siempre, ya saben, uno de los favoritos del tío Salo. No lo digo para que lo compren o no, simplemente porque soy un imbécil y ya lo dije. Ok, pueden ver que en la trimestral Enovix ha estado rangueando sabroso. Ha estado en bajada todo el tiempo con este alto, alto más bajo, bajo, bajo más bajo y bajo más bajo. Se parece mucho esto de cierta forma al gráfico de Solana, pero lo que quiero enseñarles en este momento es cómo estamos por abajo del promedio de las 21, de las 9, que es esta línea azul. Nunca hemos estado por encima. Tuvimos este cierre que instantáneamente fue negado acá y queremos ver si podemos romperlo a la alza y también coincide con esta diagonal que viene justamente para acá abajo, para que lo tengan presente. Este promedio 9 está arriba de los 12.94. Obviamente, cuando cierre el trimestre, que son 2 meses, 2 días, va a bajar o va a subir de acuerdo a lo que el precio esté haciendo. Si se queda así, va a bajar. Pero por ahora está siendo rechazada por ella. Vamos quiero que vean, la volatilidad está completamente en rojo en este momento. Vamos a ver rápido el mensual. El mensual es un poco de lo mismo, pero esta vez estamos por encima del 9 y estamos siendo rechazados por el 21. Esta línea roja que tengo acá, línea meme, la 11.92, es un punto muy importante para el gráfico. Y yo creo que mientras más en diferentes temporalidades lo vean, se van a dar cuenta. Acá ahorita tenemos al 21 pasando por ahí, estamos por encima del 9 y podría ser por fin, que el mensual nos está diciendo que estamos retomando el promedio de los 9 antes del trimestral. Veamos, este gráfico mensual cierra en 1 día y 3 horas, este fin de semana básicamente. Nos vamos a acercar un poco más, vamos a ponerla de 2 semanas. En 2 semanas podría decir que esto básicamente vino a retestear el promedio de las 55 y te está dando ahora sí que sería un retesteo bajista y te empujó para abajo. Pero en la de 2 semanas estás por encima del promedio de las 9 y encima del 21 creando un hammerhead. Un hammerhead es una vela que es básicamente lo contrario de una vela de tope. Esta sería una vela de tope. Esto es una vela, un hammerhead. Para que sea perfecto, quieres que el precio mínimo cierre en la parte de aquí arriba y ya, básicamente, para que eso te diga que esta sería una vela que nos diga que probablemente el precio vaya a continuar a la alza. ¡Wow! Qué estúpido soy, estoy intentando limpiar el promedio de la 100 con el dedo. Ok, felicidades, Alejandro. Todos los días descubres qué tan tonto eres nuevamente. También tenemos el promedio del 100 por acá, en los 12.13. Esta línea de los 11.92 es muy importante porque no queremos que esto sea un retesteo bajista y que nos esté mandando para abajo. Voy a quitar los promedios para que lo puedan ver limpio acá esto. La jugada acá, porque estamos viendo, creamos este bajos más altos, va a ser obviamente romper este alto en los 18. Una vez que hagas esto va a correr como loco. Y lo que pensamos es que en temporalidades bajas, sobre todo en esta diaria, por ejemplo, vean cómo estamos por encima de esta línea meme diagonal, que también la habría gente que la pondría aquí, porque eso pasa por estas. Ok, así es como la tendría. Y pueden ver que ha estado respetándola, pero ha estado acá peleando. Esto va a ser un cierre importante en la diaria, pero sobre todo en la semanal. Por acá queremos cerrar donde está. Y mañana queremos cerrar donde está o más arriba, porque eso nos va a ayudar a poder consolidar y llegar a nuestro promedio donde buscamos. Por ahora, nuestra zona ver es esto y la siguiente es bajista si te llegas a barrer los $10. Si llegas a barrer los $10, diríamos que esto se va a cocinar y nos vamos a continuar para abajo. Pero si empiezas a tener cierres por acá en el 11.92 o por encima de, eso nos diría que vamos a mínimo a visitar los 13 y de los 13 hay una gran posibilidad a los $18. Así que Enovix empieza a ver bastante alegre para todos nosotros, señores. Alrighty, Farhan, what did you get?
Nvidia.
Did we do this before? God damn it. No, we didn't. All right, I'm going to change Enphase to Nvidia. It just seems like the easiest. No one's going to get Enphase again.
The most beautiful tickers of all time. I've never seen tickers so beautiful.
It's just such a beautiful ticker.
The other guys, they have tickers, but their tickers are nowhere near as nice.
Let me ask you, have you seen their tickers? Because their tickers are not that nice.
Low energy tickers.
Ready, sir.
All right. So on the quarterly, it's looking very like extremely strong. It's literally just up only on the quarterly, and now we're getting near very extreme areas on the HPDR. We're getting close to the areas that it's topped out every single macro top before it's had a somewhat of a correction down to the bottom 38.2%. Right here next to this 88.3% and 90% area every single time we found a macro top. So we're basically just about to touch it right now. That sits at somewhere between $151 and $163. If trend holds true and we top out for our cycle top right at the same area we've done every single time before, we probably find our next macro top somewhere around $151 to $163. And then at that point, the ranges will move up, but we are statistically likely to test the bottom of the blue 38.2% range at that point. As of this moment, it sits at $31.12, but it's very likely going to step up significantly higher from there. And what it usually steps up to is the area of previous consolidation, which right now it's somewhere right around here before we went up. So probably the bottom 38.2% zone moves somewhere around like $50, and the top of the range is probably going to be somewhere around like maybe $80 to $90. But this is just speculation. This is me just guessing where the ranges are going to move. There is a indicator that will tell you where the ranges will go to, like statistically. That one is called the HPDR cones. Let me disable my bands and turn on the HPDR cones, and we can get an idea of where. Shout out to the caretaker guy, makes the most legendary indicators of all time.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
So this bottom 38.2% and the 50% usually where it bottoms out is set to go upwards exactly where I thought, somewhere around that $80 to $90 zone, which is the HPDR cones can forecast for us where the HPDR bands will move to. That's very nice. I don't usually use the cones very much because I don't need to figure out where the ranges will move most of the time.
Yeah, never seen that before.
Yeah, so now it lines up with what I thought before. That the bottom of our HPDR 38.2% is probably going to move somewhere around $50, and the top is going to move somewhere around $80 to $90. And then we would statistically retest after we top out, statistically retest the bottom 38.2, which puts prices somewhere between, let's say, $50 to $60 to give a rough guess and be safe. But and if the trend holds, we will probably find that top somewhere in that zone, like I mentioned, 150 to 163. Let's go to the monthly. Monthly looks like it's about to get a breakout where it's closing above this top 38.2, which sits at $136.48. Usually, whenever we close above that, we go up to that same area, that 88.3 and 90% zones. So right now, that sits at somewhere between. This is probably not going to happen before we find our top on the quarterly. Because right now it's at over $200, at like $213.51 to $225. The confirmation to get that over $200 area would be we'd want to see a close above here. We want to see a close over $140 on the monthly, which we're probably about to get. We're only like 15 cents over that, and 1 day and 3 hours. So that actually will put us significantly higher on the quarterly. That would put us right around that 95%, which is a little bit higher than we've gone previously.
How is Nvidia going to turn into a fucking $6 trillion company? That is crazy.
It's hit it right here. It's hit the 95% right here once. And it's actually went beyond in 2001. So it's hit the 95% twice now. Based off of the monthly is telling me that we're going to go to over $200. That's fucking $6 trillion. 6.8, almost $7 trillion.
How is that even like possible? I mean, anything is possible, but that's crazy.
and we've completely reset our volatility. Momentum is about to get out of the bullish control zone, and that's starting to reset too. But from this low on volatility, $200 seems pretty easy. And then that would take us to our, probably that's not even the area where we would probably top out at based off of the monthly fibs. That's giving me a target of $300.
That is
Is
ridiculous.
Is Elon about to say that Nvidia is powering the Tesla bot?
Well, you know that they're buying another cluster of 100,000 GPUs.
Tesla?
Yeah. No, I think it's XAI.
Oh, I see. Now,
He created like the biggest cluster right now, but he made it so that they can just plug in and play with another 200, like another 100 connected to the ones that he just connected, which is 100, which was insane.
As of right now, we've closed on the weekly over the blue 38.2, and now we're back testing it and bouncing there. Last time we closed over it was when we went to all-time highs, and we got a move of, and we went to the 95% zone of the HPDR. So as of right now, our 95% zone is sitting at $188.95. So that also points towards us going towards $200. Very interesting. 5 days putting in somewhat of a toppy candle right here, but as of right now, we are holding the 50%. I could see us getting a move down to this 38.2%, which is $134.87. But that's very likely not going to happen as long as we're above $138.50. As of right now, our momentum is shifting down on the 5-day, but it is still within the bullish control zone, while volatility is starting to reset as well. So whatever move we get down is likely going to be a corrective move. 3 days putting in a confirmed toppy candle, so I could see it move down here from here to this 38.2, which is right now at $129.14. Would that line up with this 5-day median, I believe? Very close to the 5-day median. 5-day median is around $123, $124. 2 days also putting in that toppy candle, that shooting star. We're getting a bounce off of this median currently on the 2-day at 137.72. If we do lose that median, then we would come down to this bottom 38.2%. Right now, that is sitting at $130.80. But we probably won't hold it because it is be a tap of this 21 EMA. Probably it's coming down towards this 51.8%. That one is around 124, which is exactly the same as the 5-day median. Daily is starting to look like we've kind of found a local bottom. If we reclaim this 9 EMA and this 38.2%, which is at $140, I would say that's enough for me to have a local bottom. And statistically, we'd be likely to go to this top 38.2, which is around $151. But with how low volatility is expanding from, it's only at 39%. I think we're likely going above the 38.2 and likely towards 61.8, which is currently like 155. Go even lower. Is that a vibrator?
What?
I thought it sounded like a plane.
There was a plane that just flew by. Did you guys hear that? He barely made any noise.
Yeah, I thought that was on fire then. Oh, well.
I thought that was a sound kind of buzzy.
Wow, that's crazy. I didn't pick that up. Out of all things.
The 4-hour as well is kind of looking like it's found a local bottom, because every single time it locally bottomed, it was at the bottom 38.2, which is doing that once again. Confirmation will be closing over the median, which is currently 140.112. And then once that happens, I would say for me, it's confirmed that the local bottom is in, and we're probably going to make new highs from there. Check the RSI. Quarterly does have confirmed hidden bullish divergence in place right at the edge of the bullish control zone. So it's rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone. We've already hit all of our easy targets, which is the bullish critical zone. We're back in the critical zone. So from there's not really much of an easy target I could get. I guess I could draw a fib target.
I did it. It's like 170.
Yeah, $171. Monthly doesn't have anything. Weekly has multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence in play. 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of hidden bullish divergence. We're already at the bullish control zone, and volatility is expanding. It's only at 50%. So we could get to the bullish critical zone. That number is currently the same over $200. It's at $226.91. Holy shit.
This is
5
what I'm
days.
saying. You see, so let me ask you, how is this possible? How is it that interest rates are going to go up and this is going to go up? Something has to give, right? Something.
Yeah, I have no idea. 5 days giving us the same thing with the hidden bullish divergence. And that one, you got to take this with a grain of salt. It's very likely not going here, but this number probably drops into the low 200s. As of right now, it's $270. 2-day also confirmed multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence, but we've already hit all of our easy targets. Currently, the bullish critical zone is at $148.
We haven't hit that, have we?
No, we basically got very close
144.
to it. Got very close. With these numbers, it's not going to be exact. It could be like one or a couple of dollars off. Currently, the daily does have bearish divergence. It has 3 drives as well. We've already hit the edge of the bullish control zone, which is currently at $142.16. If it closes over that number, then the divergence is played out, most likely. If it doesn't close over that number, then our probabilities become lower towards the $134.81. As of right now, the 8-hour closes in, I believe, 2 hours and 8 minutes, and we have a potential drive of bearish divergence that would give us volatilities at 0% for 3 periods. That would give us a probability of coming down towards this bearish control zone. Right now, the bearish control zone is at 138.67. Where from there, we probably, if we don't get a spring and volatility starts expanding towards the upside, that will give us more of a probability of going down towards the critical zone. Critical zone is at 124.38. What I'm thinking is going to happen is that this divergence is going to confirm. We're going to go down towards 138 and then probably use 138 as a spring upwards where volatility will start to expand. 4 hours, same thing as well with the bearish divergence and 0 volatility. That would give us a target of 136.8 on divergence confirmation. So what it looks like is that on the low time frames, we are getting a little bit of a correction and we're getting bearish divergence on the 4-hour and the 8-hour.
Low. Yeah.
And what is like extremely low time frames, like degenerately low time frames.
Yeah.
And on the higher time frames, is looking like we're very likely going to go to new all-time highs, and everything is lining up for over $200, which takes this shit over $6 trillion in value. Insane.
Wow.
God bless Jensen Huang and all of his Huang.
He's going to be signing some more titties.
I can't wait. I hope he at least gets to bask his face in some of them.
Didn't it like locally top after he signed the tits? I think it did.
Yeah,
he did. That was the top. There's always like a significant event that marks tops every single time.
And by the way, just in case she's watching, I'm just kidding.
Well, he's not watching. His machines are listening.
Oh, not him. In case my little friend is watching, I'm just kidding. I don't want to see any. I don't want to see anyone sign any tits.
Speak
for yourself, Juan.
Exactly. I'll be signing tits left and right. That's one thing I've never done. No. Like I've signed a lot of weird things. No one has ever asked me to sign like a woman's tit, sadly. So that's a rock star request for sure.
Yeah.
One day. Home Depot.
They're public.
Uh-huh.
Oh, they're very public. They're very public. Sorry, guys. I'm fucking going crazy now. Ok. Estamos viendo Nvidia, la empresa de microchips. Por cierto, Elon Musk acaba de decir que va a pedir otros 100,000 GPUs. Se los va a pedir al buen Jensen Huang para poder seguir y continuar con el clúster que ya tiene con 100,000 GPUs. Va a meterle esos otros 100,000 y lo va a convertir. Creo que es el clúster más grande que existe con esos chipsets, pero me parece que ahora sí que lo hicieron listo para que simplemente lo pudieran doblar. Así que muy bien, tal vez por algo se ve tan alcista esta cosa. Vamos a empezar con Nvidia, básicamente en temporalidades altas, para no hacerles el cuento largo con Nvidia. Básicamente, Nvidia larga temporal, en todas las temporalidades, menos en las súper cortas de degenerado, literalmente 4 y 8 horas. Todas las demás, esto es lo que están viendo. Dude, Nvidia in the quarterly, it's so ridiculous. Look at this. It's so stupid. It just goes up.
Up on my baby.
Wow. Nvidia no anda con mamadas. Vean, nada más sube, sube, sube y todos los promedios en la trimestral están muy abajo. Esta zona de los 90 a cierto punto va a ser una zona que revisitemos, en mi opinión, entre los 80 y 90, pero por ahora no tiene cara que lo vayamos a hacer. ¿Ok? ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo en esta zona? Estamos en extremos en volatilidad, por lo que probablemente un poco de consolidación no nos caería mal, pero si ponemos más atención, nos acercamos al gráfico, pueden ver cómo en la mensual también tiene muchísima fuerza. Rompimos altos históricos, estaban aquí, justamente en los $140. Estamos por encima. Estamos un poco abajo de sus altos históricos, pero estamos literalmente centavos. Hace 2 segundos estábamos por encima de... Y esto se encuentra en 140.59. En la semanal, vamos a poner la semanal rápidamente, tienes todos los cruces plateados del mundo, tienes una vela un poco topera, pero no es una vela de tope, y aparte un cierre mucho más arriba que este. Esto es bueno. ¿Qué es lo que estamos buscando básicamente si somos alcistas en Nvidia? Lo que queremos es que cierre arriba de los 140.60. Queremos básicamente eliminar este tope. Lo voy a poner acá. Ahí está. Ahora, queremos cerrar por encima de esto. Lo que estamos viendo es que en tiempos y en temporalidades cortas, probablemente, y es justamente lo que ven acá, ya una vez puesto esto, es vas a venir a ranguear tantito por esta zona, tal vez por acá, y de ahí te vaya a catapultar hacia arriba. Todos los objetivos, de acuerdo a los indicadores de volatilidad y momentum de Farhan y aparte de su análisis, nos ponen en un mínimo escenario esperado de $170 con un máximo en los 300. En casi $200, que es en lo que salen todas las temporalidades para Nvidia, tengo que decir esto, eso pone a la empresa en una evaluación absolutamente loca. Las empresas más grandes del mundo en este momento apenas están en 3 trillones de dólares. Y digo apenas. O sea, hay 3 empresas de ese tamaño. Apple, Nvidia y tal vez Microsoft. Creo que solamente son 3 de ese tamaño. No estoy completamente seguro, no lo tomen. Pero no existe nada que ha llegado a los 4 trillones de dólares. Si estos precios se dan, nos está diciendo, y esto es en temporalidades grandes, que esto muy probablemente vaya a reventar a la alza y crear algo que nunca hemos visto. ¿Qué es lo que no queremos? Simplemente barrer este mínimo. Si barres este mínimo en los 135.93 para abajo, y aparte cerrando, porque lo que sí esperamos es que muy probablemente vengas a toquetear por acá esta zona, recargarte en el promedio de las 21 que va a ir para arriba así y continuar hacia la alza. Si rompes esto para abajo, bueno, olvídate lo que estamos diciendo en todo sentido, pero por ahora lo que creemos es que esto va a subir. Tu confirmación está encima de esta línea que está en los 140.76 y tienes que tener 2 cierres por acá. Sobre todo en la mensual, esta vela cierra en 1 día y 3 horas. Si la mensual cierra aquí arriba, prepárense. Pero Nvidia muy alcista. Honestamente, donde lo veas de izquierda a derecha, muy alcista. All right, Salamis. Let me see if we have a salami. Yes, we have a ticker for salamis.
Salamis, nice. Okay, so I'm viewing Solana on the lower time frames. It's looking quite good. You know, Sol BTC kind of told the story. We were unable to break out. I do think once we finally break out of this range, we are going to get that big Solana move that we've been talking about. So it makes sense to get some pullback. This was slightly disappointing because I thought we were about to break it. That's okay though. And so what we see is the daily has come down to that SMA 200. Major resistance for Sol BTC. And it's telling me that this dump on Solana is probably going to be short-lived and we should be on long watch. Luckily for the Academy, I've already posted a long, and I do think something like this could play out. You know, what I'd watch here is for a new range to basically form on Solana. You know, we easily can come back down, go back to 178, reject before actually breaking out, and this will just set volatility lower. Why I'm more in the camp though, it'll be more like this scenario that I've drawn out is just simply because the 5-day is still guiding my bias. You know, and we have the lowest volatility ever on Solana and the 5 days expanding. It's the same thing that I said on Bitcoin, that once the 5 day starts expanding, it's really usually just up only. And I know that sounds irresponsible. It's usually how it goes. Now, granted, you can be the contrarian and say, well, Alex, we've never had a 5 day fire on Solana. So we don't know how the actually correlation would work with that. So that's true. That is very true. And that's why for me, I do think retesting that 170 to 166 makes a lot of sense to me. That'll flush out late longs, get people kind of demoralized that, yeah, Sol's just going to do something like this, make shorts get really bricked up. And what that'll do is it'll actually let Sol BTC hit that SMA 200 while keeping, you know, kind of this uptrending structure now since breaking that last high. So we should be on a higher low watch, which could be right around that SMA 200. But again, just lines up with what I see with Solana actually coming down and hitting 170. If we take the HBDR, which is kind of nice, and we view it, I've been viewing it on the 2 day because I think it's nice. We do see kind of where we rejected here, so it makes sense. We're getting some pullback. This 2 days closing today, so really want to see where this 9 goes in correlation to the meme line. They can grind up and maybe go to like 168, 169. That's kind of the area I'm looking to take entry on Sol. Because again, the HBDR is telling me this 5 days still ready and it's still brewing, and I'm still waiting for that 214 level. I don't see why we would stop here. Yes, the 2 day hit resistance, but with the 5 day expanding and the 2 day breaking, and that 50% just sitting right at that 214, for me, it's really looking like this is just going to be an opportunity before we actually break 200. That's just kind of the sentiment we're seeing with Sol. And it could line up with maybe ETH BTC catching a bid, something I've been trying to mention here and there. ETH's been pretty disappointing overall, but we see here, if we zoom in all the way, take this out, because I think it's more evident. Like here, we go to the 5 day. We are at a bounce zone on ETH BTC, which I do believe could still line up with maybe alt catching a bigger bid, essentially, which could bleed into Sol. So we know Sol's been outperforming ETH just basically on its Sol E chart. And so if you're like, well, what would I like more, Sol or ETH? Well, Solana has been consistently telling you that it's a lot stronger than Ethereum. That's why I'm showing it, because it can kind of bring more clarity when we know the data behind it. And so when Sol BTC is in this range, multi-month range, we're about to break it while the 5 day as well on BTC is giving us a setup, which isn't expanding. I have to get the bias that, yeah, this move's happening. We're probably going to get a shallow pullback. I want to see where this 2 day 9 goes, because just like last time, that 2 day 9 acted as a nice opportunity before going up. And so for me, I think 160, like 168, 166 to like 169 could be the area to watch for a long on Sol. And that's kind of that's what I'm personally waiting for right now. It's just in that it's now pulling back, so it makes sense. We, easily I think can come back down to 170, but Solana can easily front run that too. That's why I'm not betting the house on that 169 to 170. Just like you mentioned, Alejandro, probably scaling in here is smart. Just scaling in slowly, having that invalidation for me would be this wick low. I don't want to see Sol break this wick low. And so when I know a massive setup's brewing for Solana, I understand that even if going long here, call it even 168, that's still almost 6% stop loss. But with what I see, and even the 5 day going to that 214, I do think that the risk to reward is there, because it's just more of a matter of your risk tolerance. But for me, losing 5% to making on minimum to 20% is worth it, because once we actually start moving, it's going to be like pretty easily, like once we start really breaking out, we confirmed once we get, daily closures back above that 178. If we start closing back above 178 and actually expanding and moving, at that point, you just set your break even to your stop loss to break even. I'm just using this hard stop loss as like a metric, so I don't want to get wicked out, especially when I do think Sol's about to do something pretty insane. And that's kind of all I'm seeing with Sol. It's looking good. It's giving nice setups across the board. The weekly even about to fire off, which is just telling me that we really want to be mindful of, possibly a retest. Makes sense. We broke out. Even if I deleted this red meme line, what we'd be doing here is just retesting. And we know that each time Sol does this, it breaks out and then it goes in for the retest. It just never holds the retest. Breaks out, goes in for the retest. It just doesn't hold the retest. So that's what I'm watching. I'm waiting. I don't know if that comes in when Bitcoin hits 69K or not. I'm just really gauging this level at 170 to 168 as a nice opportunity. I do think that Sol is very, very, very bullish. And maybe that 170 tap happens once this monthly closes. We'll see. So what we wouldn't want is this monthly to end up closing under 170. I don't think that it would just, we'd be back in this range, and then we have to really ask ourselves if we're going to go lower. But if we can close a monthly back up above 170, open up and test it, and then maybe that leads to the spring. That's kind of the idea I'm watching and waiting for. And you'll know it's really happening once this actual level on Sol BTC starts breaking, especially on a daily. Because again, it's just that Sol was looking amazing, and then like it started to kind of fizzle out once Sol BTC started to reject this zone. And as we know now, Sol kind of dumps. So that's also what I'm gauging. So if you're trading Sol, watch Sol BTC. My level is basically 0.0026. If we get daily closures above 0.0026, I'm going to be looking at that as confirmation that Sol's about to break out. This 5 day is probably going to start expanding, leading to the 5 day actually going at least to the 50%. Keep in mind, it's only at 25% since it started to expand. And so far it has not been disappointing. I mean, from that level here on Sol, it was like right there. We've already gone up 19%. So that just kind of shows you the setup we're dealing with here. 19% is pretty insane. I just think it's just starting though, and I do think we can easily go up to that $215 range, which again just lines up with what I see with the HBDR. I'm liking that 50% right there, and it makes sense. We're now expanding from it. We're well above the 5 day median. Ideally, this will keep moving up, and that's it. So that's it. I'm really watching the lower time frames, like a daily, 2 day, and 3 day. I want to see where this 9 goes. I ideally want it to match 170. Ideally, though, we get a monthly closure above 170. We open on a downside move. We get long right around here, and then we patiently wait for the 200s. You can just see once that even 3 day closes above the 50%. I mean, the 80s are at 246. I know Faron has a setup taking us to $500 Solana. Which, I have no opinion on that one, but it's just kind of showing you, like when you're seeing the monthly median at $367, it's like, wow, like even if it started to really move, and past 214, next point really would be that median. Break that, then, well, we have that $1,000 move, which I don't think is going to happen. But what you should be hearing me say is Solana is really gearing up for a move, and statistically, it really can just keep going up. I do think that 214 to 210 is a very safe spot to take profits. But there's really nothing telling me that it's going to stop from there. I'm just not going to, if you're going to hold the trade for that DGen 3, 4, 500 Solana trade TP, then you just want to keep chipping away and taking profits slowly. So for me, I'm getting out of all Sol longs at 216, 210. To me, it just makes sense. It's the safe bet. And that's kind of it. That's all I'm seeing. It's looking good. 5 days still giving us the setup. The weekly is about to fire off, which is telling me that, once this retest is done, if this weekly starts to fire off, just like the 5 day, that Solana could be at $200, $210 in a matter of by November, which is kind of crazy, like maybe early November, assuming, right, Bitcoin doesn't take that 69K retest. I do believe if Bitcoin does take the 69K retest, we then have to ask ourselves or look maybe a little deeper. I'm hoping that maybe the stars align, Bitcoin can retest 69K, and then that maybe leads to our Academy Solana long actually filling, right at that level. I have so many shit on my watch list. So if you're gonna long Solana, there's no trigger here. I'd easily scale in here. Obviously, it's 172, maybe 170, and then have a bid at 166. That's kind of how I'm playing it. But if we end up dumping really hard on Bitcoin and going to 69K, and Solana's already at maybe Bitcoin's at 71K and Solana's already at 66, then I'm going to be watching for maybe a move down to 160s, maybe 155s, 150s. But as it stands, I'm looking at this as a flip of resistance into support. And I want to just see this kind of base into it and then launch from there. That'd look really clean. It'd break what we constantly do at this level, which is just fall below. And then shorts very used to this because it's just a very simple deviation. It's always led to massive dumps, 30%. This one was 20%. And then this one as well from the mean line, 30%. All right. So if you're a short and you've been paid life-changing money to short the zone each time, you're probably more bricked up to short than the long. And I do think the wiser trade is to watch for a long. So that's it. Watch Sol BTC. Sol's looking great. Weekly could be firing off a setup as soon as next week. And assuming Bitcoin doesn't massively break down, which I'm still in the camp, it's not going to. And that 69K is just pure hopium at this point. Things are looking great. So yeah, that's all I have on Solana. I'm just patiently waiting. 172, 170, a bit at 166 with a stop at 159 seems perfect to me.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Nice.
Thank
People
you.
on Discord are very happy because all of our shorts are currently in profit.
Well, shorts and even the sold long when we bought the spot, we're up like $50 already. I mean, on nothing. Oh no, $50. Actually, hang on a second.
And Coinbase too, but it's still green. Which maybe a little bit. I'm like, Bitcoin does dump, but it's still holding nicely. And actually, Eric Mango pointed out that Visa, I think, partnered with Coinbase, which is pretty bullish. So just adds in more confidence to what I see with Coinbase going to like 250s, 240s.
Oh yeah, we're 5% up right now.
It's also going up because Brian is bald.
Then that
is that why?
Yeah, because Brian is bald.
God, I need to learn science. I need to become better at trading.
It's one of the oldest rules of technical analysis. Bald means goes up and to the right.
Bald up to the right. Let me hang on.
Jeff Bezos started this rule.
Bold up to the right. Jeff Bezos. Perfect. I was just talking to Belen yesterday because she didn't know that Amazon owns Rivian, like a chunk of it. And I was like, do you know how Jeff Bezos found out about Amazon? And I can't remember well, like the story, but it was along these lines. So Hassan is one of the co-founders. He invested like big time with RJ. RJ is the CEO. They were somewhere taking pictures, getting ready for whatever show of the cars. And they brought this incredible photographer, like top photographer in the world, to go with them and take these pictures. So a photographer shows up, looks at the car, does all of his shit. And at the end of the day, he goes, by the way, tomorrow I'm going to be with Jeff Bezos. Do you want me to tell him about this? And Hassan goes, yeah, absolutely. Sure. And the next day, he gets a fucking call from Jeff Bezos.
Oh, wow.
And he goes, hey, I'm here with Richie. Let's say that the photographer is Richie. Hey, I'm here with Richie. I heard that you have a pretty cool car and something that you want to show me. Is there any way I can fly out to you tomorrow and check it out? And Hassan and RJ are like, sure. Jeff Bezos next day flew into where they were, loved it, and invested $700 million.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
That is pretty fucking baller. That is pretty fucking baller. Either way, I'm sorry.
But he's got a $700 million picture.
That's not bad, no?
The guy's not a massive fag like 99.9% of the people taking pictures of cars.
Exactly. By the way, I need to hire that photographer. Talk about good photographers, not like fucking bullshit ones. That's fucking incredible. All righty. Yeah.
They'd be lining up to suck anybody's dick who has a basic base model to work on with no wheels spec.
I'll do anything for a picture like that. I'll do anything. Ok, estamos viendo Solana, señores. Les mandamos, ya les dijimos, entre Discord y también señales exclusivas, les mandamos básicamente lo que hicimos en Solana, pero lo vamos a repetir por acá para que todo el mundo lo pueda ver en el stream. ¿Por qué no, carajo? De todas maneras, mandamos más setups de todo. Básicamente, Yo creo que importante, porque Solana lo acabamos de analizar hace poco, seguimos en lo mismo, estamos creando mínimos más altos y estamos buscando romper este alto más alto en los $193 en este momento. De acuerdo a todo lo que estamos viendo por acá, lo que nosotros vemos es esto. El 9 está por encima del 21, señalando e indicando que hay fuerza en el movimiento, arriba del 55, por encima en un cruce plateado, pero volatilidad empieza a hacer lo suyo en esta tabla de 5 días. En esta tabla de 5 días nos empieza a decir que este movimiento a la alza es un movimiento real y va a ser empujado y ayudado, asistido por la dama volatilidad, lo que es un excelente setup. En la diaria, podemos ver que tenemos este escenario donde habíamos puesto esta línea por acá, la habíamos roto a la alza, creamos esta vela un poco topera y luego caímos acá, pero venimos aquí a recargarnos al 172 donde está. Ni siquiera lo pudimos tocar, quedamos en ¿qué? 173. Pero el promedio de las 9 está en 172. Solana está cotizando en 175.19. Lo que nosotros creemos es que Solana, digo, igual y estamos mal y puede que se vaya para arriba, se ve alcista. Lo que creemos es que venga a consolidar por acá, en esta zona, y de acá vaya a darnos el movimiento a la alza. Lo que nosotros estamos esperando es, bueno, hicimos una entrada para ustedes que nos están escuchando, para que sepan, tuvimos una entrada por acá, en la parte de abajo del precio, casi en los 172. Tenemos otra entrada en los 100, cabrón, déjenme lo checo y se los digo de una. Más para no decirles mentiras, lo tengo acá. Tengo 2 órdenes abiertas con entradas en 168 y 170. Ok, ahí es donde las tengo yo. Y espero a que simplemente el precio no vaya a bajar de los 169, no, 168, de los 166. Con que el precio aguante por encima de los 166, con eso me la damos por buena. En 166 es donde yo me salgo de ese trade, porque si es que Bitcoin llega a caer abajo de los 69,000 o se va a los $69,000 en lo que este movimiento está dando para abajo en Solana, nos saldríamos. Pero por ahora los Solami se ven bastante alcistas, honestamente. No hay tanto más que agregar. Esperamos este rango y simplemente no perder los $166. Vale, vámonos a la de Farhan. Which one are you doing? Home Depot?
Oh,
Yes, sir. Home Depot.
1 second.
I didn't even know they were public. Home Depot is a based company, I heard. Their founder is a very big supporter of what's his name?
Who? Trump?
Uncle T, Big T.
Uncle Donnie. Hey, Uncle Donnie, come over here. What are we looking at here?
Home Depot. Okay, so this is the quarterly on the HPDR. So this is an area where we would expect it to bounce off the long-term trend to the upside. Mm-hmm. We're at the median currently, with median is at $390.96. If we do start to lose that, our probabilities become down towards this 38.2, probably lower down to this to tap this 21 EMA, which would be at the 50%, and that is sitting somewhere between $325 down to $305. If we look at our momentum, is currently HPDR momentum is currently pointing to the upside, while volatility is doing a complete reset. So that makes it less likely for us to come down towards the 38.2%. This is a setup for hitting the median, which we currently basically already have. But and since momentum is pointed up, we still have more of a probability of coming up to this top 38.2%, which is new highs sitting at $483.24. And our jewel is currently pointed in upward posturing as well, where let's zoom in on it. The jewel is starting to flip back up and flip back into the bullish control zone, and it's getting very close to the pink. So once it gets over the pink, then its probabilities becomes it's going to enter the bullish critical zone. So then that's probably going to happen on the next quarterly open. The monthly currently has closed over the bottom 38.2%. It's currently front running the median as a little bit of a rejection. So and we're front running the bottom 38.2%. So I could see it come down to 387.06, but that area is very likely going to hold. And then from there, our probabilities are going up to the 38.2 top one, which is currently at $473.73. That would be new all-time highs currently. And let's see where our volatility is at. Volatility is expanding from very, very low levels, and we're currently only at 31%. So I could see us going way higher than this 38.2 and going up to the 61.8, which is currently at $514. Damn, that's pretty high from where we are now. The jewel is starting to flip back up, and it's keeping the bullish control zone. And all of the moving averages and the jewel oscillator are bunched right next to each other, where the pink is crossed over the yellow. So this is like probably one of the most picture-perfect jewel signals you will ever get. And it's happening within the bullish control zone. So I could see a very, very aggressive move up from here. And this is happening on the monthly. That tells me that it probably is going to go up to the 78.6, which is currently $568. That's like a 44 to 45% move up from here.
Yeah, it seems to have the legs to do it.
Yeah, the jewel is giving us one of the best buy signals that you can possibly get. Very low volatility expansion. Weekly is currently bouncing off the median, where momentum has fully reset and volatility has reset. So if we still keep holding the median, then with this low volatility, you're probably going up to the 88.3, which is currently at like $466.67. 2-day currently has lost the bottom 38.2, which is telling me a little bit of a short-term correction, and we're losing the 21 EMA. Our momentum is currently within the bearish control zone, and our volatility is flipped up. That opens up the possibilities of coming down to, or probabilities of coming down to the 55, which is currently at $382, and so $383 basically. The jewel is losing the bullish control zone as well, and it's got this dark blue cell. Daily looks like it's kind of found a local bottom somewhere here at this 55 EMA. But if we close the next 2 hours like this, the current bottom is going to get invalidated, and we're going to move towards this 100 at that $378 area. And as of now, it seems like that's going to happen because we have 2 rejections of the 5 EMA, and now we have a red hammer to the downside. Plus, our momentum is still within the bearish critical zone. It is flipped up within the bearish critical zone. So if it closes like this, it's going to test the edge of the critical zone, and it's going to flip back around again towards the downside while volatility is going down. Let's check the RSI on this. Wow, that's crazy. No divergences at all. Let's check the momentum chart then. All right, so the quarterly, after we had this correction right here, freshly flipped up, maintaining the bullish control zone. And now the pivot to turn momentum back down is $350.75. So as long as price is above that, momentum will go within the bullish critical zone. Last time we entered the bullish critical zone from the bullish control zone was right over here, where price was at about $50. And then we went literally up only until 420. Nice, beautiful, $420. 420.
Home Depot thinks about everything.
It seems like it's a meme stock.
In a way, it is. I mean, fucking blowing the fuck up right now makes no sense. How are people going to spend more? Let's go, baby.
Up only of 736%.
That's fucking insane. I have it on the channel, and the channel coincides with your high projections on the top range of it.
That would be just 45%. And if we go up 700%, oh my gosh.
It's fucking bananas.
$3,000. Holy shit.
For Home Depot.
It's currently at 390, basically 391 billion. So that'll take it over $1 trillion.
devaluation of the money, dude.
That's crazy. Volatility expansion from very low levels on the quarterly. Monthly volatility expanding from very, very low levels below 10%. And it's going to flip back up within the bullish control zone as long as price maintains above $346.81. Last time we had a flip back up within the bullish control zone and re-enter the critical zone was right here. And price went up from 174, about 141% to $420. We're getting insanely bullish setups on the high time frames. It's so high up, we have to move down the thing.
No, stop it.
Over 900.
You're not, no.
Vegeta, what's his power level at? It's over 9,000.
It's just like it's gonna blow. It's when it blows up, like the little meters that they have on their eyes, and they just blow up. That's what's happening right now with Home Depot pricing. Home Depot price is just going up nonstop.
Beautiful price at the moment, $393.69.
Nice.
Right now, we
think about everything.
They really do. Right now, momentum is flipped to the downside on the weekly as long as price is below $417.20. What's going to happen is it's going to tap the edge of the bullish critical zone. And then next weekly open, this number is going to come down very heavily. And then we'll very likely below current price action. And then it'll be much easier for the bulls to flip momentum back up. 5 days as well, it's going to be down below $414.70. 2 day is going to be down below $419.68. Daily is going to be down as long as price is below $394.39. So in the next 2 hours and 3 minutes, if we can go up another, say, 70 cents in price, then it's possible we can turn daily around, and this would be the area to flip it around right at the 55 EMA. So we can do that. Then that'll increase our probabilities substantially that we've already put in our local bottom, because we're going to be flipping up on the daily from the bearish control zone. So the higher time frames are telling me that this thing is going to go up significantly to new all-time highs. The medium time frames are saying somewhat of a correction, and the daily is giving a high probability of the low already being in, and us eventually bleeding over into the medium time frames, and then the higher time frames can take over. But if these setups are correct, which are lining up with what we've had before, that would easily take this thing over $1,000, which I don't even I can't even compute. But that's what the charts are saying.
Let's fucking go, Home Depot. All right. And speaking of let's fucking go, you guys are fucking set, done, game, match. It's 4:20, 4:21. 4:21 minutes on it. We almost nailed it. Anything else you guys want to share, add, say?
Keep watching on the alerts, because there's going to be a couple more shitcoins that go out probably between today and tomorrow.
Jesus Christ.
Watching Chainlink, possibly give a massive trade on that soon.
All right. Well, send them to me as a text message, boys. Why am I missing out on these trades? Sounds great. So everybody, I'll tell them also to keep an eye on those. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Have a good one, sirs.
Thank you.
I have one here, but I drank it all.
Thank you, sir. Good for you guys. There you go. Showing the water, because people care about how the water looks. There you go. Thank you so much, Alex. Thank you so much, Farhan. I appreciate you guys. And I'll see you soon.
Have a good one.
Vale, pues, para cerrar esto, estamos en Home Depot. Quiero que vean algo impresionante en Home Depot. Voy a poner velas de un mes para que se vea limpio. Tengo a Home Depot en este canal, ¿ok? Ya estaba en este canal desde el 2016. Este canal es viejo, ya casi no uso canales, lo han visto. Y si los uso, los borro. Y la parte de arriba del canal está en 490, 450. Esto coincide con todos los objetivos de Farhan en este momento. En largas temporalidades, cuando estamos hablando de largas temporalidades, estamos hablando de la mensual, como lo que están viendo ahorita, o la trimestral. Estamos muy bien parados. Estamos por encima de la 9, encima del 21. Pueden ver que el 21 también tiene confluencia bonita con este canal. Y estás viendo dónde tenemos estos cierres en este momento, por ahí de los 405. Habíamos logrado antes cierres trimestrales Bueno, habíamos logrado un cierre trimestral en los 416 y luego tuvimos este mega dumperino. Pero eso fue cuando tocamos la parte de arriba del canal. No lo hemos hecho desde entonces, pero sí la de abajo y tuvimos un SFP a la baja, un breakout falso a la baja. De ahí nos volvimos a meter y fuimos a hacer máximos históricos en la pandemia de 416, bueno, 420 en realidad. Nice. De ahí, lo que pueden ver es que hemos estado formando mínimos más altos, nuevos altos, y muy probablemente estamos a punto de formar un nuevo alto, lo que eliminaría esto y nos pone de nuevo en una tendencia. Cada una de estas velas son 3 meses en una zona bastante alcista para el precio. Ahora, vamos a la mensual, que es lo que estábamos viendo antes. Igual, nos falta un día y 2 horas para este cierre. No queremos que baje más el precio. Lo que estamos viendo en temporalidades cortas es que puede que estemos justamente alrededor del lugar donde estamos creando un fondo y puede que este fondo sea la parte media del canal. Esto fue por lo que dejé el canal en realidad y no lo borré, porque normalmente funciona. Cuando tienes algún precio que usa también un canal, vale la pena dejarlo porque el precio rebota y pueden ver que ha tenido justamente esa reacción en esta zona. Está rebotando en la media del canal y subiendo. En temporalidades cortas, lo que vemos es que podemos estar al final de la corrección, porque tenemos definitivamente una corrección después de haber llegado a máximos históricos en 420. Han visto que bajamos y estamos en 393. Esta puede ser la corrección en total. Ahora, los traigo a la semanal. En la semanal tenemos el promedio de la 9 y justamente estamos por abajo de él. El promedio de la 9 está en 394, pero no nos sorprendería un retesteo en temporalidad corta del 21 en la semanal, en los 378. Esto es nuestro objetivo más bajo y de ahí creemos que probablemente lo que vemos en temporalidades medias y altas es lo que se vaya a dar en las tablas. Pero va a haber un periodo definitivo de consolidación y es justamente lo que creemos que está pasando justamente por acá. Y también el 378 tiene coincidencia con el promedio de la 100 en la diaria, lo que nos hace pensar a todos que muy probablemente el peor escenario de Home Depot sea algo así, y luego vayamos a romper, a buscar esos nuevos altos históricos. Y las cantidades en las proyecciones, de acuerdo a los indicadores de momentum y volatilidad que tiene Farhan, estamos hablando de literalmente los $500, que es la zona de arriba de este canal, pero también 750 y hasta $1,000 por acción de Home Depot. Esto va a tomar 2 años en que se dé, pero, y obviamente nada es asegurado, pero es lo que estamos viendo en la tabla de Home Depot. Bastante interesante y bastante bueno. Y ahora sí que con eso llegamos al final de esto, 4 horas y media. Muchísimas gracias a todos ustedes por acompañarnos, a todos los miembros de Elite Trading Academy. Muchísimas gracias por su apoyo. Les mandamos señales por correo y también en el sitio, en lo que estaban acá, en lo que estamos acá haciendo esto. Y justamente al final nos dijeron Alex y Farhan que van a mandar otras señales. Tienen ahí un setup en Chainlink y otras cosas. Pero también recuerden, para la gente que quiere estar solamente gratis aprendiendo, pueden ir a nuestro Discord. Seguimos poniendo setups en Discord también. Simplemente los setups más perros. Obviamente nos los llevamos para nuestros miembros. Y es todo. Cualquier cosa, lo que necesiten, aquí estamos. Muchísimas gracias a todos, de verdad, de corazón. La hemos pasado muy bien y nos hemos estado divirtiendo mucho haciendo esto. Así que gracias de todo corazón, padres. Pórtense bien. Nos vemos el viernes para esto.